Hi guys, I'm Skaina Benz at the House of Laws to speak to the powerful people who make decisions about your life, your health and your well-being. And we are here to get your voices heard today.
Thank you, Lord Collins. PMNCH is convening the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign, a global youth-led effort to mobilize
Okay, you guys are outside.
for adolescent well-being.
Attention.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead! Young people, this is our time. We are 1.8 billion young people in the world today, standing as one to reach equality. In the world today, where dreams ignite, we stand as one, younger shining bright, united in spirit, we make a change. For 1.8 billion strong, our voices rearrange. With hope in our eyes, we'll break these walls together. We'll rise, we'll answer the call, bound by our purpose. A love beyond compare, justice, our right. We'll surely get there. We are 1.8 billion young people strong. Symphonies of voices singing in the song. Let's rise above, let's compassionately do it. Bright our future, we will seize the day. We are uniting, we are rising, we are leading. For better feel alive, for better kind of world. It's time to listen, it's time for action. We'll break the chains of inequality and strive in solidarity, igniting life. We'll champion justice throughout the days and nights. Ours is the power as we claim our rights. We are 1.8 billion young people strong. Symphonies of voices singing in the song. Let's rise above, let's compassionately walk. Bright our future, we will seize the day. We are uniting, we are rising, we are leading. For better feel alive, for better kind of world. It's time to listen, it's time for action. As we come together hand in hand, the world will witness the change we have planned. With unity and love, we will overcome. For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.
Hello! Wow, what a start. You know what? I absolutely love that tune. So big thanks to Leonis, the genius from Sierra Leone even, for the 1.8 anthem. And now, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are your co-hosts for this global forum for adolescents. My name's Graf Mensa, and I'm a TV presenter and journalist from the UK.
So welcome to all of you as we take forward the 1.8 billion campaign together. I'm really looking forward to hearing all the inspiring speakers and your feedback and questions. My name is Daniel Mullings, and I'm one of your co-hosts today. I'm a tech advocate, software engineer, documentary maker, and of course a part of WHO's PAHO Youth for Health group right from Kingston, Jamaica.
We'll be by your side for the next 2 days for some great discussions, information sharing, inspiring speakers, and incredibly exciting announcements. I'm Levi Singh, a health policy advocate and PMNCH youth champion from Durban, South Africa.
Now, welcome to the Global Forum for Adolescents. Thousands of young people are with us right now today, and we have a packed agenda over the next 2 days, with 3 high-profile plenaries and dozens of call sessions on a broad range of key issues facing adolescents and young people, plus some great music and entertainment along the way.
Of course, I'm so excited for all of this, but we want you to join the conversation. So of course, use the hashtag 1.8 billion on all your favorite social media platforms. And we want to just show you really quickly how to access our conference and view all the great content that we have coming up. All right, here's our video. So what you're going to do in order to select your language is click the icon in the bottom right-hand corner. It looks like an A, it's a text icon. After you've selected your language, you can now scroll on the left to select whichever session you would like to access. Once you click it, you'll be able to access that session right here. And remember, after each session closes, you'll need to select which session you'd like to access next from the 2 options. That's it to access our platform.
Now you know how it all works. Let's get started. Check out this video about the 1.8 campaign.
Unite, run, lead, and
Curtains.
Wow, wasn't that impressive? Youth advocates from around the world, and we even saw our very own Levi. Now, it's clear that as young people, we know what we want, and this campaign is making sure those voices are heard by decision makers all across the world.
Incredibly impressive. But then again, we are the largest generation of young people in human history ever. All 1.8 billion of us.
Yes, and of course, the What Young People Want survey, which has really made our voices heard, is the biggest of its kind in the world.
Now, we are heading to India, where loads of young people are joining this truly global forum for adolescents. Hello, India.
hello, lovely people around the world. Warmest greetings from India to the Global Forum for Adolescents. Well, guys, I'm really excited. This is RJ Roll Market, and I'm as caked as everyone around here. We are going to be a part of this history, this groundbreaking event, first of its kind in the world. As you can see, a lot of people behind me, and they're as excited as I am. Well, guys, please give yourself a huge applause. These lovely bright faces with us from India, and we have two very special guests with us. Can we have Miss Wanya? Huge applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, I'm Vanya from the YP Foundation, and what an amazing crowd we have here today. As for YP's part in the 1.8 trillion campaign, we have had 20 youth leaders who have mobilized over 50,000 adolescents.
Wow!
50,000 adolescents in 10 states in India through community centers, colleges, malls, whatnot. And this is very special because they've raised their demand. They want to know about sexuality education, healthcare, and higher education. And this is special because we don't get a chance to represent our voices. And now we're having our opinions in G20 platforms, and it's really great. And we're living the change we want to see, and we're celebrating it today. Thank you.
Wow! Rocha for Wanya! We also have a very special guest with us. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, my name is Oindrada, and I'm a youth advisor for Global Talim and the Pentland branch. I'm so excited to be here today. We are so happy to be connecting with everyone via the Global Forum for Adolescents. We, the young people, have gathered over here to ask our leaders and stakeholders for having concrete actions and demanding accountability for the promises that they have made. We are 1.8 young people, the largest in the history of humankind. We want our leaders and stakeholders to invest in our well-being and health because it is our future, our rights, and it is our world. We are not mere beneficiaries of the system, but we are also active decision makers, and we want to be part of every step of decision making. The time to act is now.
Yeah, thank you very much, and wow, this is so amazing. Huge round of applause for all the young people here and those who are joining us around the globe. Guys, you're doing an amazing job, and of course, as you remember our slogan, unite, rise, and lead. Wow! So that's what we have from India. Bye-bye.
Big shout out to everyone in India. It looks like young people there are really enjoying being part of the action. And 7,600 young people have registered online. But now, let's get down to some serious business. For our first panel, we are going to the headquarters of the World Health Organization in Geneva, where youth leaders Erika Ihiyama and Yana Panfilova and Kanisha Aurora speak with the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros. They'll also be in dialogue with country ambassadors and key representatives talking about priorities for this important campaign.
That's right. This plenary is a great example of how this campaign is ensuring young people are being heard in the corridors of power, and more importantly, what the responses from decision makers around the world are to their priorities.
And we'll also be hearing from Stefan Peterson for a snapshot of outcomes from the What Young People Want survey, as well as from Winnie Byanyima, Executive Director of UNAIDS, and Natalia Kanem, Executive Director of UNFPA.
Now that's a very high-powered session, so you know what, we're looking forward to it. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to the moderator of this first plenary, Anushu Banjari, Director of Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health and Aging at the World Health Organization. Over to you, Anushu.
Thank you very much to our hosts. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the opening of the plenary of the Global Forum for Adolescents, a milestone of the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign, and the largest ever gathering of adolescents, youth and allies around the world to urge for greater action for adolescent well-being. I'm Anshu Banerjee. I'm the Director for Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health and Aging here at WHO in Geneva. I'll be the moderator for this opening session, which will focus on the theme Unite for Adolescents' Well-Being, a Future Shaped by Youth. What is the link between the Global Forum for Adolescents and the 1.8 billion campaign? The 1.8 billion campaign for Young People for Change is a multi-year advocacy campaign for political commitment and multi-stakeholder investment in adolescents and is coordinated by PMNCH, championed by partners, and is supported by the UN family. It is a culmination of many years of our collective effort to shine a light on the needs of adolescents. I'm very pleased that we are kickstarting this discussion here at the World Health Organization headquarters, a signal of our and the UN family's commitment to promote adolescent well-being. To start, let us hear from 1.2 million young people themselves on why adolescent well-being is such a priority, followed by Stefan Petersen, Professor of Global Health at the Karolinska Institute, on the status of adolescent well-being in the world today.
Thank you, Anshu, and I'm so happy to be with you today. I'm Stefan Petersen. I join you from Karolinska Institute, which you see behind me. I'm also a professor at Makerere University in Uganda, where I'm normally based. And finally, I have the pleasure of working with UNICEF Sweden. Now, I understand the organizers were looking for a 16-year-old to present the state of the world's children, but there must have been a mix-up because you got the 61-year-old. Nevertheless, let me show you some of the facts on the state of the world's adolescents as we see it today. We are overall 8.1 billion people in the world. And you, adolescents and young people, have never been as many. You're 1.8 billion. You're a quarter of the world's population. So you are in the absolute demographic majority. And you are becoming more. You've never been as many. But over the next 15 years, you're going to become even more. You're going to top 2 billion before you start aging off, as it were, as a cohort. And that means that this is the time to invest. This is the time to act, obviously for you and your human rights, but also for the future of the world, because you are the future workforce. Where are you then? Well, you know where you are, but where are your peers? Well, you are across the world, and here are the numbers. This adds up to 1.8 billion 10 to 24-year-olds. And as you can see, you are many in the global south, but you're all over the world. And the future growth is primarily in Africa as you look ahead in the coming decades. We already heard this fantastic survey from 1.2 million young people. You've responded to the survey. We've rearranged the results slightly in a different way across the determinants of adolescents' well-being and adolescents' thriving. And again, your chief request was learning, skills, and employability, as you can see on the right, and safe and supportive environment. And here are some quotes that illustrate what young people want from Brazil and Uganda in those two categories. However, I must say that after this, the hottest September in the world's history, 1.8 degrees hotter than pre-industrial, safe and supportive environment must include the climate as well. There's a brand new report out from UNICEF today showing that over the last 6 years, 43 million children, 0 to 18, have become climate migrants, and projecting that over the coming 3 decades, 110 million more will become climate migrants. So we are changing the meaning and the requirements here of safe and supportive environment and your right to healthy environment. As you know, the Child Rights Commission has now said that it is your right. I also wanted to go to your third request now, good health and optimum nutrition, and dig a bit deeper. Because much as these are the healthy decades of life that you are in, you're out of the dangerous childhood and you are not yet in middle age, it turns out that a third of the global disease burden actually has its roots in adolescence. And how do we get to that? Well, here are a few examples. In fact, 1.5 million adolescents and youth die every year. And you die from things that actually kill you, obviously, in that age period, such as road traffic accidents, such as suicides, such as dangerous pregnancies in childhood and early and adolescence, which are leading causes of death across the world. But other things, such as overweight and mental health issues, start in adolescence, but may only come to their dramatic consequences later on in middle age and older age. So adolescence is a key period also for the rest of life, not to mention the issues that befall you during adolescence. Furthermore, there have been 3 C's over the last few decades. They've been called COVID, they're called climate, and they're called conflict, that have made you actually the subject of what we would call a polycrisis. Because there are many issues that befall you that are related, that translate into all sorts of problems across sectors, and that are met by insufficient investment to counter them. All is not doom and gloom, though. We are in the SDG period, and how has it played out for adolescents and youth? Well, I would like to say that we have never reached such big numbers of you with services, but you have also become many more, and economic growth has been insufficient to really support the expansion of services. So we need to do more, we need to do better. For instance, mortality in your age group has gone down, but is far too high still. Child marriage have gone down, had a bump up during COVID and lockdowns, and much remains to be done. Adolescent birth rate has gone down, but we're still losing 70,000 young women and children in childbirth per year, children giving birth to children. And finally, although secondary school completion rates have gone up, we still see 22% of global youth not in meaningful occupations, as we would like them to be. So I would like to go forward and say that going to school is no longer enough. We have never had as many children going to school, but they don't seem to be learning. After COVID lockdowns, we are now up to 70% of 10-year-olds who are unable to understand a simple text. So clearly quantity is not enough. We also need quality. And this is your chief request as young people: learning, skills, and employability. This actually is a tremendous lost opportunity. The cost of inaction is massive. And I really look forward to reading this study soon coming out by Sheehan and colleagues that shows that this corresponds actually to 6% of GDP, which is a staggering amount of resources that we forego by not investing in the biggest ever adolescent and youth cohort, not investing sufficiently. Because investing actually is good business. If you need to make your investment case, as I'm sure you will in the coming 2 days here, there are very good interventions. There are very good economic cases to be done. If you invest $1 in education, your chief request in the survey, society will reap $12.3 back, 12 times the money. And if you think that's bad, let's go to safe and supportive environments where you get 16 to 26 times the money back. Or let's invest in health. Adolescent health services gives you 10 times the money back. And mental health investment gives you 24 times the money. Now, where are the investors here? Where are the finance ministers? Where is the private sector? Where are the people with the money to actually reap these enormous benefits for society? Well, maybe they are not sufficiently here. And why could that be? Because we've made this argument before. I've given this talk before. But to me, I have a hypothesis. That is that it's about voice and accountability. And that's why we actually looked into youth in decision-making spaces. There are many ways you can look at it, but here is one statistic we managed to find. 23% of the world's adult population are in their 20s and thus voting age. Now, how many parliamentarians does that result in? Well, 2.6% of parliamentarians are under 30 years of age. So certainly you are underrepresented. There is a democratic deficit here in terms of young parliamentarians, and we need more of them. But conversely, we also need to make politics work for young people, even if parliamentarians are older. But maybe one way to do this is actually to lower the voting age. Why not to 16? That's an argument I'm making in my native Sweden, at least. It would serve to change the focus of debate. So we're now gathered here for 2 days to do what? Well, to mobilize political and financial commitments. And that's certainly about how we spend the development assistance, the cooperation money, etc. But I would argue it's also about how the Minister of Finance and how the Prime Minister in all the countries of the world spend and not spend their money, and on which age group and on which type of services. It's also about missing stakeholders here, the private sector. Because after all, you ask for skills and employability, but the private sector needs employable people. So this is a two-way street. Secondly, we're here to bring young people together to speak for their well-being and to share knowledge and lived experience. But as I alluded to, it needs to go beyond talk shop. It needs to go to voice and accountability and a seat at the table. Therefore, I would like to encourage and challenge all of you over the coming 2 days to operationalize voice and accountability and not just wait to be invited. Certainly, you need to have an invitation, but you need to organize to take that space. Bring young politicians into this debate, but also find ways to make politics work for young people. Bring the missing stakeholders. Yes, talk to the development partners. Yes, make your investment case to the finance minister and the prime ministers of the world, but bring in the private sector so that we become more around this table. And my rallying cry and is to get to action now, certainly for young people, with young people, but by young people, because you are the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for highlighting particularly the need to invest in young people, why that's necessary, but also the challenges that we have, but also successes that have been made so far. You've highlighted the life course approach. We know that when we invest in adolescents, it's not only when they're an adolescent, but also in their future health, their employability, but also into the next generation. And as you mentioned, voice is important. So it's important for us to listen to young people. And for that reason, we will now move and listen and have a discussion with a couple of our young panel members here. It is a privilege to be joined by Jana Panfilova, Erika Eyama, and Kenisha Aurora, who will be addressing diverse facets of adolescent well-being, including education, sexual and reproductive health and rights, resilience, and other issues. Jana created the Eurasian Union of Adolescents and Youth organization called Teenergizer. And it's a civil society organization to support adolescents and young people living with HIV in Ukraine. And she did this when she was only 16 years old. Erika serves as the Youth Coalition in Ghana and advocates for adolescents' sexual and reproductive health and rights. And Kenisha is the co-founder of the Hope Sisters and is the UNESCO Youth Representative. She also holds a hard-earned seat at the SDG 4 High-Level Steering Committee. Let me start with Erika. Erika, you're an advocate for sexual reproductive health and rights. Why is SRHR the focus of your efforts? And could you tell us how you see this being critical for other areas of adolescent well-being?
Hello, thank you so much, Anshu, for that question. SRH is actually the focus of my advocacy work because of the environment I found myself in growing up. You know, in an environment where you realize that young people or adolescents do not have access to information to make informed decision, in an environment which is in a cultural context where it's so difficult for a young person to even walk to the pharmacy to purchase contraceptives or even walk to the health center to ask for information about her adolescent health or her sexual health. An environment where you have a lot of adolescents actually dropping out of school because of teenage pregnancy, because of child marriage, because possibly parents may not really see the essence of putting the adolescents in education because they may not have any planned future for these adolescents. So SRH was my focus, or I would say is still my focus, because I believe that as young people or as adolescents, we need to find ourselves in a supportive environment for us to grow and thrive. Hence, it's important for us to get access to information, which is vital in order for us to make informed decisions. Well, SRH is very, very important. Sexual reproductive health rights is so important because it is actually fundamental to the human rights of adolescents and young people. As adolescents and young people, it's important for us to have access to this information because it goes a long way. Having access to that information now as an adolescent actually transcends to, I would say, who I would want to be in future, because if I get access to that information, that can help me, that can help guide my career path on who I want to be one day. But I'll say there have been quite some challenges for adolescents and young people, and this may be contextual. It may differ from every country, but coming from Ghana, I would say one major challenge in Ghana is access to SRH information. As I indicated early on, it's difficult for young people and adolescents to access information. Young people and adolescents are not actually involved in policies that actually concerns them. Young people will just be there, adolescents, and you will be informed, okay, this policy has been passed in favor of young people, but it's actually not being implemented. It's just being passed because everybody wants to see it being passed. But what actually is happening on the grounds, it's totally different from what is being stated in that policy. It's difficult for adolescents to walk to health facilities, to access information. These challenges are quite a lot for young people and also adolescents, especially finding themselves in such communities. Now, the solution possibly is to ensure that young people and adolescents are actually engaged at all levels. We are not just the future, but we are actually the present. You can't call us or you can't describe us as the future without involving us in the policies and the frameworks that are being worked on now. Hence, it's important that in all aspects, we don't want to be put aside and called upon when the money is ready. No, we want you to call upon us and ask us, what do we want? Then allow young people to tell you what they actually want. Then there, if you want to provide us with that funding, that is provided for us to find a solution to it. And also, it's important that when we have these discussions, let's not forget inclusion. Usually, for instance, persons living with disabilities, young people living with disabilities are quite challenged because they are not involved in this whole process. So it's quite a holistic process that we need a holistic approach to ensure that everybody is included. And to do that, you need to involve young people in all aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. And so I think you're highlighting one point, and that's whether actually the decision makers feel that you can make a decision yourself about your own lives. So let's maybe move to Jana. And Jana, speaking for your experience as an activist over the last few years, can you elaborate on some of the challenges that you and your peers have faced, especially when it's coming to adolescent health and well-being during conflict and in conflict settings? You have been working with peers and other partners to address this, and it's also an important issue around the mental health of young people. So maybe you can highlight a couple of your experiences.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Yana Panfilova. I'm from Kiev, Ukraine, which is capital of Ukraine. I'm 25 years old and I was born with HIV. As a young person born with HIV, I never expected that one day I would flee my homeland as a refugee and continue to fear that it will take years, even decades, for me to recover from these emotional scares. This is the state of the mental health for me and for entire generation of young Ukrainians. I'm not here just to tell my story, because there is many young people those lives are more moving than my own. I'm here to scream for attention for the mental health crisis facing millions of young people around the world who are growing up in the world of tyranny and mental fragility. Let me tell you about the story about Valeria, an activist from our organization Teenager in Ukraine. She was only 17. She tried suicide 3 times and she were not able to get any mental health before because of the parental consent law. What is the WHO definition of health? Health is the state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely an essence of disease. But the doctors and nurses in the hospital who had duty to ensure her mental well-being look at her with contempt. Our organization, Teenager, was lucky to help her in time. We got a psychiatrist to support her. After she was diagnosed with depression, she started take treatment and her condition stabilized. Today she is living in Ukraine, and despite the war, she has better mental health than she has had in many years. I'm proud of our work, but our model is based of 200 peer psychological volunteers. We can only support a small numbers of young people who need help now. Who is supporting the hundreds of thousands of young people we can't even reach? There are thousands of young Ukrainians, women like Valeria. We were only able to help one. A few hundreds more are getting support at clinics at hospitals in Ukraine, but thousands more young women and girls are living alone as a refugee in other countries where they are too afraid to ask for help from a mental health expert in another country in another language, because they are too afraid to be looked at with the same contempt that Valeria experienced. It doesn't matter if a young person has depression or cancer or HIV. It doesn't matter how much money has spent to build a new clinic the staff is working in, or how high the salaries of the best trained health experts. If young people cannot expect that we will be welcomed by mental health professionals and trained free of discrimination, we will not seek support for mental health or any other conditions, regardless of where we are from, how we define our gender. If I'm going to face contentment from mental health expert who is supporting to help me, I will feel safer to hide in the shadows or get free mental health support from ChatGPT. These crises are not going to finish soon, or even. So we need to ensure that young people, especially teenagers, have access to professional mental health services that are strong enough to work in any crisis, any wars in our world. Thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Anna, for highlighting that case of Valeria, because I think there will be hundreds and thousands of Valerias in other humanitarian settings, and they need support. Next, we'll come to Kenisha. Kenisha, you're an executive member of UNESCO's Youth Network, and you lead a network of 100 education activists across the world to provide quality education to all young people. And we've seen from Stefan's presentation how high education is on the mind of young people. How do you see adolescents and young people's voices being listened to and attended to in policy-making bodies in such a fundamental area as education? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee, and hello to the distinguished excellencies, member states, and my fellow youth leaders. My journey started a couple years ago when my best friend dropped out of high school, not because she didn't have a passion for learning, but because she couldn't access menstrual hygiene products in our school washrooms. And this journey, it took me quite a while to understand. How could something like a stigma become such a huge barrier that prevented not only my friend, but 1 in 7 girls in Canada from going to school and learning? So at a young age of 16, I mustered up any courage that I had, and I put my name to run for a school board trustee. Once I got elected, I put forth a motion to provide free menstrual hygiene products in our school washrooms. But I was quickly dismissed because this proposal was rejected, not because they didn't believe in the passion or understand the empathy or understand the concerns that young people had, but because of the stigma. In fact, I wasn't even allowed to talk about it at a public board meeting. But I continued to advocate. I continued to educate peers around me and the fellow trustees sitting around me in the boardroom. And with that, I'm proud to now say that this motion has been institutionalized. But thank you. But it was only because they themselves had the courage to choose science over stigma. And this is the reality of us young people and us adolescents. We continue to sit at the crossroads of choosing between our health or our education every single day. And as Stefan mentioned, our health is what prepares us to go to school, be in safe learning environments, and be ready for our future. But it is our education that equips us with those skills. So is it fair for us to have to choose between these two realities? I don't think so. So how do we move forward? We need more young people working on health policies in education systems. We need more young people working in health systems around education policies. And we need to recognize that education and healthcare are two sides of the same coin. When I was 16, I dared myself to see if I could change a system after hearing so many no's. And so to all the young people listening to our conversation, I dare you to see just how far you can go to change and challenge a system, just how far you can go to convince and educate your peers and government leaders. And to the member states here today, I dare you to choose science over stigma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kanisha, and particularly for highlighting this very topical issue about menstrual hygiene. But also, this really links up to the initiative that UNESCO, WHO, and UNICEF are supporting around health-promoting schools. Because it's really, we need both. We need to be healthy in order to have good educational outcomes, and the educational outcomes that we have will result in health benefits afterwards as well. So let us now open up the floor for some brief interventions from our esteemed member states who are here in the room with us. And I see Mexico, Ambassador, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Anshu. Es un honor para México participar en la primera sesión plenaria del Foro Global de Adolescentes 2030. Mi país está firmemente comprometido con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y reconoce que el bienestar de las personas adolescentes y jóvenes es fundamental para cumplir con las metas establecidas. Por eso, la agenda del bienestar de los adolescentes es una prioridad para México. Este foro es una oportunidad para establecer un diálogo ágil y global en favor de las políticas públicas y los compromisos para el cumplimiento acelerado de la agenda. También es una oportunidad para escuchar la perspectiva y las preocupaciones de las personas jóvenes de manera directa, que consideramos fundamental para comprender mejor sus necesidades y aspiraciones, evitar visiones tutelares y diseñar políticas efectivas. Con base en nuestra legislación y contexto, México ha asumido compromisos específicos en favor del bienestar de los jóvenes y está trabajando activamente para cumplirlos bajo un enfoque multisectorial. Estos compromisos abarcan sectores como la salud, la educación y un entorno seguro, libre de violencia, entre otros, que consideramos fundamentales para conectar de manera transversal sus necesidades y derechos. Continuaremos trabajando para garantizar que estos objetivos se cumplan y así lograr que nuestros adolescentes y jóvenes tengan un futuro prometedor. Deseamos mucho éxito a las y los participantes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and for highlighting particularly the issue of the need to listen to young people in order to get them engaged and to adjust the policies according to that. And also particularly the issue of multisectorality and violence in that age group. I see there are many plaques up, so I will maybe first go to India. Ambassador, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banerjee, and thank you very much to all the panelists, and it was wonderful to listen to all your perspectives. This forum, we believe, plays a very pivotal role to amplify political attention, to foster international cooperation, and also to accelerate actions to ensure the holistic well-being and development of adolescents and youth. India is firmly committed to this agenda, and in fact, as a part of our G20 presidency this year, we had hosted a special side event on it. As the most significant stakeholders in their own future, young people's contributions to decision-making processes have a perspective that others simply cannot bring. And we therefore need to ensure that the youth participate fully and effectively in these processes and that their voices are heard and heeded. India has one of the world's largest youth populations, and with a substantial proportion actually representing, comprising the adolescents. And securing their well-being and their development is not just a societal obligation, but also a strategic necessity for us to ensure the nation's future growth and prosperity. Going through vast physical, emotional, and cognitive transformations, adolescents do require our focused attention and nurturing, which is why, as part of India's national efforts, and we have significant investments in youth programs, and adolescent well-being has a very high priority. the digital revolution in India and the enormous strides that we have made in recent years in universalizing access to high-quality education, health services, and developmental infrastructure have greatly facilitated these efforts. I'll conclude by reiterating India's commitment to further strengthening our policy environment and also to collaborating with international efforts to empower adolescents and young persons and to equip them to become future leaders for the world. We wish all success to the forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I'll just move down the table. South Africa, I think the Deputy Representative.
Distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. DG. Let me thank the discussants for their presentations and their good advocacy work. South Africa takes the floor to emphasize the utmost priority the country places on the well-being of adolescents, a commitment that resonates deeply with the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa in his role as the chair of the Global Leaders Network. Adolescents' well-being is central to our national efforts. The government of South Africa recognizes that investing in the future of our adolescents and youth is investing in a prosperous and equitable world. Adolescents are not only our future leaders, but our present partners in driving positive change. The 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign and the Global Forum for Adolescents, coordinated by the PNCH, serves as an instrumental platform where South Africa has actively engaged in dialogue and collaborative actions to address the critical challenges faced by our youth. It has not only been crucial to amplify our political commitment, but also is enabling us to accelerate the implementation of tangible national initiatives aimed at improving the well-being of adolescents. This global forum aligns seamlessly with our domestic efforts, creating a synergy that reinforces our dedication to the cause of adolescents' well-being. As outlined by His Excellency President Ramaphosa during the launch, and I quote, over 1.5 million adolescents and young adults aged 10 to 24 years died in 2021, about 4,500 every day. This is too many young people who should be growing, thriving, and developing in our communities of tomorrow. In these trying times, it is of paramount importance that we prioritize the well-being of our adolescents, ensuring that we have opportunities, support, and protection they deserve. The government of South Africa stands firmly committed to this cause, and we invite our esteemed colleagues to join us in this collective endeavor. I thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll move to the Ambassador of the United Republic of Tanzania.
We thank you for inviting the United Republic of Tanzania to participate in this important forum, which indeed an important intervention for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In 2021, Tanzania launched the National Accelerated Action and Investment Agenda for Adolescents, Health and Wellbeing 2021/2022 to 2024-2025, known as NAIA AHW, so as to take the advantage of its demographic by investing in important adolescents' health and productivity. Investment in adolescents' health, particularly reproductive health, can triple dividends. Moderator wanted to insist on this, and 1 year increase in average tertiary education levels would eventually yield up to 12% increase in GDP. The NAIA AHW anchors on 6 pillars. First, preventing HIV. Second, preventing teenage pregnancies. Third, preventing sexual, physical, and emotional violence. Fourth, improving nutrition. And fifth, keeping boys and girls in schools. And last one, developing skills for meaningful economic opportunities. Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan instituted key policy reforms, including the commitment to allow all girls who become pregnant to return to school after giving birth. We committed to promote and participate in the review of the policies and laws with negative effects on adolescents' health, nutrition, and well-being, such as the Law of Marriage Act 1971, as amended, which permits marriage of 15-year-old girls, exposing teen girls to teen pregnancies and their negative consequences. We invite global partners to join hands in implementing the national multisectoral investment agenda for adolescents' health and well-being. I thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the Health Councillor from Portugal.
Thank you very much. Thank you for organizing this important forum, dear Dr. Tedros, dear Dr. Winnie. Also, thank you for the leadership of Erika, of Jana, and of Kenisha on this topic. And thank you for this opportunity to discuss Portugal's commitment to the adolescent well-being agenda. We are compelled by the thought that adolescents' well-being has far-reaching implications for the future. We need healthy, inspired, and resourceful citizens. They are the future leaders and innovators, and fostering their happiness ensures a more capable and informed generation to tackle future challenges. As we brilliantly seen today by the presentation of Professor, because this life stage is a critical period for physical, mental, and emotional development, neglecting this welfare of adolescents can lead to long-term health and societal issues. Let me give you some examples of what Portugal is doing. First, on youth representation. The National Youth Council was created already in 1985 with a legal status. Since its creation, it has been the representative platform for youth organizations nationwide, covering the most diverse expressions of youth associations in all fields. Second, on our international representation. Portugal, adding to the leadership on New York on these issues, has been involving young people in the decision-making progress, namely by having youth delegates as part of our country's official delegations. We've had youth delegates to the UN General Assembly, the Human Rights Council, or the World Health Assembly, to name a few. I would like to conclude by reiterating Portugal's commitment to youth and by recognizing the important role of the Global Forum for Adolescents as a platform to create awareness for the needs of this important population group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me move to Zambia and the Health Attaché. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, and of course the very eloquent speakers. Wish to just share a few comments on behalf of my ambassador. So Zambia's demographics indicate that children from 0 to 9 years constitute approximately 32% of the population, while adolescents and young people collectively constitute 33% of Zambia's population. Therefore, for Zambia, adolescents and young people are a key stakeholder on whom the country depends to move the economy to the desired levels. In this regard, the government of Zambia is committed to setting a conducive environment for them to flourish and realize their full potential. To give 2 examples, Zambia recently introduced free education from primary to secondary school, and under health, adolescent health spaces have been established across the country as an entry point to adolescent-friendly health services. Therefore, the adolescent live for adolescents and young people to continue setting the tone of how they envision the world to be going forward. I thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much. Maybe Nigeria next, the Health Attaché. Over to you.
Nigeria is also a country with a lot of young people. As of 2017, we have between the ages of 10 to 25, about 60 million young people. And so it would be very important for this partnership to continue to make effort to get political involvement. Of course, I heard it in the statement that was made earlier, for political leaders to invest in the welfare of young people. And then also, it would be important to also get intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, foundations, big philanthropies, and conglomerates as much as possible to also invest in the welfare of young people because of a lot that needs to be done for them, as we have seen. Furthermore, it will be good for the partnership to continue to invest in campaigns that enlighten young people from a strained lifestyle that hamper positive and progressive all-round development. There are some enlightenment that young people need that would help them to make informed decisions. and that this will help them, to not go the wrong way as they develop. As we have heard, there are many issues of teenage pregnancies and many other lifestyles that really affect young people, which they need to be enlightened to take informed decisions. And so also there would be need to invest in public awareness campaigns that focus on self-evaluation and awareness for adolescents, and also the need to invest in additional enlightenment campaigns for parents and those who care for young people. Yeah, they need to really be able to support them, provide effective support for them to, for their progressive development into their adulthood. I would stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we can maybe go to Honduras. Councillor, over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, Director General. So, agradecemos al Director General Tedros, a la Organización Mundial de la Salud y the Partnership for Maternal, Neighbor and Child Health por este espacio. Nuestra presencia en este diálogo demuestra el compromiso que se tiene para entender y duplicar los esfuerzos en temas trascendentales como el bienestar, la salud, participación y el desarrollo de los adolescentes y jóvenes. Los adolescentes representan 1.8 billones de la población mundial y esta cifra crece en países en vías de desarrollo. El gobierno de Honduras afronta esta realidad con una apertura al diálogo, la búsqueda de la reforma y el fortalecimiento de los sistemas de educación, salud, así como una efectiva implementación de un sistema integral de garantías de derechos de la niñez y adolescencia, a fin de proteger el futuro de los adolescentes e impulsar sus capacidades para que puedan participar activamente en la búsqueda de reformas estructurales. Reconocer el liderazgo como la competencia que tienen los jóvenes, sin importar su género, estatus socioeconómico o si poseen una situación de discapacidad, es fundamental para contribuir a un cambio en nuestro presente y futuro. Esto resultará en la participación efectiva de cada uno de los jóvenes en procesos políticos y sociales, para que se desenvuelvan en niveles internacionales y nacionales. Honduras, como actual presidente de la Comisión de la Población y el Desarrollo, cree en el poder de los jóvenes para participar en los procesos a través del diálogo, para llegar a acuerdos, contribuir en la implementación de objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, avanzar en las temáticas que influyen en la población y el desarrollo integral de los pueblos. No debemos olvidar que el bienestar de los adolescentes forma prioridad para los esfuerzos de nuestras sociedades, ya que en los jóvenes se encuentra la potencia para alcanzar las grandes transformaciones que este mundo necesita. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for highlighting health, but also the development of young people and the fact that we need a multi-sectoral approach for that and an integrated approach, and also involving young people in setting policies. So we've heard from our member states, and I think it was very inspiring. We've heard the strategies that have put in place really to look at addressing health and well-being for young people and adolescents. And so I think we'll now move on to look at what the UN agencies are going to do and what the UN family will contribute. So I would first like to hand the floor to UN Women to hear what they would like to contribute to this agenda.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to this excellent panel. It's very exciting to hear from you. I wanted to share that in preparation for this Global Forum on Adolescents, UN Women convened a Global Adolescent Girl Leadership Town Hall, where adolescent girls called on the following commitments. First, for governments to increase the level and effectiveness of domestic spending on adolescent well-being by providing adequate budgetary allocations to education expenditure within ministries of education and to address adolescent health, well-being, and period poverty. For civil society to provide the space, support, and opportunity for adolescent girls to drive their own development agenda by engaging them in creating the policies, programming, and research that affect their lives and communities. for philanthropies to fund girl-led movements in underserved geographies, accompanied by resources and support for national, regional, and global learning strategies and networking. And for UN agencies to provide resources and opportunities for adolescent leadership development and initiatives that recognize girls as co-leaders, co-creators, and as partners, including comprehensive training and capacity building programs to help girls develop public speaking and leadership skills. We welcome the opportunity to partner with you and with the 1.8 billion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adriana. Dr. Natalia Kanem, Executive Director of UNFPA. Over to you.
Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, dear young people, greetings of peace. My message to you is straightforward. Invest in adolescents now. Invest in adolescents' preparation for leadership. Invest in their acquisition of life skills. Tell them the truth about sexual and reproductive health and rights. That's a winning move for health and wealth in this generation and continuing into the next. Invest in the education of an adolescent girl to reap the economic dividends. Just a fortnight ago, under the grand canopy of the United Nations General Assembly, young people reminded us that they stand not on the periphery, but at the very heart of sustainable development. Young people are the pulse of our families and our communities. They're innovators and change makers. They are the torchbearers for human rights. The immense potential to lead positive change around the world lies squarely in their hands. Yet, young people's potential can only be fully realized when they're healthy, educated, safe, and equipped to make positive choices about their bodies and their lives. In more than 120 countries, UNFPA is implementing culturally sensitive, age-appropriate, comprehensive sexuality education programs. These equip young people to make informed decisions about their bodies and lives, empower them as agents of change in their communities, and enable them to see themselves as the future leaders they will become. The young people UNFPA works with every day inspire us and fill us with hope. We stand with them in advocating for their health and well-being. I close with this Yoruba proverb. It's one of my favorites. With the wisdom of the youth, with the wisdom of the elders. That is how Ife was built. Young people, UNFPA stands united with you. We know there are no limits to what we can collectively achieve when you're fully at the center of sustainable development, of global health, of humanitarian responses, of gender equality, of climate equity, and at the center of our unwavering defense of human rights for all.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for that intervention. Next, I'd like to introduce the Executive Director for UNAIDS, Winnie Binyama. And we know that adolescents is a very important population group for you. So over to you for your remarks.
Thank you very much, Anshu, and your team for inviting me. Excellencies, distinguished ambassadors, representatives of governments, my brother, Dr. Tedros, DG of WHO, young people who are here and who are listening to us all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, nothing excites me more, nothing is more important for me than to hang around with young people. So don't mind that I'm gray-haired and on this panel, but this is because it's so important to be listening and learning from young people. The face of HIV in Africa is that of an adolescent girl. It is. Last year, across the world, 4,000 adolescent girls and young women in this age bracket of 15 to 24 were getting infected with HIV every week. Every week, 4,000 around the world, girls, young women. Of these, 3,100 were in sub-Saharan Africa. It's a very African problem. It's an African girl and an African young woman. It's a huge injustice because we know it shouldn't be like that, and we know why. It is intersecting inequalities. It's structural injustices that are making girls, young women, so vulnerable to a disease. Education is a protective factor here. Not only it reduces new infections, but it also is a way to reduce early marriage, teenage pregnancies, sexual violence against girls. Keeping a girl in school protects against all of this. We know what we need to do. We know that this problem is of inequality, leveling out the inequalities in education, in health, in economic skills. But to do that, you must have political commitment to level out and partnerships across sectors, the multi-sectoral approach. We know what we need to do. So I am so proud that we, UNAIDS, are part of this partnership that brings together young women, the Global Forum for Adolescents. We are proud to be part of the 1.8 billion campaign. And tell us what more we need to do, Anshu. We are proud of that because it is through those partnerships that we solve the different challenges from HIV, early marriage, teenage break, all of them. It is through partnerships that we can achieve what we want. So I'm eager to stay a part of this global forum and for UNAIDS to be a strong partner. And thank you, governments who have come here at the highest level for coming to show up for our young people. Thank you so much. Back to you, Anshu.
Thank you very much, Winnie. And I want to go back to Erica, Yana, and Kenisha, because they have listened to what member states have said. They have listened to a couple of our UN agencies speaking. And what is the one word that comes to your mind that you think is the next action or is an issue that needs to be highlighted in this agenda for well-being for adolescents? Erica.
So I have here inclusion, which plays a vital role in all aspects. We need to be included in everything, from planning to implementation. So inclusion is very critical for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, it's about mental health, because now the young people, the future of young people are the biggest attack right now, not only in Ukraine, but in the whole world. So, and the mental health, the vital step for our future. Thank you so much.
For me, it's health education. That is the foundation of ensuring that we live healthy lives for a long time.
I'd like to go over to Dr. Tedros, the Director General for WHO, who is a very strong advocate for involvement of young people and youth and adolescents. We were having a discussion the other day about developing the next general program of work for WHO, and Dr. Tedros said we have to involve young people in this agenda, in shaping WHO's agenda. Dr. Tedros, over to you for final comments for this session.
Thank you. How many minutes do I have? Because they're saying time. Before you say time up, I finish. Sorry, I'm kidding. Dear ambassadors, thank you so much for your presence. It shows your commitment. Dear heads of delegation, my dear sister Winnie, dear adolescents and young people joining us today. First of all, I fully agree with Erica, Yana, and Kenisha. Inclusion, mental health, and health education. And thank you all so much for taking part in these important discussions, and to PMNCH and also Anshu, all his colleagues, for bringing us here together. And it's an honor for WHO to host this event. We have heard inspiring voices from around the world, united by a shared commitment to the well-being of adolescents, all the 1.8 billion. Change often begins with young people. Our path must be guided by the voices we aim to empower. And yet, adolescent health and well-being continues to be a low priority in many national health plans. The challenges young people face are many and growing every year. As we have just heard, an estimated 4,500 young people lose their lives every day, including 2,600 adolescents, mostly from preventable or treatable causes. 1 in 7 adolescents experience a mental health issue, and more than 12 million girls give birth each year, mostly in developing regions. And 1/5 of young people, many of them young women, are without employment, education, or training. All of these challenges are further compounded by other crises, including climate change and the increasing cost of living. This Global Forum for Adolescents is a key milestone in the What Young People Want campaign. In the past year, the campaign has amplified the voices of more than 1 million young people through more than 100 events, resulting in concrete commitments to change from countries. Adolescent well-being is a collective responsibility that transcends borders, generations, agencies, and sectors. Over the next 2 days, I invite everyone to join the discussions on various aspects of adolescent well-being. Together, we must strive for a world where young people can be the best versions of themselves. WHO has always been and will always be an ally of adolescents and youth. And as you know, we have a WHO Youth Council that participated in the planning of these events. And our Youth Council members actually represent the major youth organizations. And using those organizations will bring results. It's when we're organized and push in an organized way that we can get result. And that we will help in any way possible to work with you. By the way, not only WHO Youth Council, we have also, as part of the transformation, established Civil Society Commission, and we can also work with them and mobilize for this big agenda. So we remain committed to supporting countries to develop policies and programs focused on the well-being of adolescents, including on gender, mental health, and inequity. Thank you all, especially, I said earlier, to colleagues who have organized this meeting for your commitment to promoting, providing, and protecting the health and well-being of adolescents. And I wish you a successful forum, and I'm at your disposal. If there is any issue that I can help, please feel free and don't hold back to come and ask me to help, because this is everybody's agenda. Thank you so much.
We know what to do. We need to do it. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Extraordinary. 1.2 million voices. That is immense. Every one of those voices needs to be heard, and that's what we're here to do.
Yes, and a lot of these young people who have never been asked to share their views before, about their experiences before, their testimonies are so strong. And you know, we saw some key themes coming across. We heard about mental health, the need for inclusion, the need for health education as well. And Dr. Tedros said that we should call on him. So Dr. Tedros will be calling on you. Now we have 2 sessions coming up. One is about meaningful adolescent youth engagement, and we'll be hearing about youth-led organizations, exploring what this really means, sharing their insights, and spotlighting some successes.
Or you can head over to a session called Lights, Camera, Action. I like the sound of that one. That's where we'll see young leaders meeting with the UK Minister of State in the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, Andrew Mitchell. But first, we're going to hear more about the adolescent town halls that we heard about in the plenary, as well as some 1.8 news reporters. Here we go.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead!
Создавая безопасные платформы, создавая безопасные диалоги, где они могут задавать свои вопросы, получать точные на них ответы.
We demand that the government develops and enforces anti-bullying policies and trains staff and students on how to prevent them.
I wish to address the obstacles we are facing on the disruption of girls' education in the aftermath of the recent earthquake.
My participation in the Adolescent Girl Town Hall was motivated by the lack of transparency and support systems for adolescent victims of gender-based violence in my community, which stems from our autonomy being ignored.
We need to count on us as adolescent leaders not only to be beneficiaries of state programs, but to be part of the planning processes and implementation of state policies.
We drafted recommendations for civil society, philanthropies, and member states, and we hope you would join us in making sure that all girls get a chance to make the world a better place.
It is our hope that these recommendations are not just listened to, but are also acted upon. We really want to live in a world where the voices and aspirations of adolescent girls are actually listened and upheld.
Youth make up to 16% of the global population, which makes us a huge demographic group, and which is why it is very important to bring us into these spaces where these different topics are being discussed. So we have a huge potential to shape a better and healthier future for all. We bring the creativity, we bring the fresh perspectives and ideas into the discussion, and so we need to be equal partners in the decision-making processes.
More than any man can give to you, baby. 'Cause you were beautiful to me. I know many guys can love you, but I'm the only one for you. See all the love.
As a kid growing up in Norway, I grew up diagnosed with ADHD and dyslexic, and I was having a lot of problems with a lot of energy and didn't know what to do with all that burst of energy. And having a place where I can go and dance and have people with different colors and different cultures just take me in as a kid, letting me burst out with the energy with dance and with each other was just the most perfect thing growing up with. And I think it just shows how much it just contributed to my life and how I am now. So yeah.
Absolutely. I love all of those answers. Thank you for sharing that.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'd like first to thank you for the opportunity to bring in the perspectives of young healthcare professionals to this very important roundtable. It was only 6 months ago when my country, Egypt, hosted the UN Climate Change Conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, and I was lucky to be appointed by the COP27 president as a young medical doctor who herself saw the detrimental impacts of climate change on her patients and generation as the first official youth envoy. 1.8 billion young people, including children and adolescents, are now shouldering the impacts of climate change on their lives and livelihoods. Almost 1/3 of deaths of children under the age of 5 is directly linked to environmental degradation. 1 out of 5 children lack access to safe drinking water, while air pollution affects young people the hardest. This is also combined with the exacerbation of the inequality in access to healthcare services, education, and decent job opportunities, especially for young women and girls who make up 90% of the climate migrant population, and also experience gender-based discrimination and violence that is aggravated by the scarcity of resources. Climate change is also affecting the mental health of young people, from despair at the unpredictable climate disasters to the anxiety about the future of mankind. These feelings are further heighten the disconnect between young people and their governments and public institutions. Yet, I'm not here to tell the story of my generation's distress, distrust, and disappointment. I'm here to share that young people around the world are leading the climate challenge. They are doing this with innovation, with dedication, and most importantly, with a powerful health argument that climate action is going to provide the conditions for a world where no one has to ever face any health challenges. Creating resilient societies with cleaner air, access to green spaces, safer sources of energy, as well as a well-connected community. I'm proud to be part of the beautiful health community of young healthcare professionals who believe in their responsibility as the first-line responders to the impacts of climate change on health. Medical students are working with their institutions to integrate climate change in curriculum. Young health practitioners are prescribing nature to improve their patients' well-being when connecting with nature, as well as decarbonizing their healthcare facilities. However, such youth-led bottom-up approaches remain siloed from the top-down negotiation processes because of the little dialogue between the ministers that are in the negotiating rooms and young people who are on the outside.
Unite! Unite! Rise! Rise! Lead! Lead! Young people, this is our time.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good night for those of us who are still a couple of hours behind us. Thank you so much for being here and welcome to the Global Forum for Adolescents 2023. So this is the first ever global gathering of adolescents, advocates, and global leaders to meet passionate champions, experts, and leaders during some 2 days of exciting days of debate, dialogue, and action. So we're really excited to have you here. The Global Forum for Adolescents is a chance for young people like us to come together and take stock of the progress that we've made towards the SDGs and to figure out how we can even do better in the future. So we'll be hearing from leaders, sharing our stories and our experiences and new ideas and working together to find solutions that will make a real difference. So once again, thank you so much to everyone from joining us across different time zones and different continents. I'm Beatrice Okech, and I'll be your moderator for today's session. And I'm here on behalf of the Yield Hub, where I serve as a partnerships and communications advisor. So I'm super excited to be here with you today. We have an exciting session lined up. We have some incredible speakers joining us today who I will introduce to you over the next couple of minutes. But before we start, I'd like to just talk about the theme of our session today, which is meaningful adolescent and youth engagement, an unfulfilled promise and the road ahead. So it's in the name, guys. So we're really just trying to dive into, the experiences that many youth advocates, adolescent and youth advocates have had, in the field of youth engagement, and highlighting their lived experiences and using that as lessons that we can use to move forward. So before we start the session, I would like to jump into our rules of engagement. I would like to request next slide, please. Thank you. So our rules of engagement for the day are, I can see a little, it's clear now. So we have mindfulness, we have respect, we have empathy, we have listening, non-judgment, confidentiality, safety, and well-being. So let's keep that in mind over the next couple of minutes of this session. And just as a note, our safeguarding focal points for today are myself. My email is on the slide at beatrice@yieldhub.global, and we have Bhavya as well from the PMNCH team, whose email is nandini@who.int. So I'll just briefly go through the agenda and then we can just get started. So we'll have a brief welcome session, which is what we're doing right now. And then we'll dive into the panel contributions. And finally, we'll have a Q&A from the audience where you can share with us your thoughts, any questions that you might have, and we'll have our incredible speakers, plug into that. So, but before we get started, we just want to, pick your brains a little bit with a quick Mentimeter. So the instructions on how to use this are on the screen. You can go to www.nt.com. Just scan it and you should be able to just dive into the questions. I hope you haven't lost me. Can everyone hear me? All right. Okay, great. So to our tech team, do we have any, responses coming in? Once again, go to www.menti.com, use the code 81616736, or use the QR code to dive into the Mentimeter questions for the day. We really just want to pick your brains as we get started with this session. All right. Any responses coming in, tech team? Okay, all right. We'll dive into those a little bit later on in the session. Right now, let's just dive into our first speaker of the day. Her name is Carla Laura Pacorina from Bolivia. She's a member of the Red Nacional to Decides organization in Bolivia, as mentioned. And I'll just quickly introduce her, and then we'll go right into a video that she shared with us. She couldn't be here with us today, but she did, send us her insights early on. So Carla Laura is 21 years old, and she's a young feminist activist for sexual and reproductive health. And she's an active youth leader of the Red Nacional de Líderes y Lideresas Juveniles. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering this. Spanish is not one of my languages. And where she holds the position of spokesperson for political advocacy for the network in spaces of representation, such as the Pact for Sexual Rights and Reproductive Rights, the Pro-Secularism Committee, and Montevideo Alert. And she is a university student majoring in public accounting and law. So we'll just dive into the video and listen to what she has to say to us today. Over to the tech team.
La participación significativa de las juventudes en la red Tú Decides es muy importante, pues se debe ver a las juventudes como una fuerza positiva para el cambio social, transformacional y consciente. Ser protagonistas y en este caso
to be protagonists,
espacios, no
and in this case, representatives in different spaces, not only at the departmental level, but also national and international level, which is being a feminist organization that promotes the full exercise of sexual rights, having adolescents and young people within the organization helps to act in different axes, such as advocacy, social audit, and accountability. In Bolivia, youth representation needs to be more meaningful and effective, going beyond just symbolic gestures. Encourage youth to take part in project management, collaborate with initiatives led by and for youth, facilitate the inclusion of youth in the processes, not only of national consultations, but also local ones, including through the incorporation of new technologies. It would help us a lot to know the perspective of other youth because, as you know, youth are diverse. The impact of youth in the mainly their representation is essential so that we can reflect on our situations, identify our needs, influence the definition of what our priorities are, make demands and proposals much more effective, and be protagonists not only for our present but also our future to continue being agents of change.
All right, thank you so much for sharing that video with us. We're off to a great start, pushing for the meaningful engagement of adolescents and young people all over the world. Great to hear from Bolivia as well. So we'll dive into the next session, which is a panel discussion. But before we do that, I'll introduce you to the amazing speakers that we have on board today. So we have Rushna Zubair, who's 18 years old, and she's from Pakistan. She is an adolescent leader working on girls' rights in Pakistan, and she is currently the girl advisor at Adolescent Girls Investment, that is AGIP. She's also the ambassador 2022 to 2023 for M4M Volunteer Program 3.0 to promote mental health and well-being, focusing on youth, especially girls of Asia-Pacific regions. In the past, she's contributed to several key policy spaces on young feminist agendas, like the well-being management with schoolgirls during COVID-19 with UNDP, and the gender transformative youth priority action agenda by UN Women. Next, we have Belinda from Hong Kong with the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. She is a sustainability advocate and aspiring social entrepreneur. She founded the Food IE app, which aims to provide easy to understand resources for students to reduce their food-based carbon emissions. With a particular interest in addressing food insecurity, Belinda has volunteered both in the UK and in her home city of Hong Kong, with community farms and food redistribution NGOs to ensure that low-income families can access high-quality, locally grown produce. Next, we have Fortune, who is 23 years old from Zimbabwe, from the organization My Age Zimbabwe. He is an advocate for the health, rights, and well-being of young people, and he has been working with My Age Zimbabwe as a community mobilization champion for young people, as well as part of the My Age Zimbabwe's Theatre for Development team. He's also the president of the organization's Youth Action Movement under a regional program supported by IPPF, which has more than 300 young people who work to improve health outcomes of young people in his country. Next, we have Marie-Claire, who is 26 years old from Switzerland. Marie-Claire, a national and international climate policy consultant and advocate, is also the co-founder of Youth Negotiators Academy, a former focal point of the youth constituency at the United Nations Climate Change, and former vice chair on youth at the United Nations Food System Summit. She is a known climate justice activist and public speaker for a just transition towards sustainable development and ambitious climate action. She was the youngest negotiator of Switzerland to any UN climate negotiations and is currently training young diplomats from all over the world for multilateral processes. So as you can hear, everyone, we have some incredible speakers with us today, some very, inspiring young people from all over the world doing some incredible things. So I'll just dive right into, our panel for today, with our first question being directed to Rushna. Fortune, please mute. Thank you. Based on your experience, what has helped you and your fellow adolescent girls in meaningfully engaging with the internal governance of a global coalition? How can global alliances overcome challenges related to power dynamics and hierarchies when integrating meaningful girl and youth engagement into their governance and decision-making spaces? Over to you, Rushna.
So currently, as I've been explained, I'm working with Asia, which is a global feminist coalition, and to meaningfully engage their girl advisors, which is me and my fellow advisors with them, they are applying three main policies, which are safeguarding, financial assistance, and co-creating collective learning and focus on inclusion. So basically, through employing these three approaches, they are allowing me and my other girl advisors to meaningfully engage with them. So first of them is the safeguarding policy, which I'll be emphasizing on. As we might have felt, the youth voices and the adolescent voices, they are not taken into account because we are too young or too inexperienced to weigh in on the decisions about our future. However, Egypt does not believe in this perspective, and this is very much evidenced in the fact that they employ the safeguarding policy. So what happens in the safeguarding policy is that advisors from age 10 to 19 are onboarded together with a safeguarder who could be their guardian or a mentor from the NGO. And these safeguarders act as a co-pilot on the advisory journey. So they basically assist us to grasp onto the complexity of the issues that we discuss upon in the age of spaces. So if you're talking about anything that is faced by the adolescent girls and that is inhibiting their rights to be given to them, that would be, and advisors as age 13 or 10 are present in the meeting and they cannot grasp onto that complexity, the safeguarder could always help them out. This also emphasizes how Egypt is not disregarding assistance for fellow advisors and successfully eliminating the age barrier as well. Moreover, so they also provide financial assistance for accessibility. So we are not lacked from the resources, from the digital connection, or any obstacle that can come because of connectivity issues or lack of resources. For example, gadgets or devices, they are all eliminated. So we are very strongly digitally connected in the age of spaces, as well as people who are not traditionally digitally connected. They can also come on board as an advisor and can also connect and give on their perspective. So the AGIP is very much inconsiderate of the knowledge, of the time, and the perspectives that every adolescent that has to bring it on, can bring on the table, right? Moreover, so they also are very considerate of our personal time, because the meetings that are scheduled, they start right on time and they end right on time as well, so we can do our own personal things. And the last approach that AGIP takes in order to tackle through the power dynamics and the hierarchies that comes in a way of adolescents being on the table to decide their own future and their own right, is that they allow co-creating, they allow collective learning, and they focus on inclusion. So we have monthly meetings scheduled through Zoom call. And in these monthly meetings, we discuss upon the upcoming priorities. We can co-lead them as well, and we can represent AGIP externally to other boards as well. Similarly, these meetings also have interpretation in 3 languages, so French, Spanish, and English. All languages interpreters are present right there, and they're translating live, right, like it is in this meeting as well. So advisors can really bring their message forward in whatever language that they're comfortable in. And we also have one-on-one focal point meetings. And in these meetings, the focal points make sure that we are not overwhelmed by the issues or the work that we are doing, and we are fully comprehending whatever is going on in these meetings. And we also have buddy pairs. Through the buddy pairs, basically, we are connected with one other girl advisor, and we can form a connection with them. And we can garner their support, we can reciprocate that support, and that really helps to embrace all the perspectives. Because of the diversity that is in there in the group, in the advisory board, we can embrace all the wealth of perspectives and bring an informed decision for the adolescents that will basically unfold our advisory journey. So AGIP is it's basically treating us as equals in order to bring this meaningful engagement with adolescents. That is the 3 main approaches that AGIP uses.
All right, thank you so much. It's incredible to hear about how AGIP is working hard with its youth advisors, adolescent girl advisors to be exact, to really, dismantle the, systems of like power dynamics, and how they make a significant effort to, ensure that these girls are fully engaged and included, and they have actual decision-making authority in the work that AGIP does. I'm really about walking the walk and talking the talk, and really just ensuring that our money is where our mouth is. And so really just ensuring that these adolescent girls also have the resources to be able to do the work and, really contribute to the work that the organization is doing at the global level and even at national levels is really exciting. So I think we'll segue very quickly into the next question with Belinda. Which starts off, which really now brings us to more of a sort of national level. So based on your experiences, Belinda, what roles can organizations and governments play in supporting and forefronting youth-led initiatives, and how can they ensure that these efforts are sustainable and responsive to the evolving needs? Over to you, Belinda.
What a great question. Thank you so much, Beatrice, for the introduction and the opportunity. And Rishma, that was so inspiring to hear your sharing. I think before I respond to the question, I'd like to share more about the youth initiative that I'm currently representing with support of GAIN, which is the Act for Food, Act for Change campaign. So it's a global movement of young people that are calling for cross-sector and industry mobilization to drive the transition towards a more sustainable food system. It's now 2 years old, this movement. It was founded by 2 young food advocates after the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit, and now it's being led by 30 young people from all around the world that are also leading local and regional efforts to engage young people. So since over the past 2 years, we've had 160,000 young people and counting sign the Act for Food Pledge, which brings together people from all over the world to commit to their personal actions to contribute to climate action and larger scale change. And of course, the campaign is run, as I mentioned, with support of GAIN, as well as Food Foundation. So there's 2 nonprofit organizations that act as facilitators. And so this is a good segue, I think, into the question of what roles can organizations play, as well as governments, in forefronting youth initiatives. And I have 3 responses to that. I think firstly, these organizations really need to take youth-led initiatives seriously and see how they can uniquely add value in alignment with their own goals long-term. And I think in particular, what young people and their initiatives can bring is very valuable insights representing the perspectives of young people globally. So if I use the example of the campaign, we've done a lot of really extensive research with conversations with so many young people, as I said, over 160,000 on what they want to see in a sustainable food system. And we've done the work to really gather these insights. And so there's a lot of value in really having these insights recognized by organizations and governments, for example, in alignment with their national pathways, which was a really key focal point of the Food System Summit. I think the second point also is to really provide platforms to incubate young youth-led initiatives. Young people have a lot of ideas and passions and skill sets and networks, but sometimes it's really challenging to access aspects such as funding or long-term, for example, strategy and guidance. So there's a real opportunity here to have organizations and governments step in and provide some of these infrastructural resources or financial resources that will really help empower young people to become the leaders that they can be. And also finally ensuring that young people are co-creators of the initiatives and not just beneficiaries. For example, young people can be part of national country delegations to events like what Marie-Claire's had a lot of experience in, but also in youth boards in countries where, before ideas and policies get written up. For example, in the UK, I'm currently part of the Future Food Movement as a youth advisory representative, which is really giving me directly the platform to engage with food retailers to amplify what young people want to see in a sustainable strategy for retailers, and also really ensure that there's these long-term, and this is to answer the second part of the question about making it more sustainable, ensuring it's responsive to evolving needs, is to ensure that there are organizational structures that can give wings to ideas. It's really important to also recognize that, this might not be possible across different countries because of various political reasons. So it's really about ensuring that there are avenues that are open to young people where they feel like their ideas can be sustained and there are the structures in place to ensure, when someone, perhaps their commitments change, they enter the next phase of their career, for example, that there is a pipeline of young people that are educated and upskilled to continue the passion and the drive behind these youth-led events. And that's what it really takes to build a very resilient and also impactful youth-led initiative through these different partnerships with different sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Belinda. And I think we're already starting to see a theme in this session. We're seeing resources, guys. So for young people, for adolescents and young people to be able to do the work that they, are so great at, we need resources for that. And it's also really great to hear you talk about having young people not as beneficiaries, but really co-creators of these interventions. We're talking in different spaces. It's so great to hear you come in from the angle of, food systems and food security. We've had someone talk about sexual and reproductive health as well, and gender equality. So it's really great to see that these are actionable sort of tools and systems and actions that we can take in the different spaces that adolescents and young people work in. So off to a really great start, guys. I'm really happy to just be in this space and listen to the incredible insights that you have to share today. So we'll go ahead and hear from Fortune. So Fortune, based on your experience of leading community mobilization and youth networks, how can key stakeholders like government, philanthropy, and NGOs practice equitable partnerships with young people, particularly those from marginalized communities or backgrounds? Over to you.
Firstly, I would say there is need for them to understand that as young people, we come from different communities, and especially for young people that come from key and marginalized communities, there is need to be culturally responsive and inclusivity. So the organizations and institutions need to create an environment where the young people, we as young people, we feel that we are welcomed and we are respected. This means that they need to be aware of and response to the unique experiences and the unique needs that we young people want. There's also need to be inclusive in terms of language, just because you understand that especially young people from key and marginalized communities, they are not eloquent speakers when it comes to English and other languages that are needed in these high-level meetings. There is also need to train the staff that will be working with young people so that they understand the unique needs of the young people. Taking from Belinda, there is need to provide resources in the support. So if you want to work with young people from the marginalized communities, there is need to have the resources and provide the support that the young people need so that they can participate in the activities. There is need to provide the financial assistance, transportation, and also mentorship. And also speaking on mentorship, there is need to train the young people so that at the end of the day, even if they are coming from the marginalized communities, so that at the end of the year, you see that we took this young person from this point, and now they are also able to participate and also speak in the high-level meetings. There's also need to create youth voice and leadership. Young people need to be involved from the planning stage. Just because you'd see that at times, most of the times, you'd see that organizations come with their programs. They've already planned everything, and they just want you to be part of the beneficiaries. So we are saying, as young people from the key and marginalized communities, there is need to be there on the planning. There is need to also be there on the designing of how the program will be laid out. And there is need for us to be also part of the evaluating team to see what did we do right, what did we do wrong. And lastly, there is need to be transparent and accountable. Organizations and institutions should be transparent about their goals and expectations. They should also be accountable to the young people they are working with and be willing to listen to the feedback and the changes that are needed. You'd see that sometimes programs come with, I would say, you would already have planned everything. But then when you get into the community, we as young people tell you that the way we are doing things, or maybe the way that we were supposed to be doing things, yes, we agreed on the planning phase that we are supposed to do this and this and this. There's need to be able to collect the feedback and make the necessary changes that needs to be made when it comes to the programming. This would mean that young people need to be given opportunities, and they need to share ideas, they need to make decisions, they need to take the leadership roles. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Fortune. What really stood out to me, in your talk was just really about capacity building for young people, particularly those from marginalized communities. We have to recognize that we're all coming from different starting points, and we need to, sort of level the playing ground so that everyone is able to contribute meaningfully to the different issues that affect us. And also something that really stood out to me was the issue of, how young people are engaged in, the planning, in the implementation, and in the evaluation of interventions. A lot of the time, we talk about co-creating before we actually implement, but no one ever goes back to try and evaluate what happened, what went wrong, what went right, and how, young people's voices and adolescent and young people's voices can really, fit into such spaces. So it's really great to hear that perspective. And finally, it's also great to hear, the perspective around how donor entities, for instance, could be flexible, or how implementing organizations could be flexible in their interventions as well. A lot of the times we come in and we're very set in terms of what it is that we want to do, and we are not very flexible in terms of accommodating, the evolving needs of the people that we're working with, of the adolescents and the youth. I think that's something, a really great takeaway that we can take forward in the different work that we do in the future. So thank you so much for that, Fortune. It's really incredible to hear from you. Such a great session, such wonderful insights from our different speakers. So we are coming to the end of our panel discussion, but we do have one last speaker who will, be sharing their insights with us via video. Their name is Shudipta, who is an anti-caste queer feminist from India with 6 years of experience working on key themes of sexual and reproductive health and rights, queer rights, communications, and advocacy. They are a trainer, writer, advocate for SRHR for youth. As a policy engagement officer at the YP Foundation, they work towards building parallels between regional, national, and international advocacy spaces to demand equitable, accessible, and quality SRHR services for young people. They are also a regional convener of SYAN, that is the Southeast Asian Youth Health Action Network, a multi-country consortium to build young people's movements on this issue. They have been involved in creating advocacy campaigns, handbooks, curriculums, and other resource materials. Additionally, they have also been writing on key topics of caste, queerness, sexuality, and pop culture on multiple media platforms. So as you can see, incredible insights already. So over to the tech team to hear from Shudipta.
Hi, my name is Shudipta. My pronouns are they and them. I work as the policy engagement officer in an India-based organization called the YP Foundation. As a young queer person from South Asia who also belongs to a marginalized caste identity, when I think of meaningful adolescent and youth engagement, I feel it's extremely important that we unpack the understanding of meaningful and also explore what exactly meaningful means for different youth and young people. A lot of time there is a homogeneous imagination of young people which is devoid of the intersectional realities that we come from. It's important that we acknowledge the intersectional reality that young people come from, which is beyond gender and age, but also entails caste, class, race, ability, religion, etc. All of this also determines our relationship with the state, the nature of the citizenship, and our access to different kind of services. Along with this, the kind of background that young people often come from also determines the relationship with the state and the kind of power dynamics they have with different kind of social structures. For example, unhoused, poor youth or adolescents and young people engaged in labor work with or without education, and the kind of civic amenities they might have in their neighborhood. All of this contributes to the larger ecosystem of youth development and leadership. True meaningful adolescent and young people's participation can only be achieved when we acknowledge the intersectional realities that people come from, and we also tailor the interventions and approaches depending on the intersectional realities and the context that young people come from, and don't come up with a single formula and try to fit all young people into that. This will also ensure that we are addressing different concerns around citizenship of young people along with health and SRHR. And with this approach, we can truly achieve meaningful youth and adolescent engagement. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, Shudipta. Before we dive into the Q&A section, I would like to hear, and I know we would all love to hear from Marie-Claire. So Marie, what strategies have been successful in bridging the gap between national level policies and international youth governance structures, particularly in the climate change space, ensuring that youth voices are heard and respected? And what messages would you give to organizations and member states who would want to forefront adolescent and youth leadership onto their structures? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Beatrice. And it's always hard to come last because so much has already been said. And I think my job is also to bring some of these threads together now, because we have heard from previous panelists what is really crucial. I don't want to repeat what has been said, but really kind of add to this layer. And what you mentioned, I think the question is really good, because what is important is that young people are part of the decision making and bring their local expertise and their national desires to these international tables in businesses, but also in the negotiation process, for example, at the United Nations. The Youth Negotiator Academy is specifically enabling and empowering and equipping young people as positive agents of change in these decision-making processes, because we do believe that the voices of young people and their innovative ideas are really needed to move forward in the direction of an inclusive future. But it's not only just nice to have people there. We talked about accountability before. I think it's also very crucial. And we know that while we have more young people in the room, actually decision-making also changing from other people because they feel more accountable to the youth generation currently living on this planet, but also future generations. So as a recommendation for member states, but also business, and I mean everyone who wants to include young people, it's not a tick the box exercise. It's not just kind of like something kind of a fast to achieve goal, because it really needs time, it needs dedication, it needs the resources we already talked about, but it's not only the financial resources, there are like many other resources. And I would like to talk a little bit about this, because I really think it's important that when we bring young people into these spaces, that we ensure that their voices are really heard. And for this, we need targeted capacity building trainings, meaning that we have to understand the process we are suddenly being part of. For example, we're training young people to take part in the International Climate Conference, the upcoming COP28, which is going to be held in Dubai. So people have to understand what are these spaces, they have to understand how it works, what are the processes, they also have to understand what are the thematics we're going to talk about, but also the leadership and soft skills. And very often for young people, it's very hard to even voice their concerns, right? So I think that capacity building is an absolutely crucial element here. Then also community building. It's not only about what we know, but also who we know. So giving young people the ability to kind of get to know each other, but also embedding then this community of, for example, young negotiators in the wider ecosystem is really crucial, because young people shouldn't be seen just like as a lone group somewhere out there. Then we already talked about the financial resource. Obviously, youth engagement does cost money, and it's important to invest in young people, and really ensuring that the young people can be there and meaningfully engaged. And then my last point would probably be around the mindset. Because what we still see that while young people gain the momentum, and while we see young people being engaged, also I think what Belinda mentioned, we have to ensure that there's a mindset that young people can meaningfully contribute, and not just like an add-on which we do because it's nice. And for this, we all need to kind of deconstruct some of the mindsets we have on how generations work together. And that's why I feel it's very important to talk about intergenerational leadership, where generations come together to solve the biggest crises we are currently facing. And we have seen a lot of beautiful examples, how we're doing this here. And so I think that if we can really get these four components together, we can have meaningful youth inclusion. And this is something that's no rocket science, honestly. We have everything needed. So every business, every government, every entity, academia right now can actually make a change toward intergenerational leadership by just following these four outlined areas of work. This is what we are doing at the Youth Negotiators Academy, successfully bringing in young negotiators from over 50 governments around the world in the climate change process. Over to you, Beatrice.
All right, thank you so much. I heard 50 governments and I was like, wow, so inspiring. So, exciting just to hear about the different things and, exciting sort of work that each and every one of you are doing. It's I'm honored to be in this space with you and just to hear, firsthand from your lived experiences. So I would like for us to just check in on our Mentimeter responses, just to see what our participants or everyone who's joined in the session had to say. Are we able to see that? Okay. All right. I think we're having a bit of a lag on that end. So I would like to just jump straight into the Q&A session. We have had some incredible questions come in from our participants of the day. So we'll just dive right into that. Our first question will go to Rushna. One, how can we ensure that adolescents are involved, in the implementation of different interventions right from the planning stage? How can we do that?
Could you please repeat the question? I had a lag.
All right, no problem at all. So once again, how can we ensure that adolescents and youth are involved from the planning stage, in specific interventions?
Okay, so since the planning stage, what we can do is set the priorities right ahead. For adolescents, again, the hardest part is that they cannot grasp onto the complexity of the issue. For instance, if there's an anti-woman campaign, anti-woman law that is being created about early marriages, forced marriages, etc. So the adolescents who are especially in between the ages of 10 to 15, they would find it very difficult to really grasp onto what it actually means, because they're just, with time evolving, you get to understand the complexities of life, and they haven't been familiar with such issues or the surrounding. It could be said for them life is very much rainbows and sunshines at that moment. So for that, I think the initial step should be to involve the safeguarders or the parents that would initially help them to understand what the vision of the platform that they are working with towards this issue is even about. Before the resources, before anything, they should really be able to comprehend the situation in order to effectively then give their own perspectives as well on the issue.
All right. Thank you so much, Rushna, for sharing your insights on that. We are running a bit short on time, but we can definitely squeeze in a few more questions. So we'll dive into question number 2, and this will go to both Belinda and Marie. I'll let you know who can go first. So the question is, will the large number of young people who become activists and give their roles be able to shape new policies? For example, what is done in Indonesia with many problems that must have solutions? So I'm not entirely sure how clear that is, but I do believe that it's, centering about around the fact that there are so many issues that young people face, and there are so many issues that they would like to sort of plug into. So how do you think that they would be able to shape policies for the same? So let's start with Belinda, and then we can move on to Marie.
Yeah, sure. I think I'd love to answer this question with an example, one that I'm also personally quite inspired by. I would say that there's a lot of different avenues that young people can leverage on in terms of the issues that they are passionate about, and that comes from them being able to organize and leverage on their own networks as well. And the example that I want to speak about is one from Hong Kong, where I'm from. There has been a group of dedicated young people who formed a campaign engaging the government on promoting low carbon diets and increasing its acceptability in Hong Kong. So they did a very extensive consumer survey to understand public sentiment towards it, and then submitted a proposal to the government to ask for updating existing dietary guidelines to consider both public and planetary health and incorporate food sector decarbonization into Hong Kong's climate policies, including guidelines on food purchase and green procurement. And so this was a very successful example, I feel, where they really succeeded in engaging with the government to have consultations and really draw on that evidence and their own perspectives, particularly valuable to have young people as consumers. So kind of bringing onto the wider point that young people are so many different roles in society. And so bringing that into their work to engage with governments is really powerful to help governments take youth priorities and their issues that they care about seriously.
All right, thank you. Over to Marie.
Yeah, just to build on what Belinda mentioned, I think we cannot have enough people being engaged, and we need many more young people and also people from all generations engaged, because there's so many solutions out there and there's so many problems you have to tackle. And I think what is relevant also in this question is that the problem or the challenge might be very different for someone living in Indonesia than someone like me living in Switzerland, and all over the world. That's why we need different young people with these different backgrounds coming together into this space, actually working together to come up with the policy solutions which actually are relevant and solving these problems. Because what we are seeing quite often is that policymakers are on a very high level, meta level, talking about the problem, which might not serve the people on ground. And that's why it's so crucial to bring these people with their lived experiences from the front lines into the decision-making rooms to make their voices heard right where it matters. That afterwards, in the implementation, we can actually address these problems meaningfully and overcome the problem. There was also another question a little bit earlier in the chat about how can decision makers ensure that that their interventions and decisions are actually meaningful and impactful. And I think this is exactly where we are failing currently, that we don't have a diverse representation in decision making. It's the same people, very often elderly people, very often also male dominated space, Western countries dominated, who are trying to solve issues for the whole world. And it just didn't work. For the last 30 years, it didn't work. And it's going to fail if you're not massively increasing the diversity of decision makers. But maybe just to end with, we do not need everyone, like, you know, just rallying to the climate conferences or like, you know, these international conferences. It's totally fine if you're, for example, saying this is like my village and I want to, you know, solve a problem we are seeing right here in this village. And I think it's very important that we pick kind of the level or the area, the sector we want to engage, and then we see the intersections. Where does my project intersect with, for example, food systems, maybe with policy process, and then we work on these intersections to ensure that we have a smooth alignment with everything. Yeah, so I hope I could answer the two questions in once.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marie and Belinda. You know, off of the top of my head, the fact that you've talked about the fact, you know, we can solve problems not just at international sort of spaces, you know, attending conferences and the like, but we can do that at the most granular level, you know, in the communities that we live in, work in. Such a great starting point. So we'll have our final question for the day for Fortune, which is, how do we remain consistent in being, or how do you remain being consistent as a youth activist who has many networks, so that we can, you know, work together globally, and whether, you know, after this, would there be a follow-up in terms of like networking engagement with each other?
I would say, to remain, even if you are a youth activist, know what you want. Go for, don't be an activist for food, health, politics. Know what you want. Go for what you want. And even if you go to a space, yes, you'll be given opportunities to go to a space. Go to the space, even if they are talking about something else that concerns you, but it's not your line of work. Keep quiet. Say what you need to say when they come to what you are doing. Because if you are an activist of everything, you will lose relevance. And also, I think there is need for us also as young people to be able to measure if we are really making an impact and if we are really being involved, so that we can come up with the tool for meaningful youth engagement, meaningful adolescents and youth engagement. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so very much, Fortune. So we'll just do a very quick rundown of the Mentimeter responses as we come to the close of this session, just so that we can see everyone's thoughts and really just get to hear from our participants of the day. So our first question was around the age group of our participants. So a lot of us are between the ages of 19 to 24, 30 to 34, and a significant chunk of us are above the age of 35. So I'm thinking these are the guys who, you know, are in decision-making spaces, who really want to hear from adolescents and young people and how they can, you know, actually effect change. So, you know, good to see you here. Good to see everyone. You know, it's also great to see, you know, adolescents from the age of 10 to 18 and other young people from ages 25 to 29. So next question, please, in the Mentimeter. So yeah, oh wow. So we're looking at a global representation of our participants today. We're seeing a lot of people from Africa, from Europe, from South America. This is really great to see, exciting to see that we had a really great representation for this session. So next question, please. Okay, so the last question that we asked for our Mentimeter today was, at which level are you engaging young people? So we have a couple of choices. Unfortunately, I cannot seem to see these properly. They are a bit too tiny for me to read. Yeah, it's quite difficult. So I will have to skip that, unfortunately. But you answered them, so I hope you know what you picked. But yeah, so we are coming to the end of this session. It's been particularly exciting and great for me to just participate as a moderator and hear from the incredible young people that we had here today, adolescents and young people from all over the world. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. And really, I hope you're excited for the next couple of days of the GFA, all the sessions. Goodbye. All right.
Great to have Minister Mitchell involved in that. And so important to make sure young people are heard in all decision making.
Indeed, De Graft. We've still got 2 more great course sessions coming. There is Investing in Tomorrow, Empowering the Next Generation. Has a focus on young professionals because they're so vital to bridge the gap between adolescents and health experts. Or you can join Elevating Future, strategy for education for health and well-being, which is being hosted by the African Union Commission and marks an incredibly historic moment for Africa's adolescents and young people, with over 60% of the continent comprising of young people.
And there's loads of exciting content with voices of young people from all around the world. So stay tuned and see you after the next sessions.
I was born and raised in a community that 98, if I may say 98% of girls of my age have gone through the cut. But I didn't go through the cut because first, my mom was not from that culture. Second, my dad was someone who was so vocal and an advocate for the act, so I was protected. But I went through a lot of stigma because I wanted to identify with the community and to feel like any other young girl in my community, because you find out that during holidays they used to say how they went through the cut, how amazing the process was, how they are now complete woman, they can identify, you have that sense of the community and you want to be part of that community. But I realized when I now had sense in my head, I was like, okay, it was good I didn't went through the cut, and I thank God I didn't. And I started now speaking up, why I didn't go through the cut, to also show other any young girl in community it's okay for you not to go through the cut, you're still a woman. But when I was their age, I didn't even used to say I didn't go through the cut, because stigma, you'll be seen as an unclean, you're not a woman, but now I didn't go through the cut, and it's so amazing. Yeah, I'm so protected, So you need to speak out for yourself, and you need to have a voice as a young woman. Duty bearers need to be responsible with their roles. We have the laws, we have the policies that are there, but we're not taking any action. So we need to take action as government. If the communities are doing it, why don't you take action on that person? Why don't you let them be the example to others? If we take action, then everything, we will not be talking about FGM, we will not be singing this song. I guess this is a song, and we are tired of singing this song every other day, every other month, every other year, FGM. But we need to take action. We need to be responsible as community, and we need to report to ensure that we protect our girls.
The future belongs to the skilled generation, a generation that learns by doing. Only skilled young people are ready to face the world and the future. That future starts today. It starts now. Introducing FANDU, an initiative of UNICEF Uganda on You Report to bring real-world life skills and help young people like you excel in your school, career, and beyond. Meet your new fan friend who will help you build 21st century skills, your career, study well, and do much more. You will be more self-aware, be able to solve problems, become a better communicator, and will feel more confident about your employment prospects. So, what are you waiting for? Get started and do exciting activities with FANDU. To join FANDU, send the word FANDU to You Report on SMS 8500 or WhatsApp number 0709 168 500 or Facebook Messenger You Report Uganda Kampala Facebook, or visit our website on www.ureport.ug/select FANDU and start your fan adventure. FANDU, train for life, one task at a time. FANDU is brought to you by UNICEF Uganda.
Como assim, Isabela, um caminho? Um caminho cheio de oportunidades, para que eles consigam, enfim, colocar em prática o sonho. Hoje, a gente vê crianças e adolescentes que deixam de sonhar porque acham que não é possível eles chegarem lá. Meninas, meninos negros, meninas trans. Então, eu acredito que um futuro melhor é um futuro com esses jovens podendo serem quem são, sem discriminação de gênero, de raça, de renda, de deficiência, apenas seguindo o que eles acreditam e seguindo o sonho deles.
Hi, I am Saidu, courtesy of Youth Partnership for Peace and Development. I am serving as one of the mobilizers for the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign. I join hands with Global Forum for Adolescents in making the clarion call for governments and partners to invest into the lives of young people.
हेल्थ से रिलेटेड मुझे लगता है कि वो बहुत ही रूटीन होनी चाहिए और एजुकेशन सिस्टम में हेल्थ के रिगार्डिंग पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन दी जानी चाहिए.
Richard and the partnership advisor for YPPD, and we live in a world where we are told we are the leaders of tomorrow, and those charged with the responsibility to man our affairs have sworn that tomorrow never comes. Let us today tell these people that the tomorrow they have been talking about is today. As youth, we should stand up and use our golden voice in sending a loud and clear call on things that affect our personal development, which includes our well-being. So in this slide, I want to introduce to you the 1.8 billion campaign, which actually gives us the legitimacy as youth to stand up for our well-being. Thank you so much.
I'm Christine and I'm from Sierra Leone. The well-being of adolescents and young people should be invested for a better world for tomorrow. Thank you.
और मेरे गांव में कंप्यूटर क्लास नहीं है, वही क्लास कंप्यूटर क्लास चालू होना चाहिए सरकारी से.
मेरा नाम मुस्कान कुमारी है, मेरे पिताजी का नाम रंजित राजवंशी है. मैं इस गांव की निवासी हूँ. मैं कंप्यूटर क्लास के लिए सरकार से मांग करती हूँ कि कंप्यूटर क्लास के लिए इस गांव में व्यवस्था किया जाए.
The International Federation of Medical Students Association recognized the importance of prioritizing adolescents' health on multiple fronts. Adolescence is a critical period for physical, emotional, and social development that sets the foundation for future health and well-being and has long-lasting benefits on individuals and society as a whole.
Medical students worldwide calls on government to improve service delivery, enact supportive laws and policies, and increase funding to address their unique needs. Adolescents' health has to become a political and financial priority of member states so that young people can exercise their right to health.
We call upon health systems to address key issues affecting adolescents, including climate change, mental health, sexual and reproductive health, and non-communicable diseases, taking into account the diverse experiences of young people and the heightened barriers faced by adolescents from left-behind populations.
Medical schools to integrate adolescent health into medical curriculum, bridging the knowledge and research gap.
A survey we conducted showed that medical students from 85 countries feel least confident managing adolescent health.
Lack of data is seen as one of the obstacles in providing adolescents with quality care. Therefore, we need to address the disparities in medical research and education in regard to including adolescent-focused content.
Medical students will support the 1.8 billion campaign to mobilize collective action to meet adolescents' health and well-being needs, and to work toward a healthier future for all young people.
We are 1.8 billion young people in the world today, standing as one to reach equality.
In order to be a key stakeholder to improve adolescent health and well-being, I want to be part of a multidisciplinary global network of clinicians, researchers, and policy experts united by a shared passion and commitment. I also want continuous engagement with the adolescent community to better understand their evolving needs and challenges, as well to foster a strong foundation of trust and collaboration between young professionals and the youth that we serve.
In order to be key stakeholders to improve adolescent health and wellbeing, I would want increased leadership opportunities for young professionals to create sustainable and equitable health outcomes.
In order to be key stakeholders to improve adolescent health and wellbeing, I would want governments and health systems to invest in making adolescent health and wellbeing a priority area for action.
In order to be key stakeholders to improve adolescent health and well-being, I would want to develop effective communication and leadership skills to work with adolescents and ensure their voices are heard.
As a healthcare worker working with adolescents, I'd like to get information in the area of adolescent health from those that are way ahead of me. I mean key experts that have more years of experience in the sector. I also like to work with people that are in the government sector and also those in the academia so as to get up-to-date information in the area of adolescent health, because information is power. Through this medium, I'll be able to impact the adolescent that I'm working with. We live in a world of collaboration. I like to have access to mentoring and collaboration with key experts in the development world.
To ensure I can act as a key stakeholder to young people to promote good health and well-being, I would want better training opportunities to enhance my skills such as communication, facilitation, and cultural competency. To ensure I can act as a key stakeholder for young people to promote good health and well-being, I would want mentorship programs to guide me in my career and learning development.
In order to be a key stakeholder to improve adolescent health, I would want a comprehensive support for mental health and self-care, recognizing the importance of well-being in our field.
Hello everyone, my name is Stephanie Partridge and I'm one of the 4 co-chairs of the International Association for Adolescent Health Emerging Professionals Network. Today I'm joining you from the beautiful lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation from the University of Sydney in Australia. I'd like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of these lands and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Welcome to our virtual session on investing in tomorrow, empowering the next generation of adolescent health professionals. Today is about recognising and addressing the challenges that we face in our training and in our careers. Our role, our passion and our dedication cannot be underestimated in improving adolescent health and wellbeing worldwide. While we bring fresh perspectives, energy and innovative ideas, many of our colleagues are grappling with issues like burnout, lack of training and inequitable access to resources. We are joined today by colleagues from the Youth Care Professional Association, the World Association of Trainees in Obstetrics and Gynecology, the International Confederation of Midwives, the West African Institute of Public Health, and the Innovation and Access Development Initiative. Each will shed light on these challenges and propose recommendations. Our goal today is not only to highlight these issues, but also to emphasise the importance of young professionals' unique experiences. Let us dive deep, learn, collaborate, and pave the way for young professionals to emerge as the future leaders in the multidisciplinary field supporting adolescent health and wellbeing. So right now, polls will be open and we encourage you to tell us, to engage and tell us what you think. We'll then discuss these poll results in our live discussion later in the session. Thank you.
As the co-chairs of the Emerging Professionals Network of the International Association for Adolescent Health, we are advocating for the key role young professionals play in enhancing adolescent health and well-being globally.
Firstly, understanding the context. The world has begun recognising that supporting adolescents isn't just about their present well-being, but it's also about their future as adults and the wellness of the generation they will raise. It has been coined the triple dividend or triple benefit. This recognition has sparked global campaigns and forums like this one focused on advancing adolescent well-being and health.
Now, where do young professionals fit into this picture? Well, the International Association for Adolescent Health has an emerging professionals network. It's a global community comprising of young healthcare providers, scientists and advocates who are all focused on adolescent health. Since its inception 5 years ago, it has grown immensely with members from 78 countries. This network bridges the gap between the emerging and experienced professionals, fostering continuity and innovation in adolescent health.
Emerging professionals play a key role in healthcare, research, and advocacy. They are on the front lines, caring for adolescents, developing innovative solutions, and pushing for positive change. Yet, they face hurdles, lack of mentorship, barriers for marginalized groups, and at times being reduced to just symbolic representatives without real voice or influence.
Here's our appeal. For a global vision for adolescent health to truly take off, we need national and international leaders to recognize and support these emerging professionals. It is vital to invest in them, provide them with opportunities and mentorship, and tackle the challenges they face. By doing this, we are not only securing a better health outlook for our adolescents, but also fostering a generation of capable professionals ready to lead the charge.
In essence, our collective effort in supporting both adolescents and the emerging professionals dedicated to their well-being is crucial. Together, we can achieve a healthier, brighter future for our adolescents and the world. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Göknur Tukcu from Turkey.
And this is Ryan Viera from Chile.
So today we would like to talk about the problems that we're facing as the young healthcare professionals in this session in our daily lives and how it's affecting us and how these problems can be tackled. So we're in a post-pandemic era, but nevertheless, the influence of the pandemic is still being felt. And Ryan, how do you think the pandemic affected your training?
So in my case, I was in my last 2 years of studying midwifery when the pandemic hit in 2020. So hospitals didn't allow students to go to clinical practice because of COVID, and also units were converted into COVID units, surgeries were postponed, and so on. So I think the pandemic affected my training because we had less clinical hours, less opportunities to practice, and in general, less time spent at hospital.
Yeah, it was exactly the same situation for us in our OBGYN training too.
Knowledge and experience shared.
I know the workload is challenging for most of us.
Hello everybody, and it has aimed
to
have been a group of these actions taken has had a positive effect. We showed in a second follow-up study that the global severity score had decreased, which actually showed when successful advocacy was done, it could help to decrease stress, such as post-traumatic stress disorder of youth in this area.
I knew it was the same case for
we believe
that
it's a primary role of all pediatric societies to act as both educators and advocates at times of crisis. And we believe this model that I've presented you today by the Turkish National Pediatric Society can be implemented by other national pediatric organizations when humanitarian response is required. On behalf of my society, I'd like to thank you all for listening.
How can we as young health care workers provide care if, for example, if we are stressed, if we are exhausted, if we are burnt out? I believe healthcare institutions, and by this I mean our employers, play a big role in this issue because they need to set a framework for well-being and an environment that takes care of their professionals and also provide their youngest with mentors.
I think the importance of mentorship and support can be also underestimated in many programs, and to have an adequate mentorship is a must so we can be well-trained and prepare for our future and also decide and build our careers. And in some cases, the number of the mentors might not be enough, or the hours spent on mentorship. And I believe this has to be based on some numbers, some minimums at least, and has to be audited regularly to make sure these requirements are followed.
I completely agree with you. And also, I think it's important that young health professionals are present, for example, at boarding meetings, so that we can be involved in decision-making. For this, is imperative that institutions provide that opportunity, for example, by creating a youth-friendly environment. And this is relevant since many countries are currently facing recruitment and retention crisis in the health sector. So I am confident that by incorporating young health professionals in decision-making, governments could engage more young people into healthcare professions and therefore reduce the recruitment and retention crisis.
I couldn't agree more. I hope talking about these important aspects on this platform will improve these problems that the young professionals are facing. And thank you so much, Ryan, for the session.
Thank you so much, Gopner.
Welcome, everyone, to strengthening capacity and opportunities for young HCPs to advocate for their needs. We have established that young HCPs are vital to adolescent healthcare service delivery. But these young HCPs continually face challenges in their point of service. They include mental health and burnout, like we saw during the COVID, lack of enabling environment to support and promote their growth. In some extreme cases, bad working environments. In some regions of the world, no proper training or research. These challenges are unique to these young HCPs, and they should be given the necessary tools to enable them advocate for their needs. They should be given trainings, and workshops should be organized that will give them advocacy skills. Like some of these trainings are mentioned by my colleague.
Yeah, thank you. Talking about advocacy strategies or talking about trainings that HCPs need to be given, you talk about, first and foremost, you talk about advocacy strategies. You talk about under advocacy strategies, a time-tested and very productive form of advocacy is media engagement. You also look at grassroots mobilization. Then pay attention to coalition and network building. Then, of course, there's no advocacy without the whole policy setup. They need to understand the policy framework. Their capacity needs to be well built, sufficiently built, to understand the policy frameworks. And then in understanding policy frameworks, you pay attention to two very important things. You talk about understanding the entire policy landscape itself, okay? And then you also look they must be trained in understanding or identifying policy gaps. There are formulated policies, wide range of formulated policies, to tackle one issue or the other, several issues out there. But where the gap is between formulation and implementation. Okay, implementation, you find that in most countries, there is not so much of policy formulation as it is of policy implementation. So they need to be able to understand gaps, in policies, and it basically touches on policy implementation. And then, of course, effective communication skills. HCPs need to be able to communicate adequately, and then engage on how to get some of their felt needs laid bare out there for actionable and practical solutions. Yeah.
Oh, very true. Actually, with these skills, they can be able to actively engage policymakers to make evidence-based changes in policies that are vital to their needs. And also, we should talk about social media engagement. We should engage the public to help them understand their needs.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
My name
that all young people
Hello, everybody.
acquire the knowledge.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Sina.
We should also, HCPs should collaborate with each other to come up with a stronger voice when they are making these advocacies. It will be more held, and they will be more heard, and it will be louder. And a lot of policymakers will pay attention to this. So these are
Malice, you're on in less than 20 seconds.
Should be given to these HCPs. And if
I'll give you a 10-second
10
seconds.
10,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Malice, it's you.
We will now proceed with our live discussion. My name is Melis, and I'll be moderating this section. And now I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our panelists, Molly, Abraham, Salman, and Ryan. And I also like to thank to our engaged audience for actively participating in our poll. And now together we can review the results. For the first question, I must say I was much more worrisome about the situation, and I'm a little bit relieved with the answers, but still almost 25% of our audience stated that as young or emerging professionals, they lack access to resources and training in adolescent health. For the second question, almost 50% stated that either they, as healthcare professionals, or adolescents for their healthcare professionals, that they don't feel that they're adequately trained in adolescent health and well-being. For the third question, 35% don't feel understood or included in decision-making process of their healthcare. And finally, for the last question, as emerging professionals, the most experienced challenge is experiencing burnout and fatigue for the first one, and for the following with lack of mentorship and guidance from experienced professionals. So all these responses collectively highlight a significant global lack to access to adolescent-friendly services and a sufficiently trained and competent adolescent health workforce. So we need immediate investment in the global training of emerging professionals to ensure equal access to adolescent-friendly services everywhere. So in line with these questions and answers, now I would like to pose 2 questions to our esteemed panelists, and I encourage our audience to share their input in the chat because your insights are very valuable to us. So my first question is, what advice or recommendations would you offer to emerging professionals who are passionate about adolescent health but face barriers such as burnout, lack of mentorship, or limited resources in their respective regions? So Molly, can I start with you there?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Melis. Great question. I think I'm going to speak a little bit around the mentorship. My first little bit of advice would be to see if there are any local or global organizations or associations within your region. And I said also globally that you could potentially join. Like, we are fortunate within Australia to have the Australian Association for Adolescent Health, and globally we have the International Association for Adolescent Health. And of course, the EPN, which we are members of, the Emerging Professionals Network. And both of these groups do offer leadership and networking opportunities. And also the great thing with this global spread is that each of these organizations have local contacts that you can reach out to. So I think that is a great start, just to see what is around. The other tip kind of around the mentoring, I think, would be, are there any youth events or any youth conferences that you could attend? And can you meet other emerging career people there and reach out? I know some of them come with a cost, but often there will be free events. So again, have a look. And I also think the good question is that, see if you're, especially if you're an early career researcher, get on Google, see if there is an academic or someone more senior that you would like to know more about, and send them a message, send them an email. Most people, in my experience, and as you're witnessing now, love to talk, and they love to share their story and tell you their journey of how they've gotten involved. So I feel like just get that confidence, send that email, or if they're on social media, send them a DM and just reach out. So that is where I'd start, sort of around that mentoring, if you're feeling that you are struggling in that space.
Thank you so much, Molly. All these recommendations are highly important. And now I would like to ask Abraham for his recommendations.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Molly, for that insightful contribution. Okay, so I would say, starting with first and foremost, that there is need, to prioritize self-care to combat burnout. It is widely believed in most quarters that you cannot give what you do not have. Okay, so it is quite impossible, okay, for the most part, for you to be able to, deliver quality care when you yourself, you are not paying attention to your self-care. It's impossible, practically impossible to give what you don't have. Pay attention to your own self-care too. Pay attention to your mental health. Pay attention to, and do everything you can to ensure there is no burnout, okay? Because in the long run, your delivery of services will be hampered. Your own life too is put in danger. You're jeopardizing your own life too in the process. And of course, I would also like to add that there is need to learn continually. I mean, all over the world now, due to technology, there are open source learning platforms everywhere within the international development sector, within the public health specific sector. There are open source learning platforms everywhere, fully funded, paid, free, where you can continually develop more skills in addition to the skills you already have. And so, succinctly put, I would say prioritize self-care to avoid burnout. I mean, recently we heard the news in Lagos State of Nigeria of how a doctor died, from exhaustion, from burnout. And sadly to say, the number will keep increasing if attention is not paid to self-care. And also number two, I would say learn continually, learning, lifelong learning is very important for you to stay alive, not just physically, but mentally and psychologically. Lifelong learning is very important. Keep adding skills and you'll be good to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your suggestions and all your comments. It's really the time to dismantle all the stigma around mental health and well-being, starting with our adolescents and starting with the emerging professionals. So now I would like to proceed with our second question, which is, we're lucky that because all of our panelists are from different organizations in adolescent health, so I'd like to ask, how can global collaborations and partnerships, especially youth or emerging professional-led ones, assist in reducing the inequalities for young professionals in adolescent health? Brian, would you like to answer this question?
Yes, of course, and thank you so much. So I think that global collaborations and partnerships, particularly those led by youth and also emerging professionals, can play a huge and crucial role in reducing inequalities for young professionals in adolescent health. So, for example, I think capacity building is really important. By this, I mean working together and forming partnerships can support capacity building efforts, offering young professionals the chances for training, for developing skills, receiving mentorship, and also advancing in their careers. I strongly believe that this enables them to emerge as more impactful advocates and leaders in the realm of adolescent health. And the second point, I think it's really important, it's technology and innovation. So usually emerging professionals frequently lead the way in technological progress. Through collaborations, we can also leverage their expertise in digital health, for example, telemedicine and other cutting-edge solutions to enhance adolescents' access to high-quality healthcare. Just in conclusion, I think international collaborations and partnerships, especially those led by youth and emerging professionals play such a crucial role in driving a positive transformation in adolescent health. I think their distinct viewpoints and vigor and also unwavering commitment can result in different interventions that are more comprehensive, efficient, and enduring. And they're also tailored to meet the specific needs of young professionals in this crucial domain.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Saylan, would you like to comment more?
Oh, thank you, Melis. Good day, everyone. So collaborations, especially those that are youth-led, will bring together diverse perspectives, insights and lived experiences of these young professionals. And with that, it will enable us to have, a collective and more holistic understanding of the challenges that are faced in adolescent health. And then when we have that in our toolbox, we can be able to come up with, solutions that are targeted towards policies and towards policies, yes, that resonate with the needs and preferences of youth. And then when we have that, we can be able to come up with a unified voice, to have a more, pronounced advocacy. And we can now advocate for policy changes, we can advocate for implementation of policies, and also we can advocate for them to have resources to be given to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to follow up with that. Although our audience is much more able to access resources in adolescent health, this might be because most emerging professionals or adolescents who can capable of reaching those resources might be able to reach out to these sessions as well. So for those who don't have any access to resources, do you have any recommendations how we can overcome this obstacle? Molly, would you like to comment on this?
Great question. So when the question about no access, so hopefully there's internet connection. Yes. I'm banking there will be an internet connection. I think, again, it's kind of going back when I mentioned about just reaching out around that mentorship opportunity. So, for example, we know, and I come from a research background, that, there's a lot more encouragement for all academic papers to be free for access now. There is a big push for that, which is wonderful. If there is any publications that are behind a paywall, but email the first author. Like 100% or 9 out of 10 times, they will always email a copy or send you a copy. So small things like that, please don't let that be a barrier to wanting to access the latest evidence via research papers. And I think that's a comment from me. I may offer if any of the others want to jump in with any tips as well.
Thank you so much, Molly. And Saylan, would you like to comment as well?
Oh, of course, young professionals should collaborate with their peers so that there will be a form of peer-to-peer, understanding and, sharing of resources. That's my comment on that.
Thank you so much. And there is a question in our Q&A box, and it's about the lacking training specific to adolescent health. The question is from David Rose, and it says, many medical and nursing schools do not include any specific training in adolescent health within their basic training. How can this be changed? So who would like to comment on this? Molly, please go ahead.
Melis, I'm also going to dob you into this question for a response as well. I know you head up our education and training committee, so I'm going to put it back on you. But my quick comment will be, if within your country, within your medical profession, there is no training, advocate for it. Like, go to your university and ask. I know within Australia, my fabulous boss, Professor Susan Sawyer, that's what she did within Australia. She really pushed hard, advocated. She partnered up with the Royal Australian College of Paediatricians to try to get adolescent health into the curriculum. So advocate, and there are organisations like IAAH. That's the role. We are here to champion for you. So think about
Professional organisations take the lead in providing multidisciplinary learning opportunities, foster networking, mentorship and leadership development, prioritise the removal of structural barriers, invest in mentorship and training programs, and engage with early career professionals and young people to ensure their perspectives shape national and global agendas. By fostering these collaborations, you can empower us to become future leaders who can drive progress towards improving adolescent health and well-being, and of course the SDGs.
We call on global leaders to recognize the vital role that young professionals play in adolescent health and well-being as the next generation of leaders. They should provide young professionals and young people with opportunities to meaningfully engage with them, thereby learning leadership skills and the strategies that are necessary for advocating for adolescent health. By so doing, we can accelerate the achievement of the SDGs and also improve adolescent health and well-being, both nationally and globally.
Endorse early career professionals as agents
Stephanie,
of
there's
change
about
in
40
healthcare.
seconds left on this
Healthcare
video.
settings recognize the valuable
35
contributions of
seconds.
early career professionals from multidisciplinary backgrounds who are frontline
Steph is
healthcare
asking if
workers
everyone can
and
be
advocates
repinned
for
to
adolescent
send a
health.
final message. Can you
Provide
go back to
structures
that
that
5 up?
employ young people and early career
the 6 up,
professionals and prioritize their
everyone will be
physical
on
and mental health
when we come back
to ensure they
for a
can
final
deliver the
message.
best care for
I'll
young
ask you
people.
for your final message.
Provide
and then I'll
opportunities for
conclude
them
after
to
that.
learn, grow, and collaborate with experienced
10
professionals.
seconds.
10,
Together, we can
9,
improve the health and well-being of
8,
adolescents and bridge the
7,
gap in healthcare
6,
systems.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited now to give a final word to all of our panelists that we've been able to hear from today. So I'll hand it over to you, Molly, to give your final message for today.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been really amazing hearing this. And I think in summary, I would just say, if you are an early career professional, an emerging professional, just starting, just to say thank you. Thank you for everything you do. I feel like obviously the whole point and why we established the Emerging Professionals Network was really as a chance for us to learn from each other, to advocate for how important we are as stakeholders in the adolescent health and wellbeing landscape. And so, I don't know, just thank you. Like, we hear you, we know there are struggles, and we are certainly trying to advocate on a global and local way to improve this, whether that be through, peer-to-peer learning of getting to know others, whether it be championing for new education approaches, whether that be for clinical care or for nurses or for whomever it may be. But yeah, I think that's it. Sorry, not really much of a close, just wonderful to be here, and thank you.
Ryan, do you have any final words or thoughts you'd like to share?
Yes, thank you so much, Molly. I agree with everything you just said, and also thank you to everyone who has joined us today. I do believe that in my quest to become a health professional, for me at least, mentorship was a big part of becoming who I am today. So if any, for example, like senior professors are listening right now, please do kind of share that experience, like be a mentor, try to like train your young students or professionals. So yes, I think that would be like my final message. Try to find a mentor who can help you in your career, and also if you are in a position to be a mentor, please do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's such an important point. I've had some wonderful mentoring in my career, and I'm very grateful for the people that offer that. So it's so important, I think, as well, to pay that forward as we move ahead in our careers. Abraham, do you have any final words you'd like to share?
Yeah, I think I like how mentorship has been well emphasized, especially by you. And the last speaker, I myself am a product of a robust mentorship starting from July 2016 thereabout. And I also look forward to, productively mentoring younger professionals in public health in few days to come, because this is a very vast field, if you agree with me. And then you need a bigger hand, so to speak, a more experienced hand, to help you navigate to the field and be the best you ever aspired to be. So mentorship is key for me. Mentorship is key. Thank you.
I agree very much so. Sale, do you have any final words you'd like to share?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Stephanie. My advice to the young professionals is that they should find peers, their peers, so that they can be able to learn from them. You can't just stand alone. You have to have a community of people. And also, I would like to put out a word to global leaders. They should listen to young professionals, because we are the vital bridge between the adolescents and the, our senior colleagues. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, I definitely agree. The bridge is really important, I think, that we offer. And Melis, do you have any final words you'd like to share?
Thank you so much. And I can say that as an emerging professional, before I joined the International Association for Adolescent Health Emerging Professionals Network, I felt a little bit alone, that with the struggles in establishing a formal training in adolescent health, I thought I was alone with my search to reach out to resources. And then through this network, I found the opportunity to collaborate and network with my fellow colleagues. And then I can feel now that I'm not alone. This is very much a global issue, and we can fight together with this. And not only as healthcare professionals, but we're in this with adolescents, with young people, with educators, with teachers and health, other professionals in different areas of adolescent healthcare, policymakers, and everyone. So together, I believe we can fight for this, and we can fight for our rights to achieve to adolescent competent education. We can fight for our rights for our adolescents to access adolescent-friendly services. And together, I think we're going to find a way to do all of this. So thank you for joining us today. It was a privilege for me to talk about these issues together.
Thank you so much, Melis. Well, we still have 10 minutes, so I'm not going to let you all off the hook yet. And we have a few more questions that have come through the Q&A. So hopefully it's okay if I just put you on the spot and ask you each one more question. And I think this one is really important, because I know we have a lot of young people who have joined us today who might be thinking about a career in adolescent health. So one of the questions we have is, how did you come to choose your career in adolescent health? And how can we ensure that other young leaders choose this career in the future? So would anyone like to sort of tackle that question and tell us how they sort of found their path to adolescent health?
I can jump in. I think a role model is extremely important, because it's, for me, I was lucky because in my university, I have my wonderful professors who were role models for me. So although they were alone, because there were only 3 professionals at the time in adolescent medicine throughout my whole country, but they were advocating for an adolescent medicine fellowship program. They were advocating for adolescent health to become in the curriculum of medical schools and also in residency programs. So far, I think we move along. And I think having a role model, it's just not in your country, but having a global role model and having a mentorship from them is extremely important for someone to be involved in this field.
Molly, I saw you put your hand up before.
Yeah. I applied for a job in adolescent health. So as opposed to my wonderful colleagues who are researchers and clinicians, I'm a project coordinator with a big passion in communication. So that's my role. And I applied for a job working on a project. It was actually the 2016 Lancet Commission on Adolescent Health and Wellbeing. So a wonderful project to join. And really fell in love with it. Again, working with amazing people, working within a research organization to hear and see and be around the table to hear the latest conversations of what's happening. Yeah, I don't know, fell into it's the wrong word, but was lucky enough to join. And I've been here, I don't want to say how many years because that may change me from emerging professionals, but I've been here and just really enjoying it. So yeah. So all different pathways. So again, through project coordination and being a research assistant and things like that.
Brian, how did you find your way to adolescent health?
Well, for me, I studied midwifery, so I always, I just felt that it was a way, again, like Molly said, there are different like pathways to get into adolescent health. I do like sexual and reproductive health, and I do believe that for adolescents, it's a really important period in your life. So for me, midwifery is like a pathway for it. And how did I come to choose it? There are these like fairs, like university fairs, where they explain to you like the different careers that you can take in the health sector, and what can you do, where you can work, and which kind of settings will be placed. So again, I strongly agree with Molly that there are different pathways to have a career in adolescent health. There are different health careers. I'm a midwife. My fellow panelists are doctors. So yeah, I think be informed and just be passionate about it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Sale, did you have any thoughts you'd like to share? How did you find your way to adolescent health?
Well, I am an advocate. I advocate for adolescent health, and well, I actually fell in love with policy making. I actually fell in love with advocating for policy implementation, because where I come from, there are a lot of things that do not work. And so I found myself advocating and fighting for, adolescents to be listened to be involved, and to be, cared after. So that was how I found myself here.
And Abraham, did you want to share your journey as well? We might have lost Abraham. So I think I will finish there, and I think that's a really nice place to end as well. And I'd just like to add as well, I found my way into adolescent health, I guess through an unusual path, but I think all of the connections and collaborators of people I've met in this field are some of the nicest people I've met during my career. So I think it's a wonderful place to be if you're thinking about a career in adolescent health. So I'd just like to finish today by thanking again our speakers and our participants for your insights, your experiences, and your recommendations. I think the conversations we've had today really do underscore the importance of engaging, supporting, and empowering our young professionals. It's evident that we have many shared challenges across many regions of the world. So we've discussed potential pathways, strategies, and collaborative efforts. And as we wrap up today, let's take these insights beyond this forum, and we can advocate and implement them in our respective workplaces and organisations. I think let's remember that the health and wellbeing of adolescents are intrinsically tied to how we nurture, guide, and empower our young professionals. So today's forum is not just an end in itself, but it's a beginning, a commitment to fostering diversity, inclusiveness, and collaboration. So with everyone's collective effort, I'm confident that we'll witness a future where young professionals not only bridge these gaps, but also lead the way in advancing adolescent health worldwide. So let's invest in tomorrow by acting today. Thank you so much for joining our session.
What an extraordinary group. Sharing their experiences and talking about the challenges they face.
Yes, and we've even done a poll to see which of those challenges people are feeling the most keenly. And I bet burnout going to score highly. But the other issues are also very important. We're talking about the lack of formal research opportunities, the lack of mentorship and guidance from more experienced professionals, and not to mention, of course, the inequities in resources and opportunities across the regions.
And the launch of the African Continental Strategy on Education for Health and Wellbeing has really raised the bar.
Yeah.
Now, great to hear so many high-level commitments in support of education and well-being. These are certainly in line with the priorities that young people have identified up as most important.
So moving forward, everyone, you can now choose between two sessions. So you have a choice, right? They're either about agents of change, stories from young people on the front lines of the humanitarian response. And that session is very interesting. It's going to be covering how can we empower young people who are caught up in disasters and emergencies and ensuring that their rights are kept and building on their strengths. Then we have a second session, and that's called Ready to Learn and Thrive, promoting adolescent well-being in schools. Because as we all know, healthy students learn better, and good education is good for their health.
Both sound pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to make a choice. But the countdown on your screens is about to begin. And meanwhile, we have a powerful spoken word poem from Mumbi Macharia. Watch her on stage at this year's World Health Assembly. It was quite a moment. See you on the other side.
The right to health is a basic human right, right? The World Health Organization has 75 years of improving public health, but it's going to take each of us to walk the talk to reach the 30% who still are not able to access essential health services. Listen to the call and mean it when we join hands on the journey for health for all. So how many more movements is it going to take before you realize that fighting to have a voice should not be our own self-adventure? How many more poems, chants, before you move and give young people a chance to recognize that young people are creative, innovative, sustainable, with goals and ideas that with investments are attainable, but still you tell us to follow you and listen without questioning. But I think that says less about us and more about what you think of your own parenting. And frankly, we are tired of demanding your understanding. Our world has the most young people it has ever had. So I am calling to all my fellow young people from every part of every hemisphere to continue singing the songs that we sang last year and the year before that. We are not tired. Hatujachoka. We are inspired by the creative ways we continue to take up space. My grandmother's legacy and will is what I embody. I do not protest as a hobby. So to you, the 1.8 billion young people, keep making your voice, because that voice is the same one we will use to rejoice. Those voices are the same ones we will use to give others not only options, but choices. You are the moment. So with all your might, speak with the same conviction God spoke with when he said, "Let there be light." Thank you.
PMNT is here in Bahrain at the 146th IPU Assembly to share with the parliamentarians the 1.8 billion campaign for adolescent well-being.
I am supporting the 1.8 billion campaign.
Yo apoyo a los jóvenes. Para mí es muy importante el futuro para los jóvenes.
We really need to drive the gender-responsive solutions to, tackle all the challenges that we face.
نحن ندعم المليار و800 شخص من أجل تعزيز صحة الشباب
والنساء والمراهقين.
I support the 1.8 billion campaign because we need more young voices heard. Let's get more young voices heard.
We support the 1.8 billion campaign.
Join the 1.8 billion campaign.
I support 1.8 billion young people for change.
My name is Gideon Diwule, Youth Leader, Township of West Point. I support the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign. And I'm also encouraging the government to pay keen attention to our educational sectors. Thanks.
I'm Gloria Zuba, chair lady of the last Calvary to Monrovia, Liberia. I'm strongly supporting the responses of the young people.
We support the 1.8 billion. We support 1.8 billion campaign.
Hello, we are here in Geneva, right in front of Palais des Nations for the 1.8 billion campaign. It started here right now. Join in.
We want to give the young people the opportunity to share about their choices, to share their plans, to share their needs about how they want their health and well-being to be improved.
Our role will be to get governments to commit to improving the lives of the 1.8 billion adolescents in the world today.
We are going to advocate for adolescents 1.8 billion campaign. There we go. Let's start now.
Hello everyone, I'm Sugandha, an adolescent girl leader from India. I'm 16 years old and a member of the congregation of Our Lady of Charity of the Good Shepherd. My participation in the Adolescent Girl Town Hall was motivated by the lack of transparency and support systems for adolescent victims of gender-based violence in my community, which stems from our autonomy being ignored. It is imperative that all stakeholders, including member states, support our efforts to enhance adolescent well-being. A key area where they can assist us is by creating safe spaces where the victims of gender-based violence feel safe and protected. Thank you.
The reason we have the Youth Council is we believe that you can advise us what's important and what's necessary for our world. So the centrality of youth, I think no one can dispute. But from WHO side, we're benefiting a lot and look forward to working with you more closely. And on the 1.8 billion campaign, we're with you and we will do everything to support and make sure that the campaign is a success. So thank you for your commitment, thank you for your hard work, and look forward to working with you even more closely through our Youth Council. Thank you.
$1.8 billion young people for change.
Tikufuna maganizo athu ambeke.
Inu mukutipo bwanji?
Tikufuna maganizo athu agwire ntchito ngati achinyamata.
Achinyamata maganizo athu ndofunikira ndipo ndi bwino wadziwitsa amaudindo kunena kuti adziwe zimene kuyenga achinyamata timafuna kuchenga alithandize.
It's high time now to stop and reflect the voices of adolescents and young people in Malawi and over the world.
1.8 billion young people for change campaign. Yay!
We the young people of Nigeria support the 1.8 billion campaign for change. We support 1.8 billion.
Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on the time zone where you are. So my name is Rosaris Marchena. I'm a youth refugee from Venezuela and I work as a communication specialist on the Global Refugee Youth Network, which is a refugee youth-led organization, member of the Compact of Youth People Working in Humanitarian Action. And one of my colleagues will share on the chat the link of the website so you can learn more about it. But first I want to let you know about more what is the Compact for you people working humanitarian action. The Compact was launched in 2016 under the leadership of the International Federation of the Red Cross, Red Crescent Society, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA. The creation of the Compact was a step by the humanitarian community to work in and for the youth people. There is more than 60 organizations, including the Global Refugee Youth Network organization where I am. All these organizations are committed to transform humanitarian action with and for youth people. Talking about the work and the objectives of the Compact, we have 5 key actions: participation, services, resources, data, knowledge, and capacity. All these are given the high incidence of natural disasters and other humanitarian contexts, its impacts on young people, and the needs to implement the Compact commitments. So the session will be a unique venue to learn on localization, the core actions of the Compact at the field level, and identify threats and good practice in innovative programming approach that put the rights, needs, and strengthening of youth people front and center. And actually, during the past years, we have done a strategic assessment exercise of this for the Compact to take a stock of what has been achieved since its inception, and only last week we were all in Amman, Jordan, to discuss the findings of the strategic review and agree on the way forward. So it's an honor to have you here today, because we are joined by a number of speakers who will bring practical examples of providing services for adolescents and youth in humanitarian settings, and also highlight the youth leadership and the active role in humanitarian response. So our speakers for today are, and apologies if I mispronounced any of your name, please correct me. We have Sadon Sultan, and youth volunteer from UNFPA Afghanistan. We have Rosie Kasab, but it comes from War Shields, Sweden, representative. We have Simen Akul from Turkish National Pediatric Society. We have Winnie Chelak for Maternal Aid for Mothers in Africa, MAMA. And we have also Iguna Innocent from Uganda Red Cross Society. We will bring our conversation with our speaker, Shadon Sultan, who will talk a little bit more about our first Compact pillar, participation. Shadon Sultan from Afghanistan, who is a youth last minute assurance, the working volunteer from UNFPA. This is my first question to you. Why do you think youth engagement and participation in humanitarian response is important? Please tell us about your experience from Afghanistan as a youth volunteer with UNFPA, and what is the importance of this experience to you? The floor is over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Greeting to everyone. I'm Juandun Sultan from Herat, Afghanistan, volunteer in LMA in UNFPA. Young people are the main power and strength of a community, especially in Afghanistan, considering 63% of population being under 24 years old. By uniting and sharing each other ideas and experience, youth leadership can create great power, and this power can bring positive change in a society. So especially today, as my home city of Herat was hit by the devastating earthquakes on Saturday, young people are the forefront of the response. People are the most important thing about our young people is that youth choosing among community members have higher chances to engage with their peers and maintain a humanitarian responsibility, have an understanding and a sense of belonging toward every member of their community, which can be very effective in addressing the urgent need to affected populate and for the future development of the society and youth themselves. So we know Afghanistan is a country where the population face many problems. So young people, especially adolescents, girls, and adult women, are the most vulnerable segment of the society. Unfortunately, and we as young people living together with each other in similar condition, in our communities
Recording in progress.
can understanding health-related challenges of the people very well through volunteering, which UNFPA supported on youth and last mile assurance LMA. I have the greatest sense of responsibility toward people in my society. I supported the distribution of UNFPA provided humanitarian medical assistance to the hospital, clinics, and family health houses, together with other volunteers in my city, women's girls. And we also assist in awareness raising of UNFPA of communities commissions. Even today, I was part of the youth volunteers to support humanitarian aid distribution for people in my city, Herat, to support those affected by the strongest earthquake we had. So as a volunteer in UNFPA, I carry out of the responsibility of reflecting on the activities of UNFPA as humanitarian aid with all my heart. Talking with beneficiaries, understanding their problems, and raising their awareness of UNFPA communities that could solve their problem is the most important thing about my work. And for example, a woman adolescent related who has about to give birth in a nearby district of Herat and did not mean that go to the city. I made her aware about the FHA in their district, and I made her aware about FHAs in her district. She was grateful to UNFPA for her safe childbearing, and learning point from my volunteering work is seeing a direct impact. Additionally, I get to know different cultures and different customs and people, and I enjoy to helping them. So it also raised the level of my responsibility and my seriousness at my work, and make me grow to carry on bigger duties. It increased my level of awareness as well as add to my experience. And I have a key message to all of you that remember, the future belongs to the youths, and their involvement in building their communities is essential for a better tomorrow. Thank you for your hearing.
Thank you so much, Landon, for your contribution. It was really powerful, and there is a lot we can learn from your experience, and we are grateful for you for your time. So now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Rosie Kassab, who will speak us about the services. So Rosie Kassab was born in 2021 and worked as youth coordination at World Child Sweden, and Rosie is also a member of the Nordic Youth Network on Mental Health and Psychological Support. Rosie also participated in several international events on the importance of engagement youth humanitarian response, with main focus on the psychological support. So adolescents and youth usually get lost between services for child and adults in humanitarian response. So Rosie, please tell us about World Child Sweden experience provided by mental health and psychological support service for adolescents and youth in the Middle East area. So what was the impact? Over to you, Rosie.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. My name is Rosie Kassab. I'm originally from Syria, but I had to leave the country and move to Sweden. So now I live in Sweden. Yes, and I work at World Child Sweden as a youth coordinator. And thank you so much for having me here at this important event. So as you hear from our name, we work with children and youth that are affected by armed conflicts. And this is unfortunately not a small group. We are talking about roughly 240 million child who grow up in a war. So we as war child workers, we try to provide support to as many as ever possible, but we need to do this together and in partnership. So an important focus area for us in War Child is mental health and providing psychosocial support. And there are two main core messages that we usually try to highlight. The first one is mainly the immense importance of early action. And the second one is the need to reduce the stigma around mental health. So now moving on, my story is a story of migration and war. That is a story that I continue to be unable to talk about publicly, but it's also a story that taught me about how important it is with mental health and psychosocial support. And unfortunately, it's often forgotten in humanitarian responses to take care of MHPSS. And I'm convinced that we need to focus more on mental health and psychosocial support in our humanitarian responses, and especially when it comes to young people. And you may wonder why. Well, young people are truly crucial actors when it comes to rebuilding societies that war has torn down. Young people are the bridge that keeps a society together when it comes to communication between the generation that is leading the society now and the generation that would take the torch and lead the society later on. And that's why I think we should focus on young people's mental health and provide them with the tools they need to get involved and engaged in their societies. Now, another thing I want to share with you from my personal experience is that there is actually so much we can do that it's worth engaging in working for a change. And this is actually something I saw by myself in my personal life, and it's relevant on both individual as well as on professional level. So, for example, those training programs and those sessions that I've been involved in have taught me so much. I've grown as a person as well. And one of the things that I learned about was the urgent need to make our voice, the young people's voice, heard in conversations about our mental health. It's really reasonable, and it should be really easy to understand to everyone that when we're talking about young people's mental health, we should involve young people. Moving on, I want also to mention that I started as a participant in War Child activities, but now I am working with them as a youth coordinator. And also, among other things that I've been actively involved in, I'm working to establish and build a Nordic network for youth to talk about mental health and psychosocial support. And I think it's really vital and crucial to have such a network where we young people can support each other to lead conversations about our mental health with stakeholders and decision makers. And it has been really great to see that there is a growing interest in adolescent mental health. And I think really this is only the beginning of a journey toward putting more emphasis on our mental well-being, and that we all can contribute to that in a way or another. That was all from my side. I want to conclude also by repeating our core messages that we as War Child see as central points. So mainly first, the importance of early action. So let us take care of our mental health right from the beginning in humanitarian responses, and also the need to decrease the stigma around mental health. It's not really dangerous to discuss and talk about negative feelings and mental issues, but it could be life-threatening not to do it. That was all from my side. I hope my presentation was inspiring to get you on in this journey and to make young people's mental health a priority in our societies. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for having me here on this platform and this important event.
Thank you so much, Rosie. That was really inspiring, and we would like just to hear from you and from your experience. Now we will hear from Sinem Akbu, a professor of the pediatric at the Division of Adolescent Medicine at the Hacettepe University, who will discuss the humanitarian response of the Turkish National Pediatric Society to the Syrian refugee crisis and offer a model of action that other medical organizations can adopt in similar situations. So building on the capacity of organizations and services providers to provide youth-friendly services is key to ensure inclusive and effective work with and for young people. So Sinem just shared a video with us, a video recording where she will tell us about the Turkish National Pediatric Society standard approach working in medical professionals in adolescent care. So over to the video.
Hello everybody, my name is Dr. Sinem Akgül and I'm going to discuss with you the humanitarian response of the Turkish National Pediatric Society, which was formed in 1958 by Professor İhsan Doğramacı and aimed to improve pediatric healthcare and enhance the progress of pediatrics both in Turkey and also globally. Our society also provides critical services when faced with a humanitarian crisis, and the most recent is its role in the Syrian refugee crisis, and it has aimed to ensure the health and safety of all displaced children and adolescents. To do this, it has had two steps. The first one was to visit the affected area to understand the needs of both healthcare providers, children and youth in this region, and then to develop an action model. Here you see pictures from the field visits conducted, and this was one of the first ones in 2015, alongside representatives from the IPA and the Ministry of Health. And here you see the most recent visit, which was conducted in November 2022. After gathering information of needs from the area, a model action was developed, and this was also represented as an action model for other national pediatric societies and was published in Pediatrics in 2019. This action model had three steps. The first one was to implicate the education for both healthcare providers, families and adolescents. The second was to raise social awareness concerning this problem. And the first one was to develop research which could then be used in advocacy. When we have a look at what the society did concerning the education of healthcare providers, family and adolescents, our society has regularly planned local training since 2012 for not only paediatricians, but also family physicians and general practitioners in the area. Many different topics have been discussed with providers from this area, and one specific to adolescent health is discussing the psychosocial problems of youth from this area. Our society also trained and educated refugee mothers and adolescents regarding topics that they, after having interviews with them, the topics were identified. And again, topics like breastfeeding and vaccination, and for adolescents, psychosocial support was conducted. And here you see photos of these training sessions conducted in the area. Our national pediatric congresses have also discussed the refugee problems of Syrian children and adolescents since 2013. And we also organized a refugee mental health workshop, which had representatives and speakers from not only Turkey, but also from the IPA and Save the Children, and also the IAH. And participants were from all over the globe representing their own pediatric societies. The second step of the action plan was raising social awareness, which is extremely important. And we did this through a project called Everything Starts With Love. And this was designed to increase social support for both refugee children, youth and families in the area by using famous actors and sportspersons and the media. The third part of the action plan was research, as I mentioned, to increase using data to use it for advocacy. And although many research projects have been conducted and published, the one I wanted to discuss with you was the one on adolescent mental health. And a study we conducted showed that mental health had been compromised in these teens. The global severity score in this study, which shows levels of depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder were significantly higher in the refugee group. And we showed that staying in a camp for over 4 years was a significant predictor of having a higher levels of anxiety and depression. After this study, we presented this study to authorities, and since then, better living conditions, more opportunities in education, a lesser language barrier, and more extensive healthcare options are provided. So we wanted to evaluate whether these actions taken has had a positive effect. And we showed in a second follow-up study that the global severity score had decreased, which actually showed when successful advocacy was done, it could help to decrease stress, such as post-traumatic stress disorder of youth in this area. We believe that it's a primary role of all pediatric societies to act as both educators and advocates at times of crisis. And we believe this model that I've presented you today by the Turkish National Pediatric Society can be implemented by other national pediatric organizations when humanitarian response is required. On behalf of my society, I'd like to thank you all for listening.
This was a very, very great example of the Turkey action of the compact capacity. Thank you so much, Simon, for just sharing this with us. So we know that climate, conflict, and their impact on well-being in Sub-Saharan Africa are very vivid. Now we have Winnie from the Maternal Aid Mothers in Africa that will talk us about their innovative strategies to mitigate negative impacts on adolescents' well-being, promoting resilience and positive values, and share recommendations for addressing this challenge. So Winnie, over to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Winnie, and I am a co-founder of Maternal Aid for Mothers in Africa, CBO, which works with pastoralist communities in Kenya. And one of the biggest disasters that we face in our community is that because of climate change, we've experienced drought, we've experienced flooding, which takes away our livelihood, which is pastoralism, livestock keeping. So as youth, we've had to regroup and think about different strategies in which we can, one, create other sources of livelihood, which is literally the cornerstone of survival, to access basic needs and to survive. And unfortunately, one of the other consequences of your livelihood being taken away is that a lot of conflicts arises. So we've experienced a lot of issues to do with cattle rustling. But if you look at it, pastoralism is the cornerstone of our culture. So a lot of things have come in place because of that. And I want to just set the stage a little bit. Like I've said, we know that climate change is one of the most pressing challenges facing us today, and it affects ecosystems, economies, societies on a global scale, not just for us. And the impacts are felt across all borders and boundaries. So as Mama, we have tried to really come up with strategies to help the youth to adapt the different effects of climate change. And we firmly believe that young people, they're the torchbearers of our future, and they play a very pivotal role in understanding climate change and developing innovative solutions. So some of the things that we have put into place, one is supporting young people. So one of our commitment to this mission is evident in the way that we actively support young people in their journey towards becoming climate champions. We believe that empowering our youth with knowledge, skills, and opportunities is the key to sustainable climate action. And one of the ways that we do this is we do a lot of climate change education. I come from a community where education rates of getting formal education is very low because we also don't have infrastructure like schools. So we, first and foremost, we understand that education is the cornerstone of any meaningful change. So we educate people, young people, about climate change as a fundamental building block of their capacity to participate in any climate change adaptation and mitigation programs. So our training sessions usually go beyond theory. So we look at the context of our community and incorporate hands-on demonstration and examples of climate change effects and corresponding solutions, which is not hard because we actually feel it. The other thing we do is involve the youth in research programs, because we understand knowledge is not enough. So we work together with young people in research programs where we engage them in community research to help young people understand the local challenges and the resources that are available to combat climate change and its effect. And one of the things that we are really huge on is creating alternative sources of employment and income. And one of the things that has worked for us is that where I come from, the community we work with, they produce one of the best honeys in the world. And helping the community understand, and especially the young people understand, that this is something that is will need not much effort, but will give you a little bit of an income so that you're able to provide for your basic needs, has been one of the greatest successes that we've had. And still on this, on beekeeping, what we've tried to do is to leverage youth expertise. So not only are they bringing practical experience, but also professional expertise, indigenous knowledge that has been passed from our elders to the young community. So looking at what are the different options that we have, that we don't have to really struggle so hard and use less resources, but still be able to mitigate the effects of climate change that has had within our community. So I'll just go back and talk a little bit about the beekeeping initiative, which is a very prime example of how young people, women, elders, the entire community really comes together to support each other. And we've successfully incorporated indigenous wisdom, leading to increased hive productivity and general growth and wellness for our community. I'll leave my presentation at that. Thank you so much.
Winnie, thank you so much. It was a really inspiring and interesting experience. Thank you so much for all your work. And as we wrap up our conversation today, we would like to hear some stories from an innovative program approach, the IFRC, Youth as Agents of Behavior Challenge, Change and Football, for development programs, engagement for young people from the front lines of a humanitarian setting. And for that, we have Iguma Innocence, a young Ribbon leader who heads the branch Youth Council of Aruas, as well as sitting in the Uganda National Youth Council as a community member. So who will share some of this experience with us, and we are so excited about it. So please, Iguna, the floor is yours. We have Iguma Innocence, and we can't hear you, Iguma.
Greetings from Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. My name is Iguma Innocent, a youth as agents of behavior change and people for development, abbreviated as YABCF4D, facilitator based in Rhino Camp Refugee Settlement, Arua branch, and the Uganda Red Cross Society. On behalf of the National Society and the IFRC, I'm profoundly honored to share more with you about the YABCF4D program. Being a young person in the world today is hard. We have a climate emergency, increasing inequalities, rising rates of unemployment, a mental health crisis. The list continues. Uganda has a very young population. Mostly the Ugandans are under the age of 35, and it's expected to rise in the next 25 years by double. This will put a strain on the education, health, and protection systems for children and young people in the country. Uganda is a host to over 1.5 million refugees, with more than 2,000 of them in the Rhino Camp Refugee Settlement, where I'm based currently. Despite a favorable protection environment, refugees face challenges due to displacement, vulnerabilities, dwindling resources, and overabundance of services. The YABCF4D program is a program of the IFRS that puts young people at the center of programming actually, leading, implementing, and designing the solutions to problems they face in their communities. It's put forward a community-based model of resilience using humanitarian education and sport for development to address issues of identity, belonging, discrimination, and culture, and cultural isolations. It has so far been running in 3 different locations in Uganda, that is Rwamanja Refugee Settlements, Rhino Camp Refugee Settlement, and Kampala, capital city of Uganda for the urban refugees, whereby we're able to promote intercultural dialogue, understanding and acceptance, as well as building confidence, opening new perspectives, and correcting who had lost everything and the hope for a better future. Youth facilitators in Uganda were trained in a hybrid curriculum that combines football for development and humanitarian education. The curriculum teaches key life skills such as leadership, unity, gender equality, non-violence, peace, empathy, active listening, critical thinking, non-judgment, non-violent communication, and inner peace. Young people are not only first experiencing personal transformation, but we're also encouraging them to develop their social entrepreneurship skills and leadership by creating for them chances of microgrants and making them promote their own ideas, creating positive change in their schools, families, peers, neighborhoods, and the broader world. The transformative power of this project through sport has been evidenced through a lot of examples. We had some young people in Rwanda refugee settlement who had lost hope in life and wanted to commit suicide. Through this project, they were able to realize that there is life to live again in this world. In other refugee settlements, leisure has been spent by taking drugs, alcohol, among others. Through the power of this project, we were able to convince these young people to adopt other better means of leisure, like football, like engaging in peer mentorship through educating each other on issues to do with drug abuse, teenage pregnancy, among others. This has so far improved their mental well-being and general well-being at large. Other positive impacts of this project has included a culture of tolerance and acceptance between refugees from different tribes as well as host communities. At the beginning, many community football matches would end in violence. But as the project goes on, the clashes have reduced and community members cannot be seen holding banners with messages of peace. Sport has so far created a space for young people to come together. It has helped create a peer support network and build a sense of community, led to healthier lifestyles, improved engagement, and enhanced pro-social behaviors. With the general saying that youth are the leaders of tomorrow, we see this project showcasing that youth are the leaders of today. These well-trained young people have so far taken positions of interest in their societies, positions of leadership, positions of decision-making, and able to influence positively the development of their societies. And their approaches has attracted attention of the education institutions, especially in northern Uganda, Arua, whereby the education institutions are saying facilitators should go and train the young people. The National Youth Council of Uganda is as well looking forward to incorporating this hybrid curriculum into a permanent national initiative for young people in the country. Young people can have valuable knowledge and experience shared. We just need to listen to them as experts in their own lives and make their needs a priority, especially in humanitarian settings. Humanitarian education and sport, together with the full involvement of youth, can have a transformative power when youth-led initiatives are supported. Young people can become brilliant leaders and contribute to the development of their communities. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Iguna, for sharing this video with us. This was very inspiring and a true testament of the critical role young people play in the humanitarian settings and how they can be agents of change. Thank you so much for this. So now we would like to open the floor for any question or comments from our audience. We have already received a couple of questions, but please make sure you keep them coming by typing them in the chat. Okay, so we're going to have first question. So the first question is, what element is missing for a meaningful inclusion of more young people in humanitarian action? And this question goes to Winnie.
Thank you so much for the question. I think we should create more spaces for the youth to have a voice, to be included in platforms like this. And speaking from an organization that is really at the grassroots, we should create more spaces and more platforms for those people at the grassroots to have a voice and bring their solutions to the table.
Thank you so much, Winnie. Yeah, that's true. More spaces for the people to speak, more opportunities. So now we have another question that says, what has been the experience that you have learned the most in your humanitarian response. So this question goes to Rosie.
Yes, thank you so much. I think it was during one of my participations in one conference in Holland that we were talking like about it. For me, it was something new. Like you do it all the time, but you never think about it. But it was like it was about being an active listener, and it's such a thing that is really easy to do, but it's like it's really hard to get it right because usually we just like sit in a room and like people are talking, and at that time we're thinking about what am I gonna say. So we're like already planning in our heads what to say, but we're never like actively listening to these people. So that was actually a great input in my life, and I still take it with me like to everywhere I go, and it has actually helped me to grow as a person and to improve on many scales and platforms.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rosie, for this response. It was really nice to hear from you. So now we have another question. It says, I was wondering what challenge and or solutions are specific to adolescents as HR needs in humanitarian settings. So the question is, I was wondering what challenges and or solutions are specific to adolescents needs in humanitarian settings. This question is for everyone, so please raise your hand if you would like to respond. What challenges or solutions are specific to adolescents needs in humanitarian settings? Maybe we can hear from Winnie.
Yeah, so from us, some of the challenges that we've experienced is with the lack of education and a lot of cultural differences that we need to consider. Some of the sexual reproductive health services are not really received well, especially by the youth, like I said, because of cultural influences. So some of the challenges that we definitely experience is a lack of knowledge and really just navigating the cultural differences, but also just sitting and understanding that we are not imposing and we are coming together, we are coming up with solutions together. So we've had to do a lot of participatory or co-creation and a lot of dialogue with the community, and not just the community, but also just involving the men, involving the women, and understanding it's a whole community and the youth are not existing in a vacuum. So definitely ensuring that their voices and all the other factors are considered, and that you're not going in to impose and dictate, but you're co-creating together so that everybody can access services that is beneficial for the community.
Thank you so much for that great response. It was really powerful. Thank you so much for your participation and your experience. Now I would like to call to Sultan so he can share a little bit more about your experience with the challenges, because you have a great experience in youth volunteer from UNFPA in Afghanistan. So if you would like to share a little bit more about the challenges in the humanitarian response, over to you.
Okay, thank you for your question. In Afghanistan, girls, I guess, with all the challenges, especially education is the most important thing for women and for girls, that we don't have any educational facilities. And now in this situation, we can go to schools, we can go to universities, and in some areas, there is no health facilities and educational facilities, and especially women and girls they are very in very destroyed mind and this situation, and we are really vulnerable segment of the society. We are because we in these situations, women and girls are in very bad situation, and it really impacts on our mind and on our future. It belongs in our future, but we can't achieve on which job that we need and which university that we have to, and we like to continue that. This was the big challenge in this situation for women and for girls, and health facilities in some far areas and some remote areas. People don't access to facilities, health facilities and educational facilities. These are the most important challenge for the Afghans.
Thank you so much for sharing us this great experience and all the challenges that you have been facing in Afghanistan. It's really great just to hear from you. So now we have one last question. This question is for all the speakers. It says, what would you like to say, or what do you say to a young person or youth organization that is looking to enter the world of the humanitarian action? What is your recommendation for these youth people that is trying to enter the humanitarian action or this youth organization? Over to all the speakers.
I could answer first. What I'd like to say is, for example, the model we gave for from the Turkish National Pediatric Society, what we primarily did was go to the region and find out the needs. So we talked to healthcare providers in the area. We talked to refugee mothers from the area, and we also talked with youth from the area. And our primary goal was to find out what they needed from us as a pediatric society. And we found out that they lacked education, the youth lacked psychosocial support, and healthcare providers also lacked any kind of refugee training. So this was primarily the first steps that our society took to help in this humanitarian crisis. So I think one of the first steps that needs to be done is to talk to the people who need our help and find out how best we can provide good services. And so discussing what youth need from us is one of the first steps that we need to take. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really powerful and that's really true. Now we have another question. It says, what spaces can created for youth people that will empower them, and not only empower them, but also allow them to thrive in the mental issues that they face? So this question goes to Rosie. Rosie, over to you.
Thank you. Sorry, can I bother you again to repeat the question? I didn't hear it.
Sure, no worries. No worries. What spaces can created for young people that will empower them, and not only empower them, but also allow them to thrive in the mental issues that they face?
Yes, I would say maybe like creating some training programs and giving some spaces where young people can create some things together, like to get this youth community in a place that where they can like have a conversation and get together and see like what they need, what are their peers need, how to engage even more youth, how to reach out to people that might have not been in the conversation from before, so that we have the diversity in our needs, so that it doesn't serve only one side or one group of us, the youth. And I would say also like training programs, and also on how to give psychological first aid, so that we can practice that on each other as youth peers.
Thank you so much, Rosie. Yes, capacity building, I'm agree, and also be able to diverse group of people have access to this. It's something really powerful, and also something we can take into account to ensure youth people can have access to these different materials equally. So thank you so much for all that questions. It was really nice to hear also a little bit more about the experience of all the speakers. It was really nice to hear your questions and comments. So now it's time to wrap up. So I'm going to repeat, thank you so much for all our speakers to their prudent interventions. This has been a great discussion where we have explored all this experience, the good practices and action that support us to ensure that young people are prepared, empowered, and enabled to bank their potential and experience and be recognized as active contributors in shaping the humanitarian response. So today we can confirm that you people is leaving a mark acting for the world and is doing really great. So youth can engage in and will continue doing the backbone and supporting the compact of the people working humanitarian action. I will look forward to continue along this path as we deliver our 5 key commitments. Thank you so much for joining us today. From me, Roldaris Marchena, it was an honor. So please enjoy the rest of your day and continue with all your great work. Thank you so much.
Wow, such a privilege to hear those stories of courageous young people who are in such difficult and often dangerous situations. And also encouraging that so many organizations are uniting to support young people in times of crisis. Great stuff.
Yeah, great stuff indeed. We are so ready to learn, and the Ready to Learn session had a lot of food for thought. It was fun to hear adolescents from all around the world telling us what their ideal school looks like. And now we've got 2 great core sessions coming up. Of course, the first one is Generation Cyberwise, fostering safety for digital natives. That's highly topical for sure. And you know, that's one that's really close to my heart. I love all things technology. So dial into that if you want to be a part of the conversation with young voices and experts about building a safer and more supportive online space. Or you could go to the launch of the AHA 2.0 Global Guidance for Accelerated Action for Adolescent Health and Wellbeing. That's an interactive session to showcase country examples on applying this framework to the local context.
And we've also got interesting videos for you from Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Did you know that cervical cancer caused over 340,000 deaths in 2020? Now, 90% of those were in low and middle income countries. Now, we can stop this, which is why it's so important that girls get accurate information about the HPV vaccine. And we also have more news from our Spot 1.8 reporter. Take it away, team.
Unite, rise, lead.
we are seeking to eliminate cervical cancer in Sierra Leone. And part of that strategy is vaccination, the HPV vaccine.
My name is Karen Nakawala. I'm from Zambia, and I was born in a town called Chipata. I'm a cervical cancer survivor myself. So I was diagnosed in 2019 of June. So I was driving back home, I remember, and suddenly it hit me, cancer. This means that I'm dying, and I parked the car on the roadside. It was about 7 p.m. And the first thing that came to my mind was my children. I'm going to die and my children are going to remain alone. And I broke down. I remember I broke down for the longest time. For 3 days, I didn't sleep straight. Like I would wake up literally to see the sunrise, sunset for 3 days. The treatment is very harsh and it takes a lot from you. Even the strongest person, I think at some point, you literally give in to the treatment. And so to get out of that, I think I'm very lucky to be here because there are a lot of women that I saw that died during my journey. I now realize that if we are to eliminate cervical cancer, the HPV is the one sure tool that we have to do it. So the HPV in Zambia was rolled out in 2013. When I started talking to the doctors, they told me that it was met with a lot of resistance. One, because people did not believe in the vaccine, and two, because of what the vaccine was related to, cervical cancer and, the sexual part of it. And so that is when we decided, you know what? Yes, we're doing the screening, we're doing the awareness, we're creating demand for people to go and get screening. But I think our fight is trying to get the HPV rolled out successfully and getting the girls that are eligible to get vaccinated. We're losing a lot of women unnecessarily, and I think we shouldn't. We can't lose women to a cancer that can be eliminated and to a cancer that can be prevented. And that is where the HPV vaccine comes in. And we need to push for that to be received by the masses so that they can get their girls vaccinated.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I'm 21 years old. I'm a computer science student from Namibia. I think my biggest aspiration is always to inspire other people, helping young people know that despite their circumstances, their background, they can achieve anything they want in life. For my friends and I, it's also been a challenge to find job opportunities because due to lack of formal education and work experience.
So YOMA is a digital platform for young people to upskill themselves. They can sign up, they can do learning courses, they can do volunteering opportunities where they can impact their local communities. In return, they earn tokens, and these tokens they can redeem on a marketplace for digital and physical goods.
By completing the YOMA courses, I was able to add to my CV, which actually helped me to gain some work experience in digital marketing. I see a future where young people will have access to formal education, will have access to gain experience and be able to achieve their personal goals and their career goals with the help of YOMA.
Hello everyone, I'm Anuradha Gupta, the President of Global Immunization at the Sabin Vaccine Institute. And I'm so delighted to be with you for this virtual forum. It is indeed exciting to be a part of the enthusiasm and energy that you, the 1.8 billion young people, bring to our global community. This forum is about how you all can force change, accelerate change, shape lives, improve lives, and most importantly, save lives. I can tell you about one more opportunity that you have to do that. It is about preventing the horrific human papillomavirus that leads to cervical cancer among women, but also cancers among men, including head and neck cancer. Unlike other cancers, cervical cancer can be prevented and eventually eliminated. We have a highly effective vaccine that prevents HPV, and we have screening and treatment methods today that detect and remove precancerous lesions much before they develop into cervical cancer that today claims a woman every 90 seconds. These deaths are mostly among younger women. And the tragedy is that though they are preventable, HPV vaccination coverage remains very low. Only 1 in 7 young girls received the vaccine in 2022. HPV vaccine is best taken when you are an adolescent between 9 to 14 years of age. So I would urge you to take agency of your own health. Demand that you get protected by this powerful tool that can prevent cancer and also other HPV-induced cancers. Be your best advocates. Your voice will be important to end cervical cancer that is unnecessarily killing women in the prime of their youth. If we and you don't act now, a woman would die of cervical cancer every 60 seconds by 2040. Don't allow that to happen. Imagine what you, 1.8 billion young people, can do. Thank you.
Unite, rise, lead.
Hello and warm welcome to this session on Generation Cyberwise, fostering safety and wellness for digital natives. My name is Dr. Eno Awajojist. I am the Youth Officer for the Digital Transformations of Healthcare, and I will be your moderator for this session. Next slide, please. For this session, we will be looking at the role of social media and the digital environments in shaping adolescent well-being, the risk and harm of the online world, and strategies to protect oneself. We would look at resources to navigate the web and risk or threats encountered in the day-to-day lives. And lastly, we will be generating recommendations for protecting adolescent safety and well-being online. Next slide, please. Yes, here I will be looking at a high-level overview of how digital transformations are shaping each domain of adolescent well-being in a positive and negative way. We all know that digital technologies and data are now part of our everyday lives. Adolescents are often called digital natives or the cyber generation, of course, because they are often more digitally connected and quick to adopt technologies compared to older people. Even adolescents without regular access to internet or digital devices are finding their lives increasingly influenced by digitalization. Ahead of the Global Forum for Adolescents, the DTH Lab worked with PMNCH and other partners to explore the ways in which digital transformations are impacting adolescent well-being. We found out something very interesting. We found out that each of the 5 domains of adolescent well-being can be positively or negatively be impacted by digital transformation. On this slide, you can see just some of the examples. For example, in the domain of health and nutrition, digital technologies can help more people access healthcare and lead to new ways of preventing and treating illnesses. But at the same time, using digital technologies can lead to negative health outcomes, such as reduced sleep, which is very important, or physical activity, or it can encourage unhealthy eating and other behaviors. Next slide. A lot of research is being done on adolescent use of social media and digital technologies to better understand how it affects their well-being. And so the DTH Lab, the Digital Transformation of Health Lab, recently reviewed the evidence that this is out there and had 3 interesting conclusions. 1, there is a huge divide in adolescents' levels of digital access. We found out that more than 6 out of 10 adolescents and youth, most of them in LMICs, do not have internet access at home, which means that they will definitely be missing out on opportunities available online. Secondly, adolescents' experiences of the digital world vary widely, and scientists have not been able to find a clear connection between the amount of time adolescents spend online or how they are spending that time and well-being outcomes. Many scientists think that online vulnerabilities mirror offline vulnerabilities. I agree as well. This means that whether an adolescent time online leads to positive or negative outcomes likely depends on a complex mix of their personal characteristics or experiences that they have in real world. Finally, young people and scientists agree that tools and platforms are not being designed with young people's well-being in mind. And this is leading to adolescents being unnecessarily exposed to online experiences, content, and commercial practices that are inappropriate, exploitative, and some even seriously harmful. And so therefore, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear young people, I want to introduce you to one of our fantastic speakers, Serena. Serena comes to us from End Violence Against Children, and she will go through into further detail on some of the most serious harms that adolescents are being exposed online. But before that, let us hear from adolescent voices themselves. Next slide. And this is the part.
My name is Kyla.
Sorry? This is the part 1 of Adolescent Voices. And in this video compilation, we'll bring to you testimonials from adolescents about their experiences, their challenges, and the needs in the realm of the digital world. The video has 3 parts, and we'll start with part 1. Testimonials of a general nature with questions such as, what kind of online platforms do you use and for what purposes? We would also be asking young people, how does using online platforms support your well-being? How does it make you feel? So stay tuned and get the video.
My name is Kyla and I am from the United Kingdom.
Hello everyone, I'm Sanskriti and I'm from Nepal.
My name is Randy from Ghana.
Hello everyone, my name is Abdallah from Tanzania.
Hello everyone, my name is Chukwu Kingsley and I am from Nigeria.
Good evening once again everyone. As introduced myself, my name is Abdallah from Tanzania. One of the first online platform I use is mobile health checking or AC Track. This is one of my best or favorite applications which are using online. Also in our Tanzanians, we have an online platform known as HADA.
The online platforms that I use, I think it's a variety, but specifically if you're talking about health, is the NHS, which is basically the governmental health system, and we have the app which allows us to kind of like book doctor's appointment or find your medical records, and also to consult with the doctors online if you need to without seeing them in person. So I think the NHS app is one of the most important apps that we use here in the UK.
For health, I just Google if there is any clinic near me, we don't have a specific, or at least I don't use any specific online platform, but I do find myself in Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, Messenger, even dating apps, Bumble, and Pinterest, and sometimes Twitch. So it's a variety of online platforms that I'm on. So yeah.
I love to read a lot, learn a lot of new stuff. So I normally use Coursera to go through some kind of blend my normal academic schedule to the Coursera one, so I can learn multiple things at the same time as well.
For me personally, just like in Nigeria, we don't particularly have a very common application where people can actually access information as regards to their health and well-being and all that. But then there are lots of content creators online, on TikTok, on Instagram, that shares lots of information, leveraging on trends, video trends and all that to share information.
I work as a social media manager here. So I use Instagram, I use Facebook, and then I use, what's it called again? LinkedIn.
How does using these online platforms support your well-being? If you could share with us.
Well, that's difficult because I think I find it doing the opposite. And right now I'm actually on a social media detox at the moment because it was getting too much. I think it does more damage and rather than support. So I cannot say it really supported me.
Yeah, yes, I would say definitely, yeah. It has been very much effective in supporting my well-being as a young person.
On my side, I'm using Health Track and mobile health clinic. So this is very, very, very important to me, and it supports my well-being.
How do you know who and what to trust online?
That's actually a very interesting point to make, because I think that is the ongoing problem that people tend to have with kind of like the risingness of maybe misinformation or hoax and all those kind of things. It's very difficult to filter. From my personal experience, knowing which one is right and which one is not is actually a very difficult point to filter.
That's a very tricky question. That's a very difficult one to answer, because for me, who kind of is mostly on social media, it becomes very difficult to kind of find out which of the information I'm seeing online is actually true and which of them is not true.
Given the scope of social media, I really do not think we have legit source of information because everywhere is just rowdy. Everybody is a journalist. Everybody is reporting the news at one given time or the other. So I do not actually trust news from social media. So for me, before I consume an information on social media, I have to verify from a website if it's health related, or I go to the news channels to see if those information are true.
Thank you very much. Interestingly, from this video, what do you notice? You notice that adolescents and young people have varied experiences online. Their perspectives are different, and support for well-being differs. Some even said that they are on a social media detox. What do you say? Young people have issues with trust. But in this session, let's see what our speakers have to say and what you, our esteemed participants, have to say. And now, let me introduce you to Serena. Serena comes to us from Save Online End Violence, where she has been working globally to ensure children and young people can benefit and enjoy digital spaces free from violence. She will be zooming in on one domain of adolescent well-being and safety, and how it is being affected by the digital transformations of healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me welcome Serena.
Thank you very much, Reynolds. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I'm joining from Tunisia. I don't know if you know where it is, but we are north of Africa, just south of Europe. But as Anna was saying, we work globally, and our name is Safe Online, which means we work every day to make the internet safe for children and young people. And to do so, we need to hear your voices. We need to understand your experiences. And that's also why we were so excited to be here today, to be part of this forum. I will share a little bit more about what we do and how we talk to children about this. And just so you know, we focus on very sensitive things. We focus on sexual abuse, sexual violence, sexual exploitation. So if you may feel uncomfortable about what I'm saying, please talk to an adult you trust or a friend you trust, and we're also, available to talk. Just so you can see on the screen, these are some examples of what sexual abuse online could look like. But are these words any meaning to you? Do they mean anything to you? So let's look at the next slide and let's see how we have asked 13,000 young people, adolescents actually, on how they're experiencing the internet, in order to figure out what are the risks and the threats and the things that are happening. We ask them mainly 4 questions, which is based: did you get money or gifts offered in return of photos of yourself, without clothes? Did you get gifts out of this? Did you engage in sexual acts by images and videos? So those are the questions we asked 13,000 children across 13 countries. So let me show you a video that we produced out of this project. Can we?
Internet access enables children to have fun, make friends, and learn in digital spaces, but also to encounter harm, such as grooming, sexual exploitation, and abuse. Last year, up to 20% of children in Eastern and Southern Africa and Southeast Asia experienced online sexual abuse. Up to 20% of children. That means millions of boys and girls face this threat every year, with devastating consequences. Evidence is key to keeping children safe online.
As you can see from the video, there are millions of children and young people being affected by this. And we work, very closely with the industry. So we work with Twitter, Snapchat, Microsoft, Meta to make their platform safer. We work also with governments and other actors to produce solutions that can make the internet safer for you. But we also talk with you to better understand how you're experiencing and what we can do to both prevent it, but also ensure that the children the adolescents that are already victim can find support. So you saw in the slide, in the video, there are millions of children in different countries. It appears in different ways. On the next slides, we can see a map that shows the 13 countries that we have done these interviews with children and with other people, adults, parents. And you see that in some countries it's much higher than in others, and it's evolving very fast because technologies continue to evolve so fast. We're doing the same study again in other 12 countries in Latin America, Eastern Europe, but also North Africa and the Middle East. Why? Because we want to understand better. We want to understand better to stop this and to prevent it. And what we have learned from this study, we will see in the next slide, is that when young people or adolescents do encounter these problems, I think one of the main common challenges they face is loneliness. They don't talk to anyone about it. They don't report it. When they talk to someone, they talk to a friend, but sometimes the friend doesn't know how to help them. Very often they feel ashamed or they feel upset to share with parents. So the thing that I would like you to take away from today is that I know it's scary, I know but it can be, the only thing that can be done is to talk to an adult that you trust, because certain things happening online or in person are definitely not acceptable, and some of them are crimes and some of them are against the law, and there are rules and protections that can apply both from the industry, the platforms, but also from the government. Next slide. This slide just shows some of the reasons why the young people that we spoke with said that they don't talk to anyone. Mainly they feel ashamed, mainly they are scared of consequences. Very often they think it's their fault, but actually it's never the victim's fault. There's always help that can be found. So I think I'm going to conclude this with saying we are here to support you and to make the internet safer, and we like to always hear from you to do it better, to understand better what are the risks and the challenges you're facing and how we can be helpful. And I'm going to conclude and thank everyone, but also share another video before we move forward. This video is going to share the experiences of young people, of adolescents that have already experienced this type of abuse. Some of the content may be upsetting, but if you feel upset, talk to an adult that you trust that is with you. Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here today.
Thank you very much, Serena, for that powerful presentation. And of course, I do agree with you that we want to make the internet safer for everyone. Therefore, adolescents, young people, talk to someone you trust. Dear participants, we will now move to the next session where we would listen to a recording from one of our incredible speakers. Her name is Sarah. And Sarah explores the state of parenting, child exploitation, and minor safety on social media. Her goal is to reflect on the sharing choices of parents and the accounts they are consuming online, and better support their children in becoming informed and responsible digital citizens. Sarah calls on platforms, governments, and brands to safeguard the right to privacy of children and adolescents and increase their digital safety. She will talk to us about digital rights and present her call for action in the next 2 short videos. Let's listen to Sarah.
Today, adolescents are finding themselves navigating a landscape that is both fascinating and at times fraught with challenges. The digital world. While the online world offers endless possibilities, it's essential to shed light on the shadows and discuss how you, as young navigators, can safeguard yourself. Cyberbullying and online harassment is one of the most prominent challenges. The anonymity of the online world can sometimes embolden individuals to act negatively, spewing hateful rhetoric or harassing those they know or don't know online. But you have a right to a safe digital space and to be protected from online harm. Therefore, it is imperative you report any form of hate or harassment to a trusted adult in your life. And governments need to act quickly to create agencies dedicated to keeping people safe online, much like Australia's e-Safety Commissioner, the world's first government agency that is dedicated to keeping people safer online. Agencies like this are of vital importance moving forward, so those adolescents who do not have trusted adults in their lives and do not feel comfortable discussing these topics have a resource to go for information and assistance. Having resources like the e-Safety Commissioner or Take It Down from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in the United States available for adolescents are especially vital when it comes to cases of online grooming, self-generated imagery, and sextortion. Adolescents who fall victim need to know there is a place to go for help, and we need to remind them that they are not to blame, they are a victim, and they have our support. When it comes to privacy, your personal information is precious. In a world where data is gold, oversharing can lead to a breach in privacy. Safeguarding against this involves being selective about the information you share, utilizing privacy settings, and being conscious of your digital footprint. The game you will play in a moment gives you some examples of different strategies you might use in your online interactions. Furthermore, screen addiction and the mental health impact of the digital world, specifically as it relates to social media. The allure of the digital world can be captivating and time-consuming, which can impact your physical and mental well-being. Balancing online and offline activities, setting screen time limits, and prioritizing real-world interactions are essential towards a healthy digital life. The online world is also fraught with misinformation and security risks. Learning to discern credible sources, questioning information, and engaging with critical thinking are vital for you in order to navigate the waves of misinformation and the digital pitfalls of phishing, scams, and malware. But with so much coming at you as an adolescent, how can you safeguard against these challenges?
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have heard from Sarah on this first part of her video around how you can be safe online. And so, dear participants, dear young people, we want to find out from you, with so much information available online, how do you safeguard yourself against these challenges of being online? We've heard from Sarah. Sarah said your personal information is precious. So use the chat box and tell us, with a lot of information that is available online, how do you safeguard yourself against these challenges? And we'll be happy to share some of your thoughts in the chat box. And I'm sure while we do that, we might want to go to the next video, part 2 of Sarah's recording.
It is vital to state that as a parent, I recognize that the digital rights of adolescents is not a responsibility that solely falls on you. It's an essential part of parenting in today's world, and we as parents, alongside governments and organizations, need to empower you to make informed decisions, recognize the power of privacy, and navigate the digital landscape with confidence. Education and awareness are a great first step, and being here is just that. Knowledge is your armor, and staying informed about potential risks, learning how to protect yourself are all tools you can add to your toolbox in building a strong defense against the negatives and the dangers that lurk online. Open communication is another tool. Keep the lines of communication open with your parents, teachers, peers, and any trusted adult in your life. By sharing your experiences and concerns, you will build a supportive community that can assist you in navigating through the challenges that might arise. Set boundaries with screen time and become a responsible digital citizen. Be an advocate for positivity, respect, and kindness by fostering a supportive digital environment. By doing this, you minimize the negativity in the online world, thus creating a safer space for all. We as adults also need to be mindful of not demonizing technology for our youth, because although there are dark shadows that lurk online, there are also many positives of growing up in the ever-expanding digital universe. There are endless opportunities for learning and connections. You can form communities, advocate for causes, and break the barriers of time and space to work towards making the world a better place and the online world a safer space. There is so much power online, but with great power comes great responsibility. You have a right to privacy, freedom of expression, and protection online. These rights are your shields in the digital realm, and it's important to know them, value them, and understand how to safeguard them. In tandem with not only parents, but governments and organizations, many of whom are here today, we call on to work towards developing agencies that are dedicated to supporting our youth and fighting against the online risks and harms faced by adolescents today. Creating and expanding on online safety acts, implementing online safety education and prevention programs in school, and providing resources for adolescents to turn to when in need of help. In conclusion, growing up in the digital world offers you endless opportunities, and by embracing your digital rights and learning how to safeguard them, you are empowering yourself to explore, create, and contribute positively to the digital world. Keep learning, stay safe, ask for help when necessary, and continue to work towards becoming a responsible digital citizen.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much, Sarah. We have heard from Sarah. She clearly stated that we must be able to recognize the power of privacy in navigating the digital landscape with confidence. Knowledge is your armor. And now we would listen to part 2 of our adolescent voices, looking at the challenges young people and adolescents face when navigating the online world.
You face in navigating the online world. Maybe we could start from Zeddy. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. The most prominent issue I face will be cyberbullying. So most times, as queer persons in Nigeria, as a queer individual, I'm unable to live my truths in the physical space. I'm unable to relate with people and openly say, oh, this is who I am. So the social media platform, the online space is like a place where we'll find solace, a place where we'll find that peace, where we are able to commune and communicate with individuals.
I think it's very similar to what Zedi was saying, was the fact that cyberbullying, especially being a minority in a Western country, all those kind of problems definitely rises. And also, I think one of the most prominent rising issues is also kind of basically weird emails from people, all those kind of things where you just, because you expose your email to maybe an mailing list, and then someone else gets it because of maybe being hacked or whatever not, and then you receive all these weird emails trying to get your attention and kind of thing. That is definitely one of the challenges that you start realizing with the prominence of online or maybe social media in general, I would say.
On our country, there are many challenges which facing youth on navigating the online world. First thing is misinformations and bias. Another thing is to understand the context of the informations. So some of the information not real. So there is many of the information is false. Another thing is cultural and language and varieties. So
what makes you as a young person or as an adolescent feel uncomfortable or unsafe online?
So personally, what I have found recently is people have started messaging me on WhatsApp, right? And I don't know where they get my number from. And once I remember I posted a TikTok and someone commented, like your number ends at --7, right? Question mark, and it was my number. And I'm like, how are they getting these numbers? Another thing that makes it very uncomfortable is parasocial relationships. They what do we say? They make assumptions and they keep attacking their and everything. And one of another thing that makes it very uncomfortable is there are multiple Reddit and groups where people just share they write vile comments about women bodies, right? And they say like, I want to bang her and anything in the most wildest way possible. And these are in Reddits and everything. It's one thing when it's done consensually, and it's another thing when it's not consensual. So it makes it very uncomfortable with the comments they write, and it's completely normal. Even the comment section, whenever I read the comment section, it makes me uncomfortable that people like these exist. I mean, not like, obviously everyone has different opinions, but when it's like affecting others' well-being, safety, and when it comes to sexual assault and everything, and it's like very like, these are, I think, basic things we need to agree on. And whenever I see these people, I don't feel comfortable going, knowing like this is happening around me, because I'm in a very small bubble, right, where everyone is very friendly and everything. And whenever I read these comments, reality hits me like, oh, okay, this is not like, the perfect bubble is not there anymore. So I think everything else, I think everyone is pretty much covered. So that is what
Thank you very much. We got a very interesting game for you. And this game is titled Digital Dilemma, Safe or Risky. And this game, we want to use this as a fun and educational way of prompting adolescents and young people to think about online safety measures and ethical decisions in the digital age. And so, what format are we going to be using in this game? It will be a set of quizzes. We have 5 quizzes for you, and we'll be presenting to you a series of scenarios related to online safety. Each scenario will have one correct answer. And so you would have the presentation of each of these scenarios, and you will be able to select the most appropriate answer. Over. Okay, while we're waiting for the questions, I can just give a glimpse of scenario 1, because we'll be having some very interesting questions for you to be able to provide answers to them. They are very interesting questions for answers for you to select one, which is most appropriate. Okay, while we're waiting for our third team, I can start reading out scenario 1, if you don't mind, so that our participants can be engaged. Scenario 1, you find a fantastic deal online for a new video game. The seller asks for your credit card information via private message. What should you do? Quite interesting. You find a fantastic deal online for a new game. The seller asks for your credit card information via a private message. What should you do? Option A, share your credit card information for the purchase, but request a proof of the seller identities first. Option B, ignore the message. It's probably a scam. Option 3, research the seller and check for reviews before deciding. And option 4, ask your parents for their credit card. Okay, I hear from the tech team that we have the questions online. I hope our participants are able to engage with the questions. All right, great. Thank you very much. I hope that was interactive. I hope you were able to, get a glimpse of this very interesting and fun game. And of course, we can be able to discuss. Now, what can we see within this 5 scenarios that we gave it to you? These 5 scenarios, what can we see? The first thing is that you realize that your safety and security online should always be a top priority. And when in doubt, err on the side of caution and skepticism. Secondly, you must develop critical thinking skills to assess the credibility of online information. Fact check before sharing and question sources that seem unreliable. Dear young people, take control of your digital footprint by managing app permissions and sharing information thoroughly. Protect your personal data to minimize the risk of identity theft or privacy breaches. Taking breaks for seeking validation on social media can lead to healthier online experiences. It reduces dependency on likes and comments for self-esteem. So, your actions online impact not only your well-being, but also the online community. Promote kindness, empathy, and respectful communication in your online conversations. And I want to close this game session with these very interesting remarks. The digital age offers tremendous opportunities, but it also presents challenges, particularly for young people. So building digital resilience, awareness, and ethical decision-making skills are very essential. Responsible digital citizenships involve not only protecting oneself, but also contributing to a safer and more supportive online environment for all. And lastly, encouraging open discussions, critical thinking, and continuous learning about online safety and ethics is vital for today's interconnected world. Dear participants, at this moment, I want to share with you the last testimonial video for young people that explore what safe digital world would look like for you and what adult experts need to change to make this happen. Let's have the adolescent testimonies.
So Randy, what would a safe digital world look like for you? And what would you like adults and experts or social media platforms to change to make this safe digital world happen?
Okay, so one of the major challenges we've had that I feel like can be done in that respect is online protection. Online protection for children and young people, especially because we are the most vulnerable when it comes to the online space. There are so many things that could be targeted against us.
Personally, first of all, I believe that the issue of cyberbullying cannot be stopped.
I don't think there's much that we can do to prevent those things from happening, rather than just educating them. So I think there's nothing much we can do except for educating the ones who are using the social media. I think as well, because I also come from Indonesia, looking back in Indonesia, in the smaller parts of Indonesia, I would say that the awareness of the social media, it's not as prominent as it is in the bigger cities, definitely. And I think the kind of like overall awareness should be raised in order for social media to be more of a safe place.
I'm a young expert, and I would like to work with youth and adolescents. So adolescents and youth play a significant role in creating demand for the safe internet and building a movement to promote online safe. So on my side, the things which youth or adolescents can make it is education and awareness. Promoting digital literacy by organizing different workshops, organizing webinars, organizing awareness sessions about the online safe uses. I think it's collective efforts. So me, you, and others, we have one youth, we have one responsibility to ensure that the online is safe for the youth and the adolescents.
Yes, young people have to raise awareness on the issue that they are facing using the social media spaces. They have to speak up, and also, just like we have the tech space, for those persons that are into tech space, making policy, young persons have to be present there, right? To also lend their voice, to also help influence on these policies that are being made so that it will become inclusive for young persons using this social media.
Even things we do right now, if we see a negative post, I think most of us just pass through it, but there is an option to report, right? So we can do that. So that will help filter out content. So that is something we can actively do right now. And another thing is, we have talked so much about policies, right? But there's recent cases where like people do go and report, right? But it does not get like, we don't get the response back from the authorities, and like if we go to the cops, we don't get that support at all. Like it's very tedious, and as much as there are many policies, I don't see it happening. So I need I think it's important to have that as well. And another thing is we need to fact check what we are reposting, right? So if we contribute to the misinformation, I think most of us don't know how to fact check as well, and that could be me as well, right? If I see something, then I can just be like, if someone, my friend is posting it, I'm gonna trust her and be like, okay, she does not usually post this, so maybe she is sharing it and I'll post it as well, maybe without fact checking. So I can be the part of the problem, but I can also be the part of the solution by fact checking.
Thank you so much, Sanskriti. I think you shared really, really good, kind of very practical, easily implementable steps that young people can.
Amazing. Dear attendees, we want to thank you very much, for hanging in there up to this moment. We are getting to the end of our session, and we hope you did enjoy it. And we want to conclude with a brief overview of what we're able to learn today. Online harm are the result of systemic shortcomings. The digital world is not being designed with adolescent needs in mind, and is therefore inherently an unsafe space for them. You would agree with me that to foster adolescent well-being online, governments, technology companies, and other actors need to take a number of urgent actions, which we put forth to you today. Removing physical and structural barriers to digital access and use is very vital. Building adolescent digital literacy, skills, and knowledge of how to access support when online harms are experienced. Strengthening regulations and laws to make online spaces safe for young users. And lastly, we are recommending that putting young people's views, priorities, and rights at the heart of the future of digital design and governance is extremely important. I want to use this opportunity to thank our dear attendees, our esteemed participants. To you, adolescents and young people, we care about you. This forum is for you, and we hope that you were able to make meaning out of this session. I want to say a warm thank you to our incredible speakers, to Sarah for your recording, to Serena, to our translators, to those in the background, to the tech team. We want to say a huge thank you, and we hope that this session has been very meaningful to you. Until then, we say ciao from our end, and keep being safe online. Do the best you can to open up to someone you trust, and make sure that your information is private. It is your knowledge. It is your data. Make use of it. Take charge of your information online. Thank you from my end. I have been your moderator, Eno Awa George Stevens, from the Digital Transformations of Healthcare Lab. Thank you, and over.
Some very topical course sessions we've just seen. Yeah. Now, the internet continues to change people's lives in so many ways. Important thinking in that session about supporting a cyberwise generation to get the best out of it while keeping safe and protecting our well-being.
No, that's so true. Like in this modern day and age, every young person needs to know how to be safe in that online world. And it's so great that the AHA 2.0 guidance has been launched today at this global forum, especially with so much youth engagement going into that guidance.
No, 100%. So let me tell you what we have to look forward to in the next hour. We are going to see some more amazing newsreel from our 1.8 reporters.
And our core sessions are actually about mental health. So that's all about youth leaders breaking the silence. And I think that's so
Oh,
important.
100%.
I mean, did you know that poor mental health outcomes now affect 1 in 7 young people globally?
Wow.
That's shocking. This session is going to look at how youth are shaping effective services for a brighter future. Or you can join a session on communicating the non communicable, how marketing policy can really protect young people from disease. So, NCDs are the leading cause of death and disability worldwide, and that is a big concern within my region of the Americas. So this really is a chance for us to add our voice. This call for government commitments to regulate harmful marketing practices which make things worse.
All life-saving and really important stuff. But first, let's hear from an incredible mental health activist, Meg Zinat-Wamithi, who has a powerful story to tell. We'll see you later, guys.
1.8 billion young hearts. We are one.
Hi, wonderful people. My name is Meg Zinat-Wamithi, and I'm a global mental health leader and educator from London, but also the proud founder of MyMapper, which is a global education company that provides young people just like you with the tools, resources to live mentally healthy lives. My team and I are on a very tough mission at the moment to try and ensure that 1 million young people across the world have access to basic mental health education. So thank you so much for being along on this journey. Why is today so important, and why am I so excited to be speaking to you all at this year's Global Forum for Adolescents? Well, because there's 1.8 billion of us. There is, in fact, 1.8 billion young people across the world. And within that, 1.2 of us have been bold enough to say that mental health and well-being needs to be at the top of the agenda. And from me to you, I couldn't agree more. We all have mental health, and we all need to start doing something about it. And within there, it's about time is of the essence, not tomorrow, not yesterday, but today. As it currently stands, mental health is the second biggest killer for young people aged 15 to 25. That is, in fact, out of all of you, out of all of the classes that you might sit in, 1.6 of us will be suffering in silence with a mental illness. And this is why we need to do something about it. But before I end up talking a little bit about my story, because that's where it started for me, I actually just wanted to say a massive thank you, and actually that I'm so proud of you all. I'm so proud of each and every single one of us, whether you are there in person, you are streaming online, or will tune into this afterwards. It's not easy to be bold, courageous, or radical enough to stand up for the things that we believe in. And I truly believe that our generation is going to be the one that changes the world. It's not just about talking about the changes that we want to see. It's about being the change that we want to see. So thank you for showing up today. And I just can't thank you enough for all the work that you have done to this point, but that will do moving forwards. So why Meg? Why am I here today? Why does mental health and well-being mean so much to me? Well, when you look at me, do I look like someone that has a mental illness? Probably not. When you look at me, do I look like someone that survived suicide? Probably not. And that's the thing. Mental health has no face. It's a silent killer. Unless we speak about it, no one really knows the silent battles that other people are facing. And for me, mine started when I was only 13 years old, and my story is not unique. When I was 13, I was diagnosed with severe depression, anxiety, anorexia, and paranoia. Sadly, by the time I was 14, I had my first suicide attempt. And by the time I was 16, I had my second. I had my last suicide attempt when I was 20, actually on my 20th birthday, where I was rushed to hospital when I was sectioned. And it wasn't until that 20th birthday and me being at the point of crisis that I finally received the support that I needed. And the thing is, I feel like I'm one of the lucky ones. And I think it is my duty to do more, to shout about this, because there's not a lot of people that are proactive enough and feel confident enough or safe enough to talk about it. Right now, at the age of 25, I'm a proud navigator, I would say, of borderline personality disorder, social anxiety, and also as a recovering anorexic. And whilst it may feel scary to talk about my mental illnesses are my superpower, and I wouldn't change them for anything, because at the core of it, the only person that can stigmatize me is me. And therefore, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm proud. I'm proud of my mental illnesses. I'm proud of everything that I've gone through, because I think I wouldn't be Meg today. My story with My Mapper started with me just sharing my story. And it can for you too. It's as simple as that. It's being bold enough to be vulnerable and realizing that that's a strength. But I do have some takeaways for us all today. So once you finish this forum, what can you do? What can you take away? Here are my top tips. Number one, don't just be comfortable having a seat at the table, build your own. One of my core mentors said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I feel like for so many of our young people, our voices go unheard, or we're just a tick box exercise. We're always on the menu. And I think the big thing that I really decided with My Mapper, I didn't just want to have conversations about change. I wanted to be the change. So instead of being comfortable just having a seat at the table, I built my own and I invited other young people along on that journey. So think about it for yourself. Who can you collaborate with? Who can you bring involved in the work that you're doing? Number two, and I think number two is a really, really, really big one, which is use your personal story to fuel you. Your story is so powerful and so many people want to hear from it. So please find safe spaces to talk about it. And actually a reminder for me to you is always for all those people, because it has been difficult, definitely been difficult, for all those people that made you feel uncomfortable about opening up, there are 100 people that will make you feel so proud that you spoke up. So it's about finding your tribe. Connect with everyone who's joined the forum, share, meet new people. But when you find your tribe, you'll feel so much more confident with your story. Number three, it's absolutely okay not to be okay. You know, there are seasons that we come in life, and me, I might seem really confident now, but I do have those times as well that I still struggle, that I feel like I'm going back to old habits, that I need help, and that I actually reach out. So if this is you and you're not going through a great time at the moment, just remember that this too shall pass. And actually, that it's absolutely okay to not be okay right now and to take your time. You know, getting better, needing support, needing help takes time. Number four. Is it number four? Number three? Number four. I think it's number four. But I think the big thing for me is don't focus on changing the world. Focus on changing your world. It will feel like there's a mountain of problems that you need to solve. I remember when I first started My Mapper, I was just like, I just want to change everything. And actually, it's counterproductive that way. I started thinking about how I can change my world, the things that I can see around me, my schools, my universities, my workplaces, my friendships, my relationships, my peers on social media. Doing the small things daily leads to big change. Think about doing the small things consistently, and I promise you the rest will just be like a snowball effect. And finally, find what motivates you. For me, it's that 13-year-old girl, 13-year-old Meg, who never ever thought that she'd make it to her 18th birthday, who's now had the privilege to talk to all of you. Remember that we don't do things alone, and that it's about collaborating and partnering with others. I really do hope that you enjoy the rest of the forum. Let's connect. I've been Meg, and this is goodbye from London. I'm so proud of us. Let's ensure that our voices matter, but that everyone knows that our minds matter too. See you later.
For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this inspiring session at the Global Forum for Adolescents, titled Mental Health Youth Leaders Break the Silence. We are honored to have such a diverse group here of young people. They will share meaningful solutions that they are crafted to address mental health challenges in their young community. I'm Mariana Nascimento. I'm from Brazil. And over the last 5 years, I have been deeply involved with participatory communication and youth engagement as well within my community and in Latin America. And now I'm very happy to work at UNICEF Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean, focusing on this vital intersection between youth participation and mental health. So the purpose of the session today is to spotlight the initiatives and solutions young people are crafting to take mental health challenge and to drive positive change. So these young leaders, they will guide the conversation today and they will offer a unique insight to inspire all of us. So today with me, I have Seika Brown, Viet Trin, Milagros Aveiro, Sonia Rancho, David Jensen, Julia Epstein, and Santiago Fernandez. All of them will introduce themselves very soon. But I tell you that each of them, they will bring like a unique perspective. They come from different countries and they are involved in different experiences related to mental health. But before we kick off, I would like to tell you that we can receive questions. If you have any questions, please just drop in this chat. It's on the first icon on the right of your screen. So yes, you are more than welcome to send your questions to us. To start, I would like to show you a short video that showcases young voices from across the globe, and they will share their perspectives on mental health. So please, I hope you enjoy the video.
La salud mental puede ser definida como un estado de equilibrio entre cuerpo, mente y espíritu. Es sentirnos bien con nosotros mismos.
Es tener las herramientas para gestionar tus emociones y vivir una vida satisfactoria.
Es el bienestar psicológico y social de una persona.
Es poder afrontar nuestras emociones y nuestros sentimientos y también demostrarlas de manera saludable. Los primeros en cuidar nuestra salud mental deben ser nosotros mismos.
Cada uno es el guardián principal.
Starts at home. Home is me. That means being able to prioritize my mental health before anybody else.
المفروض يراعي صحتي النفسية بابا وماما واخواتي وكمان مدرستي لأن أحيانا بيكون التعامل معاهم صعب.
No debemos olvidar que la salud mental tiene un componente comunitario y por tanto todas las personas, todos los actores sociales tienen un impacto directo en ella y deben protegerla.
عشان نبقى عناصر التغيير في المجتمع لازم ننشر الوعي الكافي بالصحة النفسية في المجتمع وبين الأسر ونعرفهم يروحوا فين ومنين لما يكونوا تعبانين.
We need to first honor our commitment to the cause, whatever cause it is. We need to bring our whole selves to the table if we're to make change.
Las juventudes no solo deben ser tratadas como destinatarios de programas y acciones, sino también deben jugar un papel como agentes transformadores en el centro y al frente de las intervenciones.
Debemos mantenernos en constante aprendizaje y mantenernos informados sobre qué es la salud mental para tener las herramientas necesarias para ayudarnos y poder ayudar a otros.
Gobiernos, empresas, organizaciones no gubernamentales y la sociedad civil en general deben ser guardianes de la salud mental, especialmente de las infancias y las juventudes.
Thank you to all the participants and support organization for this beautiful video. Now I would like to dive into the first part of this session. I will invite Sonia Rancho, member of the Latin American and the Caribbean Network of Indigenous Youth. She will share the mental health challenges and solutions within her community in Guatemala, focusing on the importance of culture. And then we have Seika Brown, who will take the stage to discuss her initiative, YLD Research Initiative, highlighting how culture, personal experience, and backgrounds shape mental health perspectives. So Sonia, over to you, and then you can pass the floor to Seika.
Greetings to the UNICEF representatives, and we're talking about global health, mental health for youth, and I represent the network of youth in indigenous peoples in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's very good to be able to exchange thoughts about mental health for women and indigenous youth. As indigenous peoples, our conception of health goes beyond the physical disorders a person can present. It is based in seeking a balance between body and mind, leading to a control of our emotions, our thoughts, and our bodies. And that's why many communities believe that a balanced person is a healthy person. Nevertheless, there are still a lot of stigma about mental health because it is still related to states of craziness or dementia. And I believe that the factors that influence more our balance is mental health. And first of all, we have a lot of misinformation. And in addition to that, the generalization about health, because we disregard the perspectives of each people, their practices, their habits, and their own languages. In addition, the coverage of health system vis-a-vis mental health is very little, because if a youth or a Maya person goes to any psychological service, probably they have to leave their community and go to a private service that will be really expensive. I'm sorry, there's a cut in the video, in the audio. Expressions in their language that probably cannot be translated 100%, leading to an interference in communication and lack of understanding for both parties. In face of that, we need to include indigenous communities in creating policies regarding health and mental health, especially women, because we are more exposed somehow to mental diseases due to the situation we live in, because we are those who receive more discrimination according to the United Nations, and this has a direct influence in mental health. Data from WHO indicates that depression continues to be in the first position in mental disorders. And this is twice more as common in women than men. And most of the women in industrialized countries and 20 to 40% in developing countries suffer depression during pregnancy or right after pregnancy. And due to the lack of reliable information, youth lack tools, and which lead to alcohol and drugs as an alternative. Because the lack of health attention in or health care in their own language, if we had so, this will get closer to the population and eliminate the barriers. I thank you very much, the space, and I give the floor to the moderator. Back to the moderator. On to you, Mariana.
Thank you, Sonia. Now I would pass the floor to Seika Brown.
Hi, everyone. It is so great to be here today. My name is Seika Brown. I'm a 21-year-old researcher with the Karolinska Institute, which is based in Sweden. But over the past 4 years, I've been leading a research initiative that has been examining how mental health is defined across cultures and backgrounds from all across the world, which is very exciting that this is a panel that we're having today, because we have many different youth representatives talking about mental health, and I think that's exactly been the point. Because mental health is extremely tied to our cultures and the things that we love, to our religions, to the people that we love, and the things that we participate and practice. And culture is something that should be embraced, but it doesn't need to replace the need and the importance for mental health and mental wellness. And for many countries and for many people, culture is extremely important. It's tied closely to the way that we identify ourselves, to the ways that we celebrate ourselves and celebrate others, and is a huge component of our mental health. However, I think many discussions in the West believe that mental health and mental health care needs to be purely from a medical standpoint. However, I think what's exciting is that across the research that I've been having and the discussions that we'll see today, that mental health is not just medicine, right? It's this level of wellness and this level of care and love that we're able to give one another. And many different initiatives from young people show that young people know what spaces they want and need to participate in. They know what spaces affect them. They know what spaces they would like to engage in. And they know where they want to talk. What's important is allowing young people to take up space. Even in this example, where we're having young people lead a discussion and lead a time where they're able to explore the work that they've been doing and explore the things that they have learned, just like what we heard from Sonia. There's so much and so many young people out there that are not just asking for a space, but they're participating in one. And what they're asking for is you to pay attention to them. Young people have been participating in their cultures, talking about mental health, which is something that we've been seeing a lot more since the pandemic. You see a lot more young people experiencing mental illness and struggles with mental health, but they also see a lot of young people engaging in conversations with many stakeholders from across the world, which is exciting, again, that we're representing different people. And so, yes, I think what's been super cool about the research that I've been able to participate in with YLG and the Karolinska Institute is that what we found is that every single country, every single culture is talking about mental health. No matter who you are, where you come from, no matter what you practice, no matter what you believe, no matter what your identity is, it is a conversation that is happening everywhere, which doesn't make it a phenomenon. It just makes it truth. This is something that is current. This is something that has been current and has been ignored. This has been something that has been experienced across not just young people, but everyone from across the world. But what's important is that young people are spearheading this conversation and dictating what needs and cares and resources should be at young people's hands. And we'll hear about the resources very soon from David and other panelists, but what's important is that we realize that it's not just a limited issue to illness. It's not just about those that are struggling. It's not just about people that are sick, but it's about people. Right. Mental health is something that exists in all of us, just like physical health. And people and young people especially know that now all across the world. And so what's important is that we don't just listen to young leaders like us today, but we listen to our families and our friends, to our schools, that we focus on education, that we focus on the people that we can closely talk to in our lives. And research has constantly and continuously proves that. So I'm happy to continue and to letting David talk.
Thank you, Seika. Many thanks, Seika and Sonia, for that. I imagine some people might have some questions. Let me just correct what I said at the beginning. The second icon with the one speech bubble is the one that you can send your questions, is the question and answer platform. So the first one is if you want to present yourself, feel free to use the first one, okay? Next, Seika mentioned, we'll hear from David and Viet, who will continue the conversation. David Johnson from Let's Unpack It. Can we explore ways to address the stigma around mental health and also to promote hope? And following that, I will invite Viet Trint, who will showcase an innovative LGBTIQ plus mental health network in Vietnam. So David, the stage is yours.
Thanks so much, Mariana. It's been a wonderful conversation so far, and I'm really just motivated and inspired by the work that so many young people across the globe are doing. Like mentioned, my name is David Johnson. I'm the president and founder of Let's Unpack It. We're a youth-led, mental health-focused civil society organization based in the Eastern Caribbean. And our vision is really to build out a Caribbean region where every young person feels safe and empowered to access high-quality mental health services, and where they are free to do so without the fear of ridicule and judgment. Like mentioned in other regions, certainly in the Caribbean region, we have the same challenges as it relates to stigma and certain misconceptions and preconceived notions about what mental health is and what it isn't. We also have challenges as it relates to a lack of awareness and psychoeducation from our schools and right up into the workspaces. And of course, we have similar challenges as it relates to lack of access. And so what we've sought to do at Let's Unpack It is to address these issues, but doing so from a youth-led, youth-focused lens. And so I'd like to speak about four key kind of solutions that we've brought to the fore and what we're currently working on to address some of these challenges. Firstly, as it relates to stigma, we've sought to do this by facilitating intergenerational conversations. We're very aware that by and large, stigma falls along generational lines. And it's not because people want to stay in positions of ignorance. It's really that the world has moved on. And we've developed new knowledge and new terminologies to speak about things that we've always dealt with. And so what we've sought to do at Let's Unpack It is to bring people from all generations together into safe spaces to have these conversations. And so we've been working very closely with youth organizations, with religious groups and other civil society organizations to facilitate these conversations and realize that mental health is something that we all have, and we all have a duty to protect our right to access, our right to support, and our right to care. And so in going about those conversations, we've held fast the tenets of listen, unite, and inspire, which work well with our initials as an organization, Let's Unpack It. And so we seek to really hear people, hear their stories, and allow them that kind of safe space to open up and share, but also to unite them around their common experiences. And we believe in the power of lived experience to bring people together and ensure that everyone feels that the ability to enjoy their mental health and their wellness without fear of ridicule or judgment. And of course, inspiring everyone to kind of, inspire this kind of this region, this world, this community where we can all talk about mental health freely. The second solution I wish to speak about is the idea of building hope and developing self-advocacy through awareness and psychoeducation. It's so apt that the focus of World Mental Health Day yesterday was that mental health is a universal right. And I think for so many people, this seems like a far-fetched theme, given that mental health and mental wellness seem to be things that only people from certain classes of society can experience. And so our duty as young advocates and activists in this space is to empower young people, especially, to be able to activate their mental health, so put it into practice, that it no longer seems like this luxury item. It no longer seems as this buzzword that we use, that it's really practical and providing them with practical skills that they can do this. And it also means calling for psychoeducation within our schools and within our community centers as well, as spaces where young people are. Get them talking about their emotions and their feelings and getting them to connect with each other. Thirdly, another solution that we've put forward is to really focus on youth inclusion and youth consultation. And we've sought to do this through several means in terms of participating actively in panel discussions and other conversations with our leaders within the mental health space. We've also worked very closely with our partners like Healthy Caribbean Coalition on the mental health call to action that celebrated 1 year yesterday. And that call to action sought to bring together young people from across the Caribbean and to bring together their views and present these views to our leaders. And we've also just recently launched our Caribbean Mental Health Focal Points Network, which is going to bring young people from 17 Caribbean nations together, not only to discuss solutions, but to implement solutions. And fourthly, as I close, we're currently working together with Healthy Caribbean Coalition and UNICEF Eastern Caribbean to map resources and services throughout the Caribbean region, so that young people no longer have to worry about where do they go when they need help, so that they need not worry about, hey, can I afford access to care? But that we'll have a pool of resources available for them to access. And so my call for all the young people gathered here is to do something. We can all take small actions to create a better world, a world where every young person can really enjoy their right to mental health and well-being without fear of ridicule or judgment. Thanks so much.
Thank you, David. By the way, we have a question that's related to what you presented, but at the end, I come back to that. So, Viet, please, the floor is yours now.
Hi, everyone. I guess just to continue the message that David just already sent to us, I guess my little action, to drop the seed here for this event is that I hope that, through the presentation of mine as well as other youth leaders, it's going to serve as a platform of empowerment for other youth leaders as well. As you participate in this session, I guess the real goal here is to get all of us empowered enough to take actions, to take solutions, and collaborate with other stakeholders to make meaningful decisions. And that's exactly what I'm gonna present to you right now. So, in just a couple of of minutes, I'll be presenting on, like my experience being at the forefront of building the LGBTQI+ movement in Vietnam, especially like the region and the country where, there's very little policies, if any, like legislation on mental health at all. And there are a lot of malpractices and a lot of like discrimination and conversion therapy existing for the LGBTQI+ community here in Vietnam. And, reflecting upon my experience, it took a lot of, like mobilization of different stakeholders from all levels to be a part and meaningfully engaged in this movement. And lucky enough, I was, privileged, to found and organize the first ever LGBTQI+ mental health forum in Vietnam last year. And then I also got to share, a very impactful session at the Vietnam National LGBTQI+ Summit last year as well. And both of these events really culminated in the fact that we got a lot of stakeholders from different levels together and, express their commitment to LGBTQI+ mental health, which is a very underrepresented, human rights cause here in Vietnam. And, throughout my process, I served as like a leader, and I felt that, as a youth leader who was privileged, to be at the forefront of this movement, I had to carry myself in a way that would represent other people meaningfully. And what I mean meaningfully is the fact that I would consult to them and also engage them in different like decision-making, processes. So reflecting upon these two different like high impact events in my country for this movement, I intentionally, overrepresented, like the youth who are going to be the participants and the consultants for these events. That's like the reason why that if you happen to be at these events, you would see that there are a lot of youth, like LGBTQI+ youth with lived, mental health experiences, and like they get to share a lot of their experiences, but also discuss strategies, co-plan for like movement building strategies along with different stakeholders from all level, even from the government, even from like the UN level, with psychologists, university lecturers, and researchers, as well as other community-based organization leaders as well. And after all these different events, we got to come together as the LGBTQI+ mental health network in Vietnam, as like Mariana, introduced in the beginning. We're an interdisciplinary group of, people from all, like levels, as I mentioned, from the government all the way down to the community level, where we all come together, to make meaningful, advocacy platform, for LGBTQI+ mental health. And like within this group, I'm lucky enough to be the chair. And the secretary is also, a person who identify as LGBTQI+ youth with lived mental health experiences. And I feel like if that's not resonating anything, I would like to highlight the fact that, like the leadership of the people who have lived experiences are so important. And even for, like mental health advocacy platforms for even like marginalized populations, that becomes more urgent and become more meaningful. So that's like the reason why I'm really calling and really continuing like the message of David right there, to call upon little actions that center, youth leaders at the forefront of decision-making globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Viet. Thank you, David. Audience, as you can see, we have different experience, different countries, different they are bringing to the table different stories, and that's why I invite you again to share your questions. It's the second icon with the one speech bubble, so we'll be more than happy to finish the session with your questions. But as we approach the final stretch, I would like to invite Julia Epstein, Milagros Aveiros, and Santiago Fernandez. They will dive into the topic of youth participation, mental health. Julia, she will share her experience as the executive director of the National Youth Institute in Argentina. Then I will pass the floor to Milagros. She will be discussing the outcomes of the recent Youth Mental Health Forum held in Argentina and hosted by UNICEF. And lastly, Santiago, he will provide an overview of the Global Mental Health Summit that took place outside Europe for the first time, and it was also held in Argentina last week. So please, Julia, the floor is yours.
Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning. We don't hear Julia. Julia?
Hello, just 2 seconds. Julia is connecting her microphone.
Ahí se escucha? Can you hear me now? Good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on where, good evening, depending where you are. These instances are key to think collectively on how think the strategy of mental health for the world. I'm Julia, I'm 20 years old. I'm a public servant in the Institute for Policies for Youth. And when thinking strategically from the national state in Argentina, what are the access to work with the youth, mental health, and whatever comes from this discussion? I think it is key to discuss, and this the pandemics created a new paradigm to talk about mental health, and our government incorporated this as a central axis for the 4-year terms because it seems it generated a watershed to discuss how our people is feeling. And we started to think joint strategy. Last week, we had the World Summit of Mental Health in Argentina, the first time out of Europe, which is very important for us to start to open a little bit more to other countries to take part in this discussion. This was a great meeting and very fruitful. And well, some comments adding to what the previous speaker said, I agree with all the interventions, but I would add something that we noticed after the pandemics, which is thinking what changed in the situation of our countries and how does this have a direct influence in mental health. After the pandemics, the countries that during the emergency, after the emergency, we had some economic problems, and in world level, we started to see conflicts in many senses in the agenda of states, of countries, and that's for us are transcendental because what changed after the pandemic? The capacity of foresee on think on the future. We are that our youth. How do I go through with my life? And this changed more than the economic paradigms. This also changed and influenced this agenda that I believe it is the first difference I see the before and after the pandemics. We think that mental health is something holistic. If we don't solve the problems of unemployment or housing, there is no way to solve the problem of mental health. And how can we add youth to this discussion, and how can we insert this in society in a way possible? Because getting into the labor market, as we see in the whole world, the complications of the labor market for youth, and for us it's a matter of concern, because we are who will be supporting the state, the civil society. We are the ones that can solve it, because what we want is, well, those who have the economic possibility of paying for health, they can have psychological treatment and guarantee a follow-up. But those who do not have means, who do not have resources, don't have this follow-up. This is where the state have to guarantee that we all have the same access. This way to see mental health in a more integrated way and think jointly how to tackle it. And we in the national Argentinian government, we are thinking on a series of campaigns. The president with the Ministry of Health, they launched the integral plan to mental health. And what he detected is that there was many problems to access psychologists, psychiatrists, medication, and we still have a problem. And so we launched in first healthcare system a hotline 0800, where there is a professional in the other side to refer the person, wherever this person is in Argentina. They will refer them to the closest mental health center. And with that, we start with this first referral, which for me is where we were failing. Youth and anyone in Argentina, they didn't know where to seek help. And we also have an act for mental health that is pioneer in the whole world, focused on human rights. In Argentina, this law is very old and it is a luxury for us. And what it proposes is a human rights focus, a way to think not on people that are having a problem in mental health and do not stigmatize them as crazy people or dementia, but see them as in any illness, as it would be for physical health. The only difference is mental health is not as clear to the first sight. And maybe it requires more time to identify than when you break your arm. That is more visible. So we start to tackle another problem, which is give visibility to the problem. So before public policy for treatment, we have to incorporate the agenda. And there is a generational problem here. The older people have more difficulty to understand mental problems, and younger generation have this more incorporated and more open to talk about it. So with Ana Martino and another group of scholars, we started this campaign to give visibility. So first, raise of awareness for the society, promoted in social media, in billboards, in the streets, everywhere in our country, to start to talk about the topic and to start to include this in the agenda. For us, it's key to think that states have an organizing role for that, thinking on public policies, because they are the only ones to guarantee that every citizen can have access to mental health. And this will allow everybody to be in a better society. Thank you very much.
Julia, thank you. Now,
thank you, Julia.
She will be talking about the Youth Mental Health Forum that was held in Argentina last week. Please, Milagros, over to you.
Hola, primeramente agradecer el espacio.
First of all, I would like to thank the space and recover some of the words and the difference between one country and another, one government and another, and thinking about the experience in my country, in Paraguay. There's a huge contrast of, in different governments, because now we have a government that put mental health aside. In Paraguay, we do not include mental health, and it is important to highlight that sometimes mental health is a blind spot. Nobody talk about it, especially in some governments or some zones, some areas and some groups. In the Mental Health Summit, as Julia said, this summit was held for the first time in Latin America, which is a great achievement for us. And I took part in the forum in this summit. And I can say this was a space for participation, integration, and intervention for the youth, as for mental health, education, and other topics related to health and well-being. The summit was held for 2 days in the last week in October, when we worked in the first day some risk factors and protection broke down in different levels, which are individual, family, community, and state government or public policies. Then we went to a space where some of the youth could take part and show some of their concrete actions. I will address some of them and how they achieved this. How do they land this in their communities? And we also talk a little bit about mental health and well-being in schools, especially in America, in Latin America and the Caribbean, and how we youth in Latin America and the Caribbean understand and live a very heavy reality in terms of precarious education and mental health. These are two issues that are not discussed when we talk about well-being, and mental health is not something discussed in schools, and it's not something to which teachers, professors are skilled to talk about. And the closure of the first day, we have rural community discussions to give visibility to certain actions and to give visibility to emotions and feelings, because we cannot fail to remember that we have to give visibility to other youth. We also think and we also feel about mental health. The second day of the summit, we talked about climate change and the impact of climate change in mental health. In my personal experience, this was not something interiorized for me. I didn't have this relation with climate change. How can this impact mental health? And I now see that it's very important to talk about that, because impacts many things. The thing is, we do not relate sometimes climate change with mental health. And in the other presentation, we presented a game that was co-created with America Solidaria, UNICEF, and in which I took part. This game for mental health was officially launched in the Day for Mental Health, and it is based in communities. This is the main idea for the game. So we organized a plan of action on how to get to our communities and how do we want to generate an impact, what is expected to have in communities for adolescents and youth. This is what we worked in the mental health summit. We had about 20 youth for different countries taking part in this Mental Health World Summit. Thank you very much, and I pass the floor to Santiago.
Thank you, Milagros. We have 10 minutes left. You pass the floor to Santiago. Santiago, if you could comment a little bit on the Global Mental Health Forum and talk about the importance of youth participation, it would be much appreciated. So the floor is yours.
Bueno, muy buenos días para todos los
Good morning for all of those who are here online. It's a pleasure to share this space as with Mariana, Mili, Julia, probably that will see each other again in this path for the advocacy for mental health. I live in a province in Argentina, and I work for the children health in problematic consumption and mental health in my province that is called, in my community that is called Esperanza, Hope. During the summit in Argentina, first time out of Europe, was very important because it represents the commitment made by our minister and the Minister of Health and the health team, and that Argentina was recognized in the world level and was awarded to be the seat for this 5th Summit for Mental Health. It's been 2 years that I work directly with the ministry, and it's a pleasure to see Julia once again. Here in Argentina, we have a council for mental health for childhood and youth, adolescents and youth, that gives space to people in the civil society, youth mostly, adolescents and youth, so they can take part in an equitable way to understand the main problems in the country, to have an integral answer to that. Throughout these years, we've seen the different problems through a federal diagnostics and in a form that we had to pinpoint the main concerns to apply the Argentinian Act on Mental Health. In the photo, we had Julia and her team the Minister of Health, and different people from the ministry. We felt ourselves heard because we have one of the biggest manifestations during the application of the Health Act. The thing was the lack of execution of a budget, that we need a 10% or more of extra budget for the Ministry of Health in Argentina. And it's been 1 month, we received the news that this was approved, this 10% more. So we feel part in this process of participation, and we know the importance of that. Well, about the World Summit, I took part in the journeys in October 2nd and 3rd with a group of youth in Latin America. And I was able to see different realities of different countries. And it was nice that the summit opened the doors for 6 youth to take part in the summit and take our voices. Well, just by having a public servant as and the age range as Julia, 20 years old, it's not very common. This is already, it's very uncommon to have young servants and willing to work as Julia is. So I feel that giving place to youth in decision-making areas is something in favor. There will be many situations that will be directly asked, and we have to be part so we can contribute from our knowledge this little brick so we can set our path. Well, this is my participation, and once again, I would like to celebrate this World Summit that we have. Thank you very much.
Nice to finish the session talking about participation. We still have 6 minutes, so I will just go over the questions that we have. And if you could be very short with the answer, that would be amazing. The first one is from Sylvain from UNESCO headquarters. And the question is, could you share your thoughts on the essential interventions that education systems can adopt to identify mental distress in learners and offer solutions forms of support? I'd like to invite Seika Brown to answer to this question. Please, Seika.
Yeah, I think this is a really great question, especially if we're trying to make schools better. I would say one thing that has been very popular in the past few years, not just in one country specifically, but just across multiple education institutions, has been the idea of a mental health screening, which is just kind of like a survey that young people and young learners take either once or twice or 3 times a year, basically comparing what a student's well-being between the first beginning of the school year to the end of the school year, or even the middle. And this can be completely confidential. The students don't have to give their names. It can just kind of be like a numbers basis, and kind of seeing at what points throughout the school year does a student's emotional health drop. And this is good information to know because, you know, teachers and people who are leading these students are able to come in and be like, okay, at this time period or this lesson or at this point, maybe school gets too overwhelming. And the screening also does assist with, you know, is there a lot of like family issues going on in a lot of students' places, mental places, especially like with COVID. It was a great way to check in with students and just see like how that is affecting them. Yeah, so mental health screening is ultimately just a survey that's given to students, and teachers are able to use the information to kind of make sure that their students are doing well in the check-in. But also ultimately mental health education as a whole is extremely important, and I think that is the biggest intervention in my opinion, and not just for students. I think that's a very big misconception that mental health education only occurs for students, but it's also to teachers, right? So educating teachers on mental health, and especially youth mental health, is a very, very big intervention. And so teaching what mental health is kind of just like basic psychology to mental health wellness, understanding how the brain works and how emotions work. That's very, very important. We learn about our physical health, but we don't learn about mental health. And so making sure both students and teachers understand that is also a really great intervention.
Thank you, Seika. Many thanks for that. I have some questions, but the time is short, so you have like a mix and match. This one goes for Dave from Let's Unpack It. Dave, if you could talk a little bit about how to reduce societal stigma associated with mental health. You mentioned intergenerational conversations, but if you could go a little bit deeper, and also how can schools work to raise awareness on mental health and the importance of classroom to be as inclusive as possible. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, great questions, Mariana, and great questions from the audience. I think definitely when we think of stigma, we need to understand what are the root causes of stigma. And I think the root cause, for instance, in the Caribbean is that we have a very challenging relationship with the concept of strength and resilience, given our historic past. And so we feel the need to bottle up our emotions and reject anything that causes us to feel as if we're not strong. So with an understanding of that, having conversations about mental health just generally, making it okay for people to be vulnerable, making sure that when we have conversations with our friends, we're also checking in with them. These small actions can go a long way in terms of reducing the overall burden of stigma. But of course, at large, at the scale of community, nations, and regions, we need to be developing strategies. And we know that there are frameworks that exist. I think of the WHO Mental Health Action Plan and the key tenets that are outlined there already. We have these structures in place. We just need to develop the momentum to implement. And so oftentimes when we think of reducing stigma, we think of very complex and complicated initiatives, but we can indeed start small in terms of within our classrooms, in our community centers, in our homes. And of course, government can play a role as well in terms of developing these kind of campaigns that go to help people to learn how to have these conversations, learn how to access care, and to learn that vulnerability is in fact a part of strength. Vulnerability, when we can connect with other people, we can then seek out and feel very safe and empowered to reach out for help. In terms of the question related to schools, I think integration is the word. I think we need to do more in terms of, from a very young age, helping young people to identify the emotions that they're feeling and learning how to express them. We all know of the pain scale that is used within the medical fraternity. When a child visits a health professional, they're given a scale of 5 different pictures, and they're asked to point, on this scale, what are you feeling right now in terms of your pain? Imagine if we can use that kind of similar scale within our classrooms to help every child to communicate on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. Hey, how are you feeling today? And then following that up by teaching them, okay, if I am feeling yellow today, here are a few activities that you can use to get back into the green. If we can get our teachers and peers as well to get involved in promoting the idea of mental health, not in terms of its academic sense, but in terms of feelings and emotions, then I think that would go a long way in terms of reducing stigma, but helping young people to know that help-seeking behaviors are okay.
That's perfect, David. Many thanks for sharing. So we have 30 seconds left. I would like to thank you, the audience, the dedicated panelists, and the supporting organizations for this. You all made the session very inspiring and impactful. So thank you, everyone. Muchas gracias. Saludos, and see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
You know what, Levi, I want to quickly circle back to the person we heard from right at the start, Meg. And for me, it was such an amazing story to listen to because I actually went to school with her. Yeah, she was 2 years younger than me, and it's incredible to see all the work that she's doing around mental health. And, you know, thinking about that session on mental health, it's a good question to ask, isn't it? How young people can take action. I like that it was framed as a collective issue rather than solely an individual one. And so important to talk about this stuff, which we have to do before we can make a change.
So true, DeGraff. This global forum is really getting us to think differently. Like in the session on marketing, I think questioning the sort of marketing that we're exposed to can really be the start of radical lifestyle changes for us as young people. Now, looking forward, the core sessions coming up for you to choose from are either Our Planet, Our Wellbeing, Our Say, Youth-Led Actions and the Climate Crisis. We know that young people are disproportionately affected by the climate crisis. So this session will really tease out what some of the youth-led solutions are to this generational challenge.
Of course.
The other session is that you could join is We Lead, youth-led advocacy strategies for sexual and reproductive health and rights and bodily autonomy, because I think we can all agree adolescent and young people should have control of their bodies, their lives, and their choices. And I'll be joining that session.
Of course. But first, we're going to hear from environmental activist Dominique Palmer, who has an important message on climate justice for us. See you all again after that.
We are 1.8 billion young people in the world today, standing as one to reach equality.
Hello, my name is Dominique, climate justice activist from the UK. Hello to everyone at this Global Forum for Adolescents. It's so great to be speaking with all of you, and congratulations to everyone who took part in the amazing global survey of over 1 million young people saying what young people want for the future. As young people, our voices deserve to be heard, and so many of you are already using your voice to stand up for the future you want to see. In the survey, a cleaner, greener world was right up there with what you want for the future. We can all agree on that, and it is something we truly can achieve when we rise up. But my message to you today is about climate justice, because justice has to be at the heart of everything we do. We need to be sure people are not left behind. We need to look at the equitable side of climate action. There is a lot of focus on polar bears and trees, which is great, of course, and very needed. However, we must also look at intersectionality. The climate crisis is not just something far removed from us, it's also about us, about people and societal structures. Climate justice doesn't exist in a vacuum, separate from society. Social and economic inequalities are at the heart of it, just as they are at the heart of all you are talking about these 2 days of the Global Forum. Everyone deserves the right to a safe and clean environment, water, air and green spaces, but not everyone has access to these or the resources to mitigate the effects of climate change. So part of climate justice is something called a just transition. This is all about protecting vulnerable and marginalized communities. Due to social and economic inequalities, some communities are more at risk to the climate crisis. This is an unequal crisis. We have to bring everyone along with us, so we must look out for those who are being disproportionately impacted. We must look at racial justice, gender justice, disability justice, and more, so that everyone has the right to a safe and clean environment. The exploitation of people and our natural resources is fueling the climate crisis. And so to create a greener future, we must demand climate action that addresses these inequalities. Not everyone has the access to resources to mitigate the damage of climate change, such as extreme weather impacts, food and water scarcity, air pollution, health impacts, loss of nature spaces, and the impact on people's well-being. We have power in demanding action that creates a better future for all of us. We need to decarbonize in a way that doesn't leave anyone behind. We have to look at reparations and loss and damage. Countries on the front lines of climate change contribute the least to the climate crisis and yet are facing the worst impacts. So reparations means that the richest countries who have contributed the most to climate breakdown pay to help countries mitigate climate change. Richer countries need to stop exploiting our natural resources and people and support a just transition everywhere. We need to live in harmony with nature and wildlife, and not continuously take from it without giving back. I have a vision of a better world in which all of the intersectionalities I mentioned are truly included in climate action. And one where, instead of the separation from nature that we live with now, let's look at how beautiful our world is and how much we still have to protect and save. This earth is precious and the only one we call home. A green, just and safe future is possible. We can do it. We can reclaim the future that we deserve. Nations are rising, but so are we. Another world is possible with justice at the heart of it. Thank you.
When I started to volunteer for OAY, I was really new to the field of CSOs and NGOs and humanitarian work. Through the series of trainings, I think I've really grown in the advocacy world. I feel like my voice is being heard, especially when Kenya was transitioning. There was elections, so there was leadership transitions. Just being able to approach leaders and talk about their manifestos, just requesting them to add adolescent well-being into their manifestos, that really felt good. That felt powerful. I feel like the government is listening, especially now more than ever. They realize that the population of young people in Kenya is very high. People below 35 years is 75% of the population. So I think more than ever, they are focusing and listening to the young people and the adolescents, and it's a good move.
We're facing a learning crisis around the world. There was already too much inequality in education, and the pandemic has made things worse. Today, in low and middle income countries, up to 70% of 10-year-olds cannot read and understand a simple sentence. Without basic reading and math skills, it will be harder for kids like me to contribute to our future, our families, and our communities. When there is less access to digital tools, there are fewer ways to boost learning. That's why UNICEF developed the Learning Passport. Since the Learning Passport launch in 2020, the program has reached millions of users in more than 20 countries. It's being used to support children, young people, teachers, and parents in all sorts of ways, including formal primary and secondary curricula, skills development for adolescents, teacher training, early childhood education tools, and key resources to support girls. Your help mobilizes experts, increases the reach of products and services, and encourages involvement from the private sector. So join us. Help revolutionize the educational landscape for kids like me.
We are 1.8 billion young people in the world today, standing as one to reach equality.
Hacia el activismo climático de adolescentes y jóvenes. Towards adolescent and youth climate activism. Nuestras experiencias. Our experiences. Elia, 18 años. Chile.
El cambio climático ha afectado notoriamente a mi comunidad, más que nada. Esta era una zona bastante lluviosa de por sí, pero nunca habían problemas con eso. Últimamente, en estos últimos 2 años, hemos sufrido bastantes inundaciones en la época de lluvias. Bastante seguidas. Lo que antes llovía en una semana, ahora llueve en 2 horas o en un día. Y eso es complejo. Sobre esta experiencia, nuestra comunidad se ha organizado alrededor de esto. Ya se sabe más o menos que las zonas más bajas se van a inundar sí o sí, entonces hay que estar ojo al charque ahí para saber bien quiénes van a sufrir lo más duro de toda esta catástrofe. Fuera de eso, la comunidad, una vez que ya pasó la lluvia, como que se organiza y trata de renacer de las cenizas. Se hacen bingos, se hacen loterías, se hacen eventos solidarios. Fuera de esto, el gobierno trata de entregar lo que más que puede, pero no hay una solución concreta. Simplemente son como soluciones parches. No es una solución al problema, es más como para calmar los síntomas.
Tony, Uganda.
My name is Mulenzi Tony. I am the team lead at Love for Immigrants in Uganda and research intern in the Disability Inclusion Research DIY program at Makerere University. Climate change is affecting people with disabilities. They are most vulnerable during emergencies because of the consecutive limitations on the access to services such as healthcare, food, water, and infrastructures. The government should ensure that measures for climate change adaptation and mitigation are inclusively planned.
Ya vivimos los impactos del cambio climático.
We already live the impacts of climate change.
Por ello, hoy más que nunca debemos estar atentos y abogar por.
Therefore today more than ever we must be attentive and advocate.
Nuestro planeta.
Nuestro bienestar. Nuestras opiniones.
Our planet. Our well-being. Our say.
Abordando el cambio climático mediante acciones lideradas por adolescentes y jóvenes.
Addressing the climate crisis through youth-led action.
Hello, everyone. It's so good to see you all here, even though I cannot technically see you, but I wish I could. My name is Alejandro. I'm from Venezuela, Colombia. I'm part of the Youth Climate Network at the Climate and Health Alliance. And together with Jongo and Wild Labs, we have partnered to make this amazing event happen. We want to hear from young people and their journey on advocacy to make sure that health and climate is put on the center of the agenda. I myself am a climate advocate, particularly interested on clean air, on fighting air pollution in Latin America. Over the last 5 years, I have led different advocacy scenarios in Colombia to make sure that young people have the knowledge and the resources to advocate for clean air. From doing symbolic action on the streets to partnering with other young people to draft public policy. For the last 5 years, I have experienced firsthand the power of young people to change the narrative and to make sure that we're talking and putting people's health at the center of the conversation. But today we're going to be doing exactly that. A couple of things before we start. In the top right corner, you will see a little box. That's for everyone to comment on the box, on the chat. So if you want to tell us something, there's a whole team of people that are gonna be reviewing all the comments that you have. So please feel free to, for example, start by saying, where are you from? And you can start typing there, and I'm from Venezuela, but tell us, where are you from? We want to hear, there's a lot of people here today, and we want to hear, where are you from? Why are you here? How was your advocacy story start? But also, we want to give some context and bring a lot of amazing people together. So actually, we're going to start with somebody that is done so much in their life. So I'm going to probably just say like one line, but please, Dr. Preeti Galagali, tell us a bit more of yourself. But Dr. Preeti Galagali is a pediatrician, adolescent health specialist practicing in India with 3 decades of clinical experience. She is also the co-chair of the Education Committee of International Association of Adolescent Health. And the rest is so much because she is amazing. So I'm going to probably let Dr. Preeti tell us a bit more on herself. But Dr. Preeti, we want to have a context on how is adolescent health right now in the world before we start hearing from amazing young advocates from a lot of corners in the planet. Can you tell us a bit more on how is the context nowadays?
Thank you, Alejandro. Hello to all the wonderful people who have joined us from all over the world. We would first like to know about how you feel about the climate change. You shall now see a Slido. Kindly respond by clicking on the emoji that best describes your feelings. You can join the Slido in 3 ways. You can either scan the QR code, which is there on the slide. You can join at slido.com, or you can simply click on the link that is posted in the chat. You have 30 seconds to respond. Your time starts now, so go for it. Another 15 seconds to go. So I see there that there is anger, disgust, uncertainty. No wonder this is a crisis that we all have to face bravely. Well, we have another Slido for you. Kindly respond by entering a word that describes the biggest challenge that you are facing from climate change. Once again, you have 30 seconds to respond. Your time starts now. In a word that describes the biggest challenge that you're facing from climate change. Once again, you can join the Slido in 3 ways. Either scan the QR code, join at slido.com, or click on the link in the chat. 30 seconds for you. The last 10 seconds to go. Yes, I can see what all you are facing. Drought, forest fires, flooding, heat. Yes, indeed. Our house is on fire, claims Greta Thunberg. Yes, it really is. We are faced with the stark reality that the world is already 1.1 degrees centigrade warmer than during the pre-industrial levels. Further rises of between 1.5 and 3.5 degree are expected by the end of this century, depending on the scale and speed of climate change mitigation. Numerous global climate disasters have occurred in the last few years, and you have already named a few. Floods in Europe, Pakistan, and South Africa, heat waves and drought in Europe, India, and Brazil, wildfires in Canada, Greece, and United States, and more intense hurricanes, tropical storms, and earthquakes in many parts of the world. It is estimated that the youth of today will experience a 7-fold increase in climate events and 4 times as many heat waves during their lifetimes than those born in 1960s. Youth living in areas impacted by climate change experience environmental injustices, depletion of resources, or live near waste hazards that adversely impact health. Nearly 90% of adolescents live in low-middle income countries. Their vulnerability to climate crisis is compounded by poverty, challenges of governance and conflict, marginalization due to gender, ethnicity, disability, and health inequity. Climate changes can result in humanitarian crisis and fragile settings. Climate change affects all domains of adolescent well-being, as illustrated in the slide. Extreme weather events put adolescents at the risk of injury that may lead to death and disability. There is also an increase in episodes of acute asthma due to higher pollen levels, longer pollen seasons, and worsening of air quality. The food insecurity, water scarcity, and increase in vector-borne diseases due to climate crisis leads to poor physical and cognitive development in adolescents. These may have lifelong repercussions on health and well-being. Adults and girls in low and middle income countries are more likely than boys to go hungry after climate-related disasters. The psychological distress, nostalgia, uncertainty, and anxiety caused by extreme weather events adversely impacts the well-being of all adolescents. Family migration and separation due to natural disasters leads to loss of connectedness. This results in an unsafe living environment, exposure to armed conflict, gender-based violence, trafficking, exploitation, and child marriage. These events may also result in closure of schools, loss of learning, and school dropouts, more so for the girls. Agency and resilience of adolescents is affected when they notice a dissonance between government responses and actions needed to deal with the climate crisis. In a recent global survey of over 10,000 young people aged 16 to 24 years, like you, over 50% reported feeling afraid and powerless in the face of climate crisis. We believe that together we can make a difference. In this session, we shall discuss the myriad possibilities of strengthening communities and ultimately achieving sustainable solutions through the lens of positive youth development to combat the climate crisis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Preeti. That was, I mean, first I want to congratulate you because saying something so intense in a way that conveys with people, that is first amazing. So thank you so much for that. I think we are all, and I saw the emojis too, as a young advocate, I think it's completely understandable to be mad because I think we're frustrated. But one thing that gives me hope in the middle of the frustration is the story of young people that are taking the chance of thinking that this world can be different. Today, we decided to bring a lot of voices of people that are exactly doing that, thinking that the world can be different, and at least if they can change something, they are going to try to do it. And I'm really happy that we are going to start with somebody that is doing exactly just that at a way earlier age than I started. So every day you get, I'm like more impressed about how people are taking the chance to change the state of the world. So we're going to start with Emmeline. And Emmeline is, let me remember exactly which year. Third year in a student in high school with a track, like an amazing track on academics, volunteering, and taking action for climate and for STEM in her community. And Emmeline, I would like to ask you, can you share us, Emmeline, by the way, Emmeline, I got it right, yes. Can you share your personal experience on the effects of climate change on your local community, school, environment, and what made you take action from such a young age?
Yeah, so I think among a lot of other things, one of the biggest challenges and experience that I've faced personally and inside of my community as well is, again, the mental health toll that it's taken on everybody. I think there has been a palpable anxiety that and almost uncertainty stemming from the visible impacts of climate change, as nowadays young people, we really are not certain as to what's going to happen in the next few years and so on and so forth. And I think it is a constant reminder that climate change is not just about the environment, but it's also about the issues with far-reaching social implications that it does have. And despite young people inheriting a planet grappling with climate change and the consequences of it, I find ourselves almost navigating uncharted waters with it. And when it comes to just planning and mitigating the impact of it as well. And I think although our generation is not responsible for causing this issue or initiating it, we face the challenges of creating solutions and a rapidly changing landscape. I've learned and experienced that youth have an urgent need for education and actionable strategies to address this issue. I think that youth need the tools to be the advocates that we want to be. And there are two ways that I've been able to accomplish this inside my community, both nationally and locally as well. And that's through workshops and councils as well. So for workshops, I've been able to create and lead workshops throughout my community to garner youth engagement. I think it is so important to provide the tools necessary for emergency preparedness and teach preventative measures that can help mitigate the impact for a sustainable future as well for young people. And currently I've created a 72-hour plan kit, a part of the Government of Canada's strategy. And we've created challenges of could you survive a flood? We like to involve a lot of youth with hands-on activities that can use their knowledge in real-world context. And I think helping with encouraging youth to take part in climate mitigation strategies is super important in policy decision-making in the future because we are the next generation. We are the next change makers. And I think also I've had the chance recently to work with Plan International Canada, and they have provided me the ground and the platform to even speak about these issues and to even grow as an advocate. And just with this council itself, I've been able to meet with like-minded youth, which have been a valuable asset for me to form creative ideas. And just with the workshops I did talk about, I've been able to form so many amazing ideas just with the mindsets of others around me. And I think that is so important with advocacy and youth. And I think just with those experiences and creating those workshops, it's important that we acknowledge that the challenges, but actively engage in initiatives as youth that promote awareness, preparedness, and resilience to further prevent this global issue.
Amazing, amazing. Yes to everything, yes. That's exactly what we should be aiming for. And thank you so much for the amazing work that you're doing, which I think is completely inspiring. I think many other adolescents around the world are feeling the same way and are expressing also their concerns about climate change through art. That is actually also my experience. I started by making giant art demonstrations on the streets of Colombia to make sure we convey our messages for climate action in a different way. And I want us to also see other examples of how can art be a tool to communicate climate anxiety through the submissions we receive as part of the Art for Wellbeing program. So we're going to see a video now of one of the submissions. And it is my pleasure to share with you a video from Danielle. She's from America. She's 16 years old, and she will explain us through her art how she feels about our changing planet and the actions that we can take.
Hello, my name is Danielle. I'm 16 and I've been an artist for as long as I can remember. We as humans have a great influence on the planet. In the last millions of years, we have relied on the earth to give us strength and ground. But now, the earth relies on us. By surrendering to the earth, just like the title of my artwork says, we have the responsibility to leave our greed behind and come together to protect the earth from the great dangers of pollution and the loss of our biodiversity. That is the message I want to share through this drawing. The earth and the people are hand in hand.
It is both.
That was amazing. I wish I could paint like that. I don't. but amazing that there is people that do, and they can inspire us through their art to take more climate action. We're gonna jump rounds. And also, as part of the Global Forum for Adolescents, governments have also submitted their commitments to adolescents' well-being. I am happy to know that the commitment from the government of Malawi specifically addresses the needs of adolescents and young people in the context of the climate crisis, committed to addressing their climate resilience. Wajiwawo, I understand that you have been involved in the consultation to shape Malawi's commitment. Also, if you could tell us a line on you, that would be awesome. I know you're doing and have been doing amazing climate advocacy work for several years, but amazing to hear from you as well. But also, can you tell us a bit more about how your government is addressing the issues of adolescents and young people in the context of climate change? And which lessons can we learn from other countries that also want to engage in climate action?
Okay. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. Okay, fine. Maybe before I start answering your question, let me just give you a brief background on how the situation of climate change is in Malawi. So Malawi is particularly prone to climate change hazards. This includes dry spells, droughts, intense rainfall, floods, and most of these hazards has increased over the past 20 years. And recently, Malawi was hit by a tropical cyclone Freddy, that induced floods and mudslides in almost 15 districts, where about 2.2 million people were affected. And it is estimated that 65% of the people who were displaced were adolescents and young people. So these climate change hazards are causing a lot of damage to infrastructures like house, roads, household property, schools, and health facilities, hence affecting young people to access quality health services and education, as schools and hospitals were washed out. So during the Malawi gap analysis on climate change, we noted that as young people, we noted that the following issues were arising among young people and the adolescents when it comes to climate change. We noted that there are gaps when it comes to participation and inclusion of adolescents during development of climate change policies. We also noted that there is a gap in knowledge among children in primary and secondary school on climate change issues. We also noted that most school infrastructures or school blocks were not climate resilient. So we also noted that there is no specific message to adolescents for disaster preparedness in most of the disaster-prone areas. So together, as young people with government made the following commitments when it comes to adolescents and climate change. So the first commitment was that government made the commitment that it will promote participation and inclusion of adolescents in policy design, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of climate change action intervention at all levels. So this participation has already been seen in most of the government intervention, whereby the government is supporting National Youth Network on Climate Change in various interventions. The government is also engaging young people in adolescents, taking working groups like COP28, task team, climate change and disaster, taking working groups. And also young people are also being engaged at COP28. And also during the development of Malawi National Determined Contributions, NDC, young people are also involved. And recently, Malawi government supported the development of COP28 Malawian Children and Youth Position Paper, where priorities for Malawians and children are also being highlighted. And also, the government also committed that it will develop syllabuses that outlines mitigation and adaptation methods to climate change, centering on building food security and resilience in both primary and secondary school. And also, government also committed that it will be building school blocks, okay, that are resilient to climate change in all the districts that are prone to disasters. Government also made a commitment that it will invest in children-centered early warning systems that ensure timely information on occurrences of disaster, and also providing capacity building programs in early warning system. So from the commitment that government has made in Malawi, it has been shown that the involvement of young people in decision-making processes is a key when it comes to address the intergenerational justice that is there in Malawi. And we have also seen that young people are now able to advocate for climate change. Young people are now able to advocate for climate justice, and also they are able to demand ambitious climate action. So that's a commitment that the government is doing, and also the lots of that can be good.
Thank you so much. And what it's so interesting to learn of what we put climate action at the center of the agenda. Thank you so much. We're gonna switch rounds again to Harshita. Harshita, are you there? You must be. But in the meantime, yes, you are there.
Yes, I'm here.
Harshita is part of Jongo, which is the youth constituency of the UNFCCC. She's an aspiring surgeon, and I would like you to tell us a bit more on the first who you are and the amazing work that you're doing, but also how are youth, particularly through organizations like Jongo, and I hope everybody, if they don't know Jongo, probably they will after this session, how are youth influencing climate decision making at a global and at a national level? Over to you, Harshita.
Thank you so much for your question. My name is Harshita. I'm a SRHR climate change and mental health advocate. I'm also a certified public health trainer and disaster medicine trainer. At Youngo, I serve as the internal lead for the health working group and as the contact point for the Reducing Inequalities and Inclusion Rights Working Group. With regards to the question that you asked, I would like to begin with a quote by Greta Thunberg, who's one of the leading voices of youth activism in climate change. She once said, "We all have a choice. We can create transformational action that will safeguard the living conditions for future generations, or we can continue with our business as usual and fail." Youngo, the official children and youth constituency, thus envisions an empowered youth generation who drive meaningful, impactful, and positive change locally, nationally, and internationally. The Health Working Group is just one of Youngo's many thematic working groups. In a world that's facing unprecedented environmental challenges, with WHO recognizing climate change as one of the biggest global health threats of our times, it is us youth who are not only the torchbearers of the future, but also architects of a sustainable tomorrow. Our generation has felt the urgency of climate change in our very bones, and through organizations like Youngo, we have found our voice to demand change. At Youngo, we've amplified local voices and actions. We've engaged in advocacy and lobbying, with one of our biggest wins being the installation of the Health Day at COP28 UAE this year. We educate, capacity build, and raise awareness on critical issues. We promote innovative and sustainable solutions. We partner with local, national, and international like-minded organizations and foster collaborations. Let me cite some examples of our local activities. At India, we've supported relief health camps for the survivors of the Yamuna floods. We've also supported the development of an app, Govardhan, a treasury of traditional medicine knowledge and indigenous biodiversity. Globally, our members have actively represented us at numerous high-level events, ranging from the UN Water Conference to the United Nations General Assembly, the World Health Assembly, and now the Global Forum for Adolescents. We have given interventions on WASH, spoken about antimicrobial resistance in times of natural disasters, been part of strategic roundtable discussions, advocated for SRHR and menstrual health management, demanded increased youth participation and involvement, and raised concerns on the impacts of climate change on mental health. However, we must recognize that there is still much work to be done. Our efforts should continue to evolve, expand, and deepen. Together, we have the power to drive meaningful change, pushing our world towards a more sustainable and equitable future. I would like to end with something I picked up from the 1.8 billion campaign. Rise, unite, and lead. Rise for our rights, unite under a common banner, and lead by example. Thank you.
I was muted, but yes to that quote. Yes, yes, yes. That quote is everything. So yes. You cannot see Harshita, but Harshita and I are doing like, yes, it is. Thank you so much, Harshita. We're gonna jump again to Lord Ofei Darko. Lord, if you're there. I actually, I don't know Lord, but I know YLab Citizen Project for Clean Air because I work on clean air and I met them last year at COP. And what they're doing is amazing. As a clean air advocate myself in Latin America, I admire people that are doing something different to make sure that clean air is also part of the agenda. Lord, can you tell us a bit more also on you? I know you're an award-winning environmental advocate, doing amazing work. Can you also tell us a bit more on who you are, but also on the specific advocacy tools and resources that young people can utilize in addressing climate change, and particularly speaking from the innovative actions that I know YLab are taking?
Thank you very much for the question. So, Mr. Moderator, my name is Lord of Fairty. I'm an MPhil environmental student at the University of Ireland, a renowned environmental advocate, and I'm excited to tell you about the Clean Air campaign, which an air pollution advocacy campaign. It was really a youth-led air quality advocacy campaign between Urban Better Appreciation and School of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene. So in the campaign, there was actually a group run whereby we give sensors, air quality sensors to track data in our various communities. So the was not just kept, but it was to provide an evidence base of the current situation of air pollution in our community. So this actually was then put in these particular 3 cities where this project was executed, as Cape Town, Lagos, Accra. So data was therefore then presented at the UN Climate Change Conference, that's for 27. So yeah, and what this whole project is about was young climate activists are actually giving advocacy training on how to raise more awareness of environmental issues. And aside that, we had an opportunity to interact with various government officials on how best these problems are facing to be solved. Also, they also made aware of how we could actually contribute to, solving this environmental crisis. So yes, it was about clean air for citizens project. It's actually breaking initiative. It was a big part of this event, and I'm building more awareness in these 3 cities, Cape Town, Lagos, and Accra. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was telling our crew in the back that we also have other toolkits that we wanted to share with you in the chat. So in the chat, you're going to see also part of our team sharing some resources, such as the ones that Lord just shared with us, because we also want you to leave this space with more tools and experiences from people all over the world that are doing amazing work and have what's the word for that? Have documented their experiences in tools that you can use and replicate as the amazing experience that YLab is doing. So be aware of that, and also be aware that you can keep commenting on the chat and leave us your comments and questions. We're gonna jump gears again to Sadhana, which they should be here very soon. Dr. Sadhana, there you are, there you are, Dr. Sadhana, there you are. We want to make sure that we also bring a lot of the policy aspect to this conversation. So we wanted to ask you, Dr. Sadhana Dharmapuri, and you can as well tell us a bit more on yourself, which would be amazing, because for what I read, amazing as everybody in this panel. But can you share with us some examples of successful interventions or policies where healthcare professionals have played a pivotal role in safeguarding the well-being of young people in the face of climate-related challenges? you can tell us a bit more on the action call for policies makers and for decision makers. I want to hear more also on the how is it that young people can, our governments can influence these policies to make sure health is the priority.
So thanks, Alejandro. So I think one thing that's important to understand as physicians or healthcare workers, we are contributing to the climate change crisis. So healthcare industries and organizations globally have an equivalent climate footprint of 4.4%. And if you think about the top 10 healthcare emitters, it's like up to 75% of the global healthcare climate footprint, which is quite a bit. So we have, as healthcare professionals, a responsibility to our patients in our communities to do something about this. And so as I'm a physician, I'm part of the International Association of Adolescent Health and the Society of Adolescent Health and Medicine. And we have, as organizations, decided that we really need to take an action. And so we are writing a policy statement to support youth and, advocate for mitigation, prevention, adaptation strategies that are going to really protect their health. And so you can see on this slide, there are several initiatives that are part of this policy statement. And, they're quite comprehensive and extensive, but I think that's really important because we have an important platform that we can use to elevate adolescent voices. And I think one way that we have been able to elevate adolescent voices is through supporting them as experts. So in particular, youth around the globe are suing their governments for violating their rights to a healthy environment. And one such case actually happened in the US in the state of Montana, and it was Held versus Montana. And this was pretty significant because the youth took action and just said, you're violating our state constitutional rights. And what was very interesting about that case was that we had several experts, including physicians, come out and report on the climate change impacts on their health. And those youth won that case, and that's amazing and unprecedented. And so we're really hoping that this sets the tone for all the other cases that are coming forward, not just in the US, but also globally, and that governments will start to pay attention to what youth are saying. Next slide. So as part of the International Association of Adolescent Health, we do have a youth ambassador program that is presented through the International Adolescent Health Week. This is a fantastic grassroots program that was started in 2016, and it really supports youth and their voices being heard on specific adolescent health issues that they are concerned about. The program opens up for the next applicants in 2024, but if anyone's interested, they can take a look at the International Adolescent Health Week website. I think we're going to put some information in the chat with some links that you can check out.
Thank you so much. I think we need those concrete examples of changing public policy and putting young people's health at the center. We're gonna now bring everyone in back to make sure that we have time for to have at least a short discussion, a short panel. see from those that we're electing as public officials?
Yeah, I think although there are many different ways that governments and stakeholders can help the younger population, I think targeting education and youth involvement is the most important step to take. So by integrating climate education into curriculums around the world, it can help build a generation of students that are aware of the challenges and as well are equipped with the tools to address them. As I mentioned before, we need the tools to be the advocates that we want to be, and I think implementing it into the curriculum is a great way to start with that. And I think we must also encourage hands-on experiential learning activities to allow students to actually apply the knowledge that they learn and to apply it into real-world context. Because the only way to actually learn is to apply that knowledge and be able to implement it into policy decisions to be the change makers of the next generation. And I think as well, promoting youth involvement in decision-making can ensure that the policies being made are in line with the values that young people hold and can kind of calm the anxiety that's been increasing throughout the years with climate change. And I think that can be done through youth advisory boards and through youth councils as well.
Thank you so much. I see we have 5 minutes, so everybody, I'm gonna give you 1 minute. So I have 1 minute to close it up. So same question for Wajiwao. What do you think government should be doing to make sure we put health on the center of the agenda?
Yeah, so I would like to agree with Emily that education is a key. So most of the government, I would like to urge them so that they should invest in climate change education. That's the first thing. And the second thing, government need to finance youth intervention. For example, in Malawi, young people and youth-led organizations are carrying out intervention in Malawi that are successfully attempting to lessen the effects of climate change. But in Malawi, young people are using renewable energy sources, like they are promoting the use of solar power, climate smart agriculture, the production of organic fertilizer, recycling, waste management. But most of these interventions are done at a small scale level because they lack support from government and other stakeholders. So if governments invest or that there's some financing youth intervention, it can really help young people and adolescents to take a leading role in climate change.
Thank you so much. We go with Harshita.
Hi, I'm going to keep this really brief in the interest of time. I think what we want is youth engagement at all levels, you know, from the planning to the processing and the implementation and the feedback system, because it's not just enough for us to be educating the youth, but we have to see the action happening in real time. And as a health advocate over here, I think I'd also like to advocate for gender responsive approaches. We need to recognize that different groups, vulnerable groups, minority groups have different needs, and having one blanket program or policy is not really going to help us. And also mental health support, since a lot of us have spoken about how a healthy environment and a healthy body are very distinctly interlinked. So I think I'm going to end it at that so that my other co-panelists have some time for their intervention.
Thank you so much. We go with Lord. Or in the interest time, oh, there you are, there you are, there you are. Can you hear us well, Lord?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes. You have like 40 seconds, but go ahead.
All right, sure. So basically, raising awareness about the approach, the need for incorporating government officials, you know, raising awareness about the and also basically we are in a we actually have innovative ideas to get solving this particular issue and this society events in the clean air for citizens project, whereby it was actually the need in that particular project to turn out excellently well. To say it's time to bring a seat at the table of decision making. Thank you.
Awesome. We kept it on time. Sadhana.
Yeah, again, I think as physicians, as health providers, we have a moral responsibility and a clinical responsibility to our youth. And I think using our platform as physicians to elevate youth voices is really important. And that's what I think we should be doing. We should be listening to our youth and taking those voices and raising them up.
Dr. Pretty, your take on 30 seconds.
I would say that governments need to be made accountable and they should take a lot of action rather than just speaking about it, with engaging with the youth.
Yes. Yes, and we got 2 minutes, so we get to do closure. Yes to everything. Thank you so much. This is like it takes a village of people to make this happen, but that's also how climate action works. That's how advocacy works. It takes a village to make change. But we are here because we believe in that village and we believe that change can happen. Thank you so much for all my fellow panelists. You were all incredibly amazing. Thank you for all the team that made this happen and all the partners, the Climate and Health Alliance, specifically the Youth Climate Health Network, Y Labs, Jongo, the Global Forum for Adolescents in general. This is such an amazing space to make sure that we elevate the voices of young people. And we want to make sure that this doesn't stay here. You count with all the organizations that are here, but also with the resources that we share to make sure that this is a conversation that continues on time. We want to make sure that we call for climate change policy making that address and prioritize the well-being of current and future generation of adolescents. We want to call governments to address climate change in their commitments, as Malawi is doing, to address climate, to put adolescents' well-being at the center. And know 1.8 billion young people for change. The 1.8 campaign is also a clear stamp on that. Thank you so much. As this is getting to an end, but I didn't want this to end before we say something. You have the power to change the narrative, and we want you to leave this space making sure that we understand that the climate crisis needs to put health people, particularly children, adolescents, at the center. And that's our take on this. So thank you all so much, and I see you soon.
Wow, that was super informative. The link between climate change and adolescent well-being is so clear to see. And it makes the call for high-level commitment even more urgent.
Definitely, De Graft. I'm anticipating big things to come out of that session. And the sexual reproductive health and rights session really highlighted how youth and adolescents' choices vary depending on where you live in the world. So, time's up for your next core sessions, and they are building the agency of adolescents through quality programming and accountability. It's International Day of the Girl Child today, and this is your chance to join other young people, including girls from marginalized communities, in a conversation about gender justice, education, well-being, and it should be an incredibly fascinating conversation. Or you could find out what's happening in the USA if you choose this one, Taking Action for Adolescents, and this is all about the United States National Adolescent Health Action Plan. So join our colleagues there to hear more about this initiative and how it provides support for youth accessing health service.
Sounds super interesting. And hold on to your hats meanwhile for something quite inspiring and moving. You are about to see the winners of the Art for Wellbeing competition in the design category. So enjoy. We'll be back after the core sessions as usual. Drum roll.
My name is Arsana Karki. I am an artist and a law student. I am 22 years old and I'm from Nepal. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. For me, it is a significant milestone in my art journey. It is wonderful and fulfilling experience to share my platform with different diamonds artists and having a different diamonds thought process. I'm really honored for that. So taking part in this competition is one of the best thing that I have ever done, because I had chance to not just share my platform, but I have chance to express myself, what actually it feels to be alone, what it feels to be heard, what everyone needs someone to listen your overall situation no matter what. So this competition had taught me you don't need to be more, or you don't need to be big in your age, but you can make a positive impact in your life. One thing I have that one thing that everyone should realize, that pain is not what you see, pain is what you actually feel. So I had a professional as well as thought process development, so I'm really motivated to explore and create such art which really has a positive impact in my society and my life. Thank you so much.
El bienestar es estar bien con tu mente, es estar en un viernes con tu gente, como superstar en un rap contundente. Se trata de superarse y vivir el presente. En el rap demuestro autonomía y resiliencia. Si me quiero expresar, nadie me silencia. Tengo silenciador por una recarga de conciencia. Si te identificas con esto, no es una coincidencia. La base de mi autonomía es mi autoidentidad. Mi origen son las letras, un autóctono verbal. Autonomía es tomar la decisión de rapear y digan lo que digan, en consecuencia actuar. Bienestar es poder expresarme al cantar. ¿Y qué más da? Soy feliz al momento de rimar. Ya, contribuir a la sociedad se vuelve algo vital. Eres único y recuerda, tienes algo que aportar. Como músico de letras lo debes comunicar. Encuentra valor en ti mismo ayudando a los demás. No temas expresar lo que hay en tu corazón. Escúchate este tema y conecta con tu pasión. Estoy contratando letras a medio tiempo para hacer empleabilidad en una canción. No pierdas el rumbo, invierte en tu educación. Nunca veas al estudio como una obligación, sino como una oportunidad de reflejarse en el bello mundo del aprendizaje. Bienestar es poder expresarme al cantar. ¿Y qué más da? Soy feliz al momento de rimar. Ya, libre de practicar mis creencias, intimidad con mi rap y las letras, sin discriminar, libertad de conciencia y desarrollarse como consecuencia. Son secuencias de sonido diario, solo buenos hábitos alimentarios. Yo me alimento de rap y diccionarios, mi cabeza llena de enciclopedias y glosarios. Salud depende de una buena nutrición, futuro depende de una buena educación. Desarrollo es vivir sin discriminación, bienestar es escuchar la rap generación. Bienestar es poder expresarme al cantar. ¿Y qué más da? Soy feliz al momento de rimar.
scolaire. Tout ça pour soi, pour son bien-être, afin d'être responsable de son propre bonheur. Je n'ai pas ce que tu as, je serai ce que tu es. Je suis fier de ce que je suis. Oh no way. Nous avons être communs, nous sommes tous humains. Soyons fiers de ce qu'il a dit à nous souffrir. Non, on est tous différents, sans sens différents. J'accepte ce que je suis, accepte ce que je suis. Peu importe mon physique, ni mon état de santé, mon bien-être au mien, et tout ce que j'aurais voulu avoir. Je suis fier de ce que je suis. Sois fier de ce que je suis. Accepte ce que je suis. Fais ça pour mon bien-être. Je serai fier et satisfait de ce que j'aime, même comme vie. Me réveiller chaque matin pour des gens qui m'aiment bien, qui comprennent bien ce que je suis, qui comprennent bien ce que je ressens, qui m'acceptent que je suis. On est tous différents, des sensations différentes. J'accepte ce que je suis, accepte ce que je suis. Peu importe mon physique, ni mon état de santé, mon bien-être au mien, et tout ce que j'aurais voulu.
Good day, everyone, and a heartfelt welcome to our webinar today. I really want to express our sincere gratitude for you joining us from all over the world. Your presence here means so much to us. Today, we're gathered under the banner of Plan International, Population Council, Hennepin Healthcare, and Aki Parati as we explore the topic, Building Agency of Adolescents Through Quality Programming and Accountability. My name is Daniel Mullings, and I'm a TV host / moderator from Kingston, Jamaica. I've actually been hosting and moderating the overall Global Forum for Adolescents, and it's so amazing to now be, in a specific session and looking at this issue of adolescent agency. So, my journey into the world of technology and healthcare began with a deep-seated passion for making a positive impact on the lives of young people. The pandemic really showed me how important agency is for young people and health outcomes. And at the time I served as guild president for the local university in Jamaica, I watched as students no longer having this central space to access the clinic or mental health services because of lockdowns really impacted them. Thus, I think we can all agree that agency is really important, but we have to answer this question of what exactly is agency. And to that end, on the next slide, you're going to see some instructions around how to utilize our Mentimeter, right? So we're going to ask each of you to describe agency in one word as we start to debunk and look at different perspectives on it. All right, so a link should be shared in the chat in order for you to access this, or you can go to menti.com, just enter that into your browser and enter the code that you're seeing right here on screen. So the code is 6665989, and we want to know from you what comes to mind. What's one word that you would use to describe agency? And we're just gonna bring up some of those results on screen so that we can start to see what kind of feedback we're getting from you. So everyone, please, give us some feedback. Let's see what's one word to describe agency. And I'll start to tie that into a little bit of our introduction around agency. So, just to keep the conversation going, like in this webinar, we're really going to delve into this concept of agency and its profound influence on health and well-being of young individuals just like us. So we previously asked you to put that one word in, and we're clearly seeing some themes come across of, I believe, flexibility. I see that coming up on my end, and that need to also include mental health. in that need for agency. So persons need to have their own choice. They need to have power, autonomy, control. Those are some of the responses that we're seeing come in. And we'll soon bring that up on screen so that you can see it. So that being said, agency is a multifaceted concept. It's about our own personal ability to act and make free and informed choices to pursue specific goals. It goes beyond mere decision making. It's the capacity to set goals, develop plans, believe in our own abilities, and then take meaningful action towards those goals. When we talk about agency, we're encountering terms like self-efficacy, self-esteem, self-worth, identity, perseverance, positive beliefs about the future. And that's tying into a lot of the words that we're seeing coming in from you, our audience, right? And so these concepts all contribute back to our idea of agency. Now, what influences agency among adolescents? It's a complex interplay of various factors. It's influenced by age, gender, socioeconomic status, so many things going on, really. Education, race, religion, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, and even geographical location. All of these factors can either bolster or limit an adolescent's sense of agency. And we also have to look at the fact that, agency is shaped by factors at multiple levels. You look at the individual level, the interpersonal level, the community, and even the macro levels. Policies, laws, sociocultural norms, and economic forces all play a role. So when we look at supportive family relationships, enriching peer groups can really enhance that sense of agency by fostering a positive self-esteem and confidence. Now, conversely, you'd look at how unequal power dynamics and structural discrimination can restrict agency. And even restrict agency by limiting access to resources and opportunities. So why does agency matter in the context of youth health? Like, this is really what we're going to be tackling here today. The choices we make or access to information, all of this is going to really to advocate for our health. And it all influences our level of agency. Now, recognizing and understanding that these factors, looking at how these factors impact us, all of that is going to be crucial to empowering young individuals to make informed decisions and take control of their health. So that being said, nice introduction. Everybody has a good context of what we're going to be discussing here today. And now I have to introduce some of our great speakers. We're going to delve into this topic a little bit further. So let's go to the next slide, which has our panelists on it. And of course, you're going to see Niall Deng, Lalita, and of course, Christina. So I'm so excited to be speaking with all of you here today. If you guys can just say a quick hello, a quick hi before I go into the questions. Yep, I know they're there. So first question, how do you see your identity influencing agency and vice versa? So for this first question, we're going to start off with Lalita, and we actually have a video response from Lalita. So we're about to throw to that video where she'll really answer that question of how does identity influence agency. Over to Lalita's video.
Hello and namaste everyone. It is my pleasure to join this session of the Global Forum for Adolescents. My name is Lalita Tamang and I'm 19-year-old girl from Nepal. To me, agency means having the voice and power to take ownership of my well-being, to empower and advocate for the rights of youth like me. It makes me feel empowered to make decisions and take responsibility action independently. It drives me to address the issues I am passionate about tackling, like child marriage, bullying, harassment, online abuse, climate change, child labor, etc. for social change. For this, I have been involved in social programs for adolescents, leadership and education, as well as campaigns to address challenges we face, like safety, child marriage, COVID-19, and more and more. For example, at the school, we organize peer educator session about online abuse and child marriage and mental health as well. In this session, I found many youth are facing the issues, and many of them address them, and others were getting counseling for and support also. Through this work, it was very clear that for us adolescents, having our agency and having our voices heard is so important to make sure policies and programs support for our health, safety, education, and futures. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Lalita, for that intervention. And she's highlighting that need for policies to ensure that adolescents have that agency in day-to-day life, especially when it comes to health. So over to you, Neil. What's your perspective for this same question of how does your identity influence agency?
Thank you so much, Danielle, and I'm grateful to Plan International for having me in this very important discussion. My name is Neil Deng. I always struggle with identity. My background, has put me through different countries and different contexts. I'm originally from South Sudan, but I've never been to South Sudan. I don't even know how it looked. My dad fled the first Sudanese civil war, moved to Ethiopia, where I was born. And then in Ethiopia, growing up, my dad wanted to give me a sense of belonging to South Sudan. And the only way he was able to do that was through storytelling. So storytelling became very important to me as a kid because it gave me a sense of belonging to South Sudan. But it also gave me some sort of hope, I would say, because through storytelling, my dad showed me how I can achieve my dream, how I can go to school and good English, become a journalist, which was my dream as a kid. And then in 2010, everything turned upside down. My village in Ethiopia was attacked by a militia group, and I had to flee to Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya, where I spent 11 years there before moving to Canada in 2021 for undergraduate studies. And in Kakuma refugee camp, that is where I started my community work. And looking at my background, as someone who grew up as a refugee, without my parents in a refugee camp, agency to me means having the tools and opportunities to create a better future for myself and my community. It means having the opportunity to be able to get a good education and the resources not just to achieve my dreams, but also to be able to help other people in my community achieve their dreams as well, which means becoming a leader in my community. Agency also means having a strong voice and a platform to share my own story in my own voice, which is vital for preserving one dignity. And this is why today storytelling and education are the heart of my advocacy work, because I believe that through storytelling, through education, you're able to not only connect with your own self, connect with your own identity, but you're able to have your own agency and be able to chart your own destiny forward toward a brighter future for yourself and also for your community. Back to you.
Wow, thank you so much. I like that focus on the community. Over to you, Christina. How do you see this question of identity versus agency?
Yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Christina Lan. I'm calling in from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I'm currently a medical student. So for me, as a biracial woman in a predominantly white country and state, I think I've always been drawn to understand the world through multiple lenses. Never fully fitting into one community and always kind of being on the margins has allowed me to extend empathy to those who also don't fit the status quo, even if we don't necessarily share the same identity. I recognize that we are all greatly influenced by our backgrounds and surroundings, and that I really value the unique stories and experiences that shape our differing identities. As a result, I've always been intentional in finding community work where I'm able to serve others from varying backgrounds in a manner that's culturally relevant and prioritizes those who are underserved. I think as a Taiwanese and Chinese woman, I believe my cultural values of community and prioritizing the collective over individualism have also really influenced me. And to me, agency isn't just about making decisions for myself, it's empowering my community around me. So it's really important for me to do what I can to give back to the community in the Twin Cities, especially empowering other youth through youth programming that I've always been involved in. Now that I'm in my 20s, it wasn't so long ago that I was going through the struggles that come along with being an adolescent, and being a mentor to young people who are just a bit younger than me to empower them is really important to me. Having adult support and recognizing my own power to promote change in my community was really influential, and so now I kind of want to give that back to youth in my community through the work that I'm doing at Equipe.
What I like that's coming out from this is in the introduction, we mentioned a little bit about agency being something that's affected at different levels, right? So we have the government level, and of course, what can be done at the community level. And both you and Neil have highlighted that need at the community level. So let's move into this second question then, and we'll bring the question up on screen. Why is the work you're doing important? How does the work you're doing influence agency? Give us an idea of what the connections and the barriers are that you're facing. And Neil, I'm going to start off with you.
Thank you, Daniel. When I speak, before I talk a lot about education and storytelling. I talk about how those two powerful tools can be able to give you the opportunity not only to connect with your own identity, but also to be able to achieve your dreams. And the work I'm doing is very much tied to both education and storytelling. And I believe it's important because it is rooted in the belief that every child, regardless of their circumstances or where they come from, deserve access to education, safety, and the opportunity to fulfill their dreams. It is about recognizing that these are not privileges, but fundamental human rights that every child everywhere in the world should have access to. By focusing on children and young people in displacement and emergency context, we're able to address a particular very vulnerable and marginalized group, ensuring that not only behind in being able to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, but in also building a better world that works for everyone. And this work influence agency by providing the tools, resources and platform necessary for the young people to have a say in their own futures, and empower them to become active participants in shaping their destinies and the narrative surrounding refugee issues. In essence, it grants them a voice and a sense of control over their lives, which is at the core of agency. And the connection between this work and agency is profound. Agency is about more than just the ability to make choices. It's also about having the means to act on those choices by ensuring that children and young people in displacement and emergency contexts have access to education, mentorship opportunities. We equip them with the means to exercise their agency. They can then make decisions about the education, career, community involvement, leading to a brighter and more hopeful future for themselves, their families, and their communities. However, there are barriers to achieving this vision. In many cases, it's structural and systematic challenges such as limited access to education, discrimination, resource constraint, hinder the realization of these opportunities. Additionally, there can be political as well, political, social, and economic barriers that affect the ability of displaced and emergency-affected population to access their agency. Today, we know in the world that there are about 100 million displaced people, that have been affected by war, conflict, climate change, and other emerging global challenges. Overcoming these barriers require collaborative efforts, advocacy, policy change, resource allocation to ensure that every child and young person everywhere in the world has the chance to thrive and shape their own future. Thank you.
Very important themes coming out there, Neil. And just to say, on behalf of all the young people, thank you for the work that you're doing. It's very important. And you're highlighting that there are many structural and systemic challenges or barriers to this. And so I'm going to ask the next question, which Lalita will respond to via video. And that is, from your perspective, how was agency as part of adolescent health and well-being featured at the recent Girls Deliver pre-conference on adolescent girls? What were some of the connections and barriers? Over to Lalita's second video.
This July, I had a chance to be a co-MC at the Girls Deliver pre-conference on adolescents girls in Rwanda, ahead of the Women Deliver 2023 conference. It was such a great experience to be part of a global group of adolescents and adults all working together to improve adolescents' lives. I got the chance to meet wonderful peers like Kalpa and Condoleezza and well-known faces who inspired all of us like Malala Yousafzai and Stacey Abrams. In this session, Malala said that we all have power. We can use it anywhere in any time. We should continue to use our voices for whatever challenges arises and believe in ourselves. And like that, Stacey said that if we trust in own power and work, then no one can stop us or silence our voices. So we need to continue our work. I learned so many new things and got the chance to share my country's issues, which are like many others. Our issues are often the same no matter where we are from. So our motto and goal to in social issues and empowering youth are also the same. That's why we need to coordinate and work together globally. I saw firsthand how important agency is for our health and well-being as well. And we heard from over 90 adolescents and youth participants, and their message was loud and clear. We created spaces for adolescents, especially girls, to lead, for adolescents to take like ownership of their lives and their futures. We must be able to meaningfully participate to lead, and not only together with the other young people but also included with all other stakeholders of all ages. So agency is also one of the many important pieces to our health and well-being. At Girl Deliver, we emphasize that the lives of adolescents girls are not centered around single individual issues. Our lives are not only about agency, education, sexual and reproductive health and rights, economic empowerment, or climate change. Rather, girls' lives are shaped by the interconnection between these issues. So to empower adolescent agency to improve our education or health, we must tackle these issues all together. This integrated approach with adolescents at the center is needed at all levels, including policies and programs. Holistic adolescent center programming can also have a real impact on agency and many other areas. For example, for group-based training to build life skills and agency for girls, and evidence and lesson from implementation shows that local female mentors who are slightly older than group members and are trained, supported, and paid can make a big difference in impact. All of these activities must be driven by data and evidence. We need quality, accessible data and evidence on adolescents, especially for concepts like agency that are more challenging to measure than statistics like contraceptive usage rates. We also need to document and use implementation lessons. Evidence should be used to direct limited resources to programs and policies that are proven to be effective in improving adolescents' lives. This is an important part of the conversation because global meetings and political commitments are most meaningful when they can truly impact adolescents, especially those who don't have access to global forums like this one. I hope we will be able to see the connection between high-level convenings and measurable benefits for them. Thank you very much.
I don't think we can hear you, Danielle.
Whoops, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. So I think Lalita raised a lot of important issues in that statement. Some of the ones that really stood out to me was this idea that we, as young people, we're not just any individual issue. We're not just climate change issues. We're not just agency, education, sexual and reproductive health rights, etc. But we exist at an intersection of all of these issues. And the other point she made about that need for data is so important, because data-driven advocacy is really, really meaningful. So that being said, Christina, we're going to go over to you to look at this same question of, how is your work kind of being influenced by this idea of agency, or how is your work influencing agency? And of course, we're going to show some slides as you speak, just to highlight your work as well. Over to you, Christina.
Thank you. Yeah, so to start off, I wanted to give a little bit of context of why my work is important in a healthcare context. Like I mentioned, I'm a medical student, and I'll give a little more details on the work that I'm doing in the clinic. But basically, I wanted to discuss how identity influences adolescent health and how, especially for me as a future healthcare provider, I want to frame positive youth development as a protective factor for health. And I think this framework is important. It's not always centered in medicine or medical training, especially in a patriarchal medical system, especially how we have it in the United States, where the doctor is often seen as the one who knows best and the patient is more of a passive participant in their care. And I feel like this can especially be true when patients are youth, and that can be very disempowering. So with positive youth development, we're really trying to kind of flip the script and not just focus on negative aspects in preventing care, but focusing on the positives and the strengths that youth have. So yes, rather than just focusing on prevention of risky health behaviors, positive youth development promotes building agency, knowledge, and skills that youth can employ to make positive decisions in their lives and in their communities. It emphasizes the strengths of youth while connecting them with supportive adults during a time in their life when they're navigating many challenges and questions about who they are and who they want to be. One aspect of adolescent development that I've especially focused on in my work with youth of color, whether it was back when I was teaching in a classroom or now in the health-related work that I'm doing with young people, focusing on the topic of identity and making sure that youth are developing a positive relationship with their identity is really important. So I talk about that a little bit on the next slide as well. And I think having this conversation with young people, especially in a predominantly white context, is really important. When youth are receiving messages about their identity from the external world, it's really important to have a safe space for them to discuss and explore their identity with other young people and, again, emphasize their strengths and their identities. So the work that I'm currently doing, I'm currently facilitating the Youth Advisory Board at Aquí Para Ti Clinic, which is a comprehensive positive youth development clinic providing medical care, behavioral health assessments, coaching, health education, referrals to Latina youth, young adults, and their parents under the leadership of Dr. Maria Veronica Svetas. And the Youth Advisory Board is a leadership team of young people ages 13 to 19 who identify as Latinx or Latine, and they're tasked with providing vital input to improve clinical practices in a way that they deem effective and culturally relevant. So it's a way that young people can give input onto how the clinic is run and center their experiences since they are the patients. This year, what we've been doing is creating a youth participatory action research project to promote health equity. So if you've never heard of youth participatory action research, it's basically a tool in which young people are empowered as the researchers themselves. And similarly to what I said about medicine kind of often being this like patriarchal construct, research is also often a patriarchal context in which researchers are entering communities, doing research on them, and maybe they don't come from that community or have cultural fluency in that community. So YPAR is a way to kind of combat this by especially focusing on empowering young people to do research on questions and topics that they think are important in their communities. So before we started this YPAR project with the youth, in the summertime, this summer, we built context through a curriculum that I created. And with the youth, I discussed topics like identity, intersectionality, community, and health equity. This curriculum also included field trips to our local science museum, where we have an exhibit that debunks race as a social construct and not a biological construct. We also visited a local photojournalist studio where he uses photography to tell stories about community, identity, and social justice. So we did a bunch of context building this summer, talking about identity and building community with one another. Now that the youth have this context, they've just begun embarking on their Photo Voice and Youth Participatory Action Research project. And this is a unique research method because it allows the youth to be the researchers and the subject of research as they reflect on their own experiences and perspectives on health. So in these last few weeks, we started the process of creating a health-related research question as a team. And then what they'll be doing in the next month or so is taking photographs and then that respond to this research question that they co-created. And then next month, we'll come back together and analyze and discuss their photos that they've taken and kind of find common themes. And so as of last week, the question that they've chosen this year is, how does the Latina identity impact youth's ability or desire to access health and health resources? I think this project really influences agency because, like I mentioned, it's empowering youth to take ownership and investigate issues that they find important in their community. It lets them know that their perspective is valuable and that they're powerful and capable researchers. I think one of the biggest barriers that I've encountered in any sort of youth work that I've done that occurs outside of school hours is that oftentimes the youth in the communities that I work with need to work, or they have parents who need to work and can't maybe give them a ride to programming. So one way we've tried to remedy this is making sure that this is always a paid opportunity. We can't just say that we value our youth's voices and then not demonstrate this in a tangible way. And because of this important community work, they deserve to be compensated as such. So that's one way we've gotten around this barrier.
Lot was coming out there, and I love to see when young people are doing important work that also empowers the voice of more young people. So we've had a very rich discussion so far, and I'm about to go into some questions from the audience. But before I do, I just want to encourage our audience members to actually fill in a second Mentimeter. And in this Mentimeter, you're going to share with us one main takeaway that you have from this session. So as we're going to continue answering some of your questions whilst you also put in some of your main takeaways here. And then at the end, we'll show some of those responses. All right, so go to menti.com and use the code 88597646 and fill in some of your main takeaways. All right, now before we go into that, one of our audience members asked a very great question. And Niall, I'm going to throw this one to you. So the question is, how do we enhance meaningful adolescent agency in settings that have fragile systems? And this relates a lot to your work. So over to you.
Thank you, Danielle, for that question, and thank you to the audience member who asked that question. I think, as I mentioned earlier, family, I believe that education is a very powerful tool in context, in displacement context, in refugee context, that give young people in those communities the opportunities to be able, to be able to achieve their dreams. And when I look at education, especially in the context of agency, to me, I remember, when I had the opportunity to go to school in Kakuma refugee camp many years ago, education was more than just a place of learning for me. Education was a place of solace. It was a place where I was able to find hope, and I was able to find healing, and where I could just sit down again as a child and think about a glowing future. But again, there are barriers. I think education should be able to translate in those contexts to an opportunity to young people, to be able to not just dream, but actually to realize their dreams. And how do they realize their dream? They realize dream by ensuring that, education is not just a one-way, sort of process where young people go to school and they graduate and then what happens next. For example, in Kakuma refugee camp, many young people in that refugee camp are not allowed to work. The policies in place do not allow refugees to work. So many young people would often go, for example, to school, and then they graduate and they come and hang their degrees at the houses because they're not able to work. So I think education should be able to create those pathways for young people to be able to transition to employment, to be able to transition to entrepreneurship, to be able to transition to leadership in their communities. And, it should be something that build on those blocks that, young people can then translate into other ways to be able to get where they want to be. So I think I think that is one way education can help, in sort of giving agency to young people in fragile settings. I think something that's also very important, and this is something that I've talked a lot about, is that the best solutions to most of these crises that put young people in very vulnerable solutions is ensuring that there's peace. I've mentioned earlier that I believe that peace, education, and dreams should not be luxuries for any child. They should be basic human right. So I firmly believe that this did for people, the private sector, the general public, politicians to come together and ensure that these communities that have been destabilized, by conflict, by many crises for so long, are peace, and people there can live, in peace and be able to achieve their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Niall. And I want to throw the question to Christina as well, but slightly tweak it. I'm very curious for you, coming from that Latin American context, for you, how do we enhance meaningful adolescent agency in the spaces that we're in? You're using like an academic setting kind of to do that. How do we continue to enhance that meaningful adolescent agency?
Yeah, I think just continuing to provide spaces for youth where they can be imagining a future for themselves and their community, and ensuring that those spaces are youth-led. I think as adult supporters, it's really about creating a supportive space and then allowing the youth to take that space and create with it what they will. They have a lot of ideas and visions and dreams, and it's really just a matter of us giving them the resources to enact them.
Because as we're looking at enhancing agency, there's like a role to play on both sides, right? One, it's empowering the youth voice within that, and then also empowering our allies to be better allies and assist. So that being said, let's move into one more question here. And this looks at you as young activists like yourselves. As young activists and leaders, what are some of the main challenges that you face in your own work? And how do you balance your work commitments and your own individual mental health and well-being? And Niall, I'll start off with you.
Thank you so much. When I was in high school, I love getting involved. You'll find me everywhere in this school. I'm here, I'm there. My teacher told me that, for you to be able to do all these things, for you to be able to do all this work you do in school, you need to take care of yourself first. You cannot take care of your family. You cannot take care of your community. You cannot take care of people around you if you don't take care of yourself. So I think from that point, I look at, prioritizing my mental health through all the work I do. Be it ensuring I have time, to just, sometimes listen to music. I love listening to Afrobeats and dance. I love reading. Be it taking time off to just, read books of people that inspire me. Taking a walk along the river. Skating. I love skateboarding. I have tried to structure my advocacy work in a way that I believe that I cannot pour from an empty cup. I need to put my mental health first before I'm able to go to my community and help. And I remember one of the barriers I would talk about, for example, is that as a young person, for example, in Kakuma refugee camp, I led a lot of different initiatives there in the camp. And I think when you look in, for example, fragile and displacement context, when it comes to activism, it comes with a lot of barriers. Sometimes, in some contexts, it could be risky for young people. Be it, it could, get them in problem with the authorities because of what they say, because of what they say online. It could sometimes, put your whole family at risk. So these are issues that could arise. But I think for a lot of young people, I think, sometimes they're saying that, young people, can get a seat at the table, or, they can just grab a seat and be at the table. I don't think it's something that you realize in one context, because you'll find when young people are invited to the room, they're invited to the room when decisions are already made in those rooms. Young people do not have the opportunity to co-create. A lot of youth-led, initiatives do not have access to funding. They do not have access to the tools and the resources that they need to be able to make change in their communities. And these are barriers that I face, but also barriers that I believe that other young people face in their communities. And, I'll just imply something that Christina said before, which is, how in our context in the healthcare, sometimes, the relationship between the doctor and the patient could be very disempowering. And, in fragile situation, there's a lot of talk about the donor and the beneficiary, and I find this very disempowering in many contexts. I feel that when you come to a community and treat them as people who don't know anything about the crisis they are facing, who don't know about anything about having a solutions, and those include young people, you create very disempowering circumstances. But I firmly believe that finding solution to crisis should involve, putting those communities that are being affected by this crisis at the center of finding a solution. That should include listening to the voices of the young people and the voices of the community and co-creating solution with them and ensuring that they have a seat at the table where actually decisions are not made, where not just where the talking is taking place.
Wow. Okay. So both of you are highlighting that very important need for solutions to be co-created. And it should not be a case in which the solution is created and then we're asked to give our perspectives on it, right? We're including young people at every stage of that process. So Christina, for you, like as an activist, same exact question, like what are some of the challenges that you've had and how do you preserve your mental health in all of this?
Yeah, I think for me, especially, it's tough because I'm a medical student and that consumes most of my time. And prior to being a medical student, I was an educator and a youth worker and doing a lot of community organizing. So this transition into kind of back to being in an institution has been a little bit tough, just knowing that my values don't always align with the institutional values. But I think this project I've been doing with Aquí Para Ti and the Youth Advisory Board has been a huge breath of relief for me in my week, because this is the work that I feel called to do and I hope to do as a physician someday. So being able to have this opportunity to do this work while I'm a student and kind of get away from the daily stresses of being a student and do youth work has actually been really beneficial to my mental health. And I feel very energized seeing youth being empowered and being exposed to their wonderful, brilliant ideas and having these conversations with them. So that's also been great. Beyond that, I think also creating space in my schedule that's just for me. And, you know, it's easy for me to like get really excited about this work that's outside of medical school and want to put all my energy into that and kind of like seeking that as my mental health break, but also learning that I need time that is truly 100% dedicated to myself and doing things that are refreshing, like being in nature and grounding and with my community or my friends has also been a way that I make sure that I have the energy to get up the next day and do the work that I need to do as a student, but also as a supporter in this youth work that I've been engaged in.
Wow, thank you so much, Christina. I think both of you are reiterating that it's important to remember that we can't pour from an empty cup, right? And in all this work, all this activism that we're doing as young people, it's important to ensure that we're first okay so that we can continue to do this important work for other people across the world. So thank you both for that. I have one final question for you. We are here at the first ever Global Forum for Adolescents. Over 8,000 young people have registered and are listening into these types of conversations. Like, what would be your message for young people? Like, what would be your parting words that you would want to leave with maybe someone watching from our different watch parties all over the world, India, Brazil, etc. Neil, do you want to go ahead and start?
Yeah, I think I would start with the power of hope. The other day someone asked me, what did it take for me, to, come from a refugee background and win the Global Student Prize. I was announced the winner of the Global Student Prize at the UN General Assembly in New York 2 weeks ago, and I tell them I think it is the audacity of hope. So I would say to young people, never underestimate the power of hope and your dreams, no matter where you come from. Your dreams are valid. This is something that many people have said, by being able, to hold on to hope, regardless of the circumstances you go through, you can still pursue your dreams and be able to make them a reality.
Absolutely love that. He said it's the audacity of hope. I love that, young people. Let's hold on to that nugget. And Christina, over to you. What's your parting word to all the adolescents across the world that are tuned in?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to share one of my favorite quotes all time. It's, "You cannot change any society unless you take responsibility for it, unless you see yourself as belonging to it and responsible for changing it," from Grace Lee Boggs, an Asian American activist. And yeah, I think about this quote every day. It really is what drives me to do the work that I do, even on days that are tough. And I think it's easy to feel overwhelmed by all of the problems in our world, and there's a lot of horrible things that are happening on a daily basis, but reminding ourselves that we are powerful in community and that together we can implement the change that we want to see. So we don't have to feel disempowered and alone. There are many other people doing incredible work, and we just need to find solidarity with them, and together we can change the world.
Thank you so much for that, Christina. You're highlighting the fact that, sometimes we can look at these big issues, this big issue of how do we increase adolescent agency. And when we look at the big issue, it can seem almost scary because there's so much to be done, but it's important for us to look at what we can do within our own communities and then how that all adds up when all 1.8 billion of us come together with initiatives within our communities. So that being said, I want to just quickly share some of the Mentimeter results. And for the technical team, I have put the link in the chat so we can bring up those results on screen so we can start to look at some of them. So we're looking at, off the bat, I'm seeing some that say agency is power. there's a need for better coordination and action to address this topic of agency, especially ensuring that it's evidence-informed programming. So we're looking at that need for data, right? So we're not just, getting up and advocating for things randomly. There's a systematic, evidence-based approach that we're taking in order to achieve this. We also have persons saying that agency is critical to our well-being and health. If we don't have the confidence to make decisions about our own lives, then we can never truly be free, live with dignity, and to our full potential. More persons saying that they're amazing speakers. I agree. We have some amazing speakers here with such diverse backgrounds that really are contributing to this conversation. I see someone also saying that, self-care is an act of resistance. And this really came through when both speakers were identifying, how they have to ensure that they're pouring into themselves so that they can pour into others. And someone says that they're going to make that exact mantra, the one that they're going to make that their mantra for life, that you can't pour from an empty cup. And of course, someone here has highlighted the power of hope, important words to live by, and that need for community and for us all to come together. So that being said, as we wrap up today's webinar, let's really take a moment to reflect on the key points that we've explored. We've delved into this concept of agency, understanding it as the ability to set goals, develop plans, believe in our own abilities, and then take meaningful action towards those goals. We've seen how agency intersects with youth health, influencing the choices that we make, how it intersects with our access to information and our ability to advocate for our well-being. We've discussed the various factors that shape agency, from individual characteristics to those external influences like policies, laws, and societal norms. We've even gotten a little glimpse of how that operates in the backgrounds that our speakers are from, especially Latin America. Now, recognizing and understanding these factors is going to be so crucial in ensuring that we empower young individuals to make informed decisions and really take control of their health. So let's all continue to champion agency in our own lives and in the lives of the young people around us. We've reinforced over and over the importance of community and what can happen when all 1.8 billion of us come together to make a change and to demand change from our allies, right? So let's encourage young people to embrace their capacity to act, to make informed choices, and to pursue their goals. And I just love to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your active participation, insightful questions, and meaningful contributions. So many of you responded to our Mentimeter polls, and we're so grateful for each and every one of your responses and that you've enjoyed this session just as much as we've enjoyed having this session with you. So it's your engagement that really makes these discussions truly valuable. So, of course, keep an eye out for future webinars and resources from Plan International, Population Council, Hennepin Healthcare, and Akiparati as we continue our journey to empower youth in their pursuit of health and well-being. Stay empowered, stay informed, and take control of your health. Thank you for being a part of this important conversation, and I'll see you back in the main room in Geneva with the rest of our hosts for the overall Global Forum for Adolescents. Thank you. Have a great day.
Wow, what did you think of that session about agency? For me, it's essential to feel in control of, my own life and my own choices.
Yeah, definitely agree, De Graaf.
Yeah.
I was really interested in the session about the first ever United States National Adolescent Health Action Plan. It could really be a promising practice for other countries to consider and to look at as we embark on this journey to promote adolescent health, well-being, and development.
100%.
So now to our next core sessions. If you've ever come across bullying, and sadly, most of us have, you'll know what a devastating effect it can have on your and our collective lives. This core session might be for you. It's called We Deserve Better, from combating violence to fostering safe spaces. Alternatively, you might want to get involved with this one, also absolutely vital. It's called Adding It Up, Evidence to Impact, making the case for adolescents' sexual and reproductive health and rights. As we all know, data is power, And this session highlights how data is being used by young people to improve adolescent health services across 130 countries. I'll be joining that one.
And of course, we are spoiled for choice today. And as we're talking about data, you might know about the wonderful Apurva Panidapu, aka the human calculator. Now, she is a proper genius, but not just with figures. She's a massive thought leader on topics like work and how employers need to understand the values of the young workforce. Plus, we've got interesting partner content. The day is nearly done, folks. We'll see you after the next sessions.
Unite, rise, lead.
Hi, I'm Apurva Panidapu, and I'm so excited to be joining you at the first ever Global Forum for Adolescents. It's so inspiring that over 1 million young people have engaged in the 1.8 billion Young People for Change campaign, including through the What Young People Want survey. These voices are the springboard for all the amazing conversations, dialogues, and creative and innovative activities that we're enjoying across these 2 packed days. It doesn't surprise me at all that the results of the historic What Young People Want survey show that one of the leading priorities for young people right now is finding work that they feel inspired by. We are constantly talking about diversity in the workplace, and often we think that's about race, gender, ethnicity, and it is, but it's also about age. Not only are we the 1.8 billion strong young generation, the biggest in history, we are also the first generation to be digital natives. We are a generation which wants to feel passionate about the work which we do. But workplace leaders don't currently understand how to attract young talent and, more importantly, retain them. I believe that leaders and corporations need to reimagine workplaces so that they appeal to our generational values in this digital age. Values like sustainability, social responsibility, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's time for leaders to listen to us, to understand and adapt the workplace in order to engage us, the next generation of thinkers, the I.8 generation. And they must adapt quickly to be ahead of the game and to be at the forefront of the future of work, innovation, and creativity. We know the incredible potential of growing our work online and how young people can engage with virtual platforms to create, grow, and develop businesses and their own personal passions. Moving forward, we need to address gender bias in technology and education and enable all students to engage in this digital age. It's time to welcome learning transferable real-world skills like the ability to pivot in order to give meaning to learning and to boost motivation. Let's make sure we don't hold back the talent of our generation while waiting to arrive at the problems of tomorrow. Instead, let's enable all young people to be actively learning and working on the problems of today so that we can fix them now. Here's to Gen Z.
Hello everyone, I'm Daniel, and I'm here to share with you new evidence that shows exactly why we need more attention and more investment in adolescent well-being. Now, we all know that campaigning needs strong facts to back up our voices. So now, for the first time, the BMJ, a leading academic journal, has released the first of a 2-part collection on adolescent well-being. The best bit is that young people's views are at the heart of the series. So let's say hello to my fellow researchers who took part in this important work.
Hello, everyone.
Now, we asked for your questions on this series and put them to our young research team.
It is understood that every government has to balance what they spend their money on. However, we do know that for every $1 spent on adolescent well-being, there's a return of $5 to $12 because if young people are healthy, educated, and have access to opportunities, they are much more likely to contribute positively to society. In this vein, governments can not only save money, but can also yield higher returns on their investment by making the decision to invest in young people today. That being said, it is necessary to note that the most important reason for investing in adolescent well-being is that this is their basic human rights. And as such, it is the duty of governments to plan for, support, and address adolescent well-being.
there are 5 domains of well-being that mattered to young people. Number 1, good health and nutrition. Between 2003 and 2015, adolescents accounted for 11% of the global burden of disease, but they actually only received 1.6% in terms of development assistance. We are calling for more financial investments for young people. Number 2, connectedness and community. Having a sense of belonging, good social, mental, and emotional support was linked to better health outcomes. We're calling to strengthen community and connectedness for youth worldwide. Number 3, safety and support. In 2018, 1 in every 3 girls between the ages of 15 and 19 suffered from a form of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse from an intimate partner. Unfortunately, we know that the pandemic made this much worse. We're calling for a safe environment, free from harm and violence, so we can live a life free from fear. Number 4, education and employment. Globally, 1 in 5 young people between the ages of 15 and 24 is not in employment, education, or training. Unfortunately, this is twice as likely to affect young women than young men. We're calling for all young people around the world to have access to school or training, especially girls and women, so that we can be financially independent, have control over our futures, and contribute to our communities. And finally, number 5, agency and resilience. We know our needs and rights, and we know how to advocate for them. We also know that what gets measured gets counted. So we are calling for stronger systems for accountability to measure progress, and platforms for our voices to be heard.
The Adolescent Wellbeing BMJ collection was co-written by young people, which is pretty key given that the collection built on technical papers to promote adolescent well-being. It was particularly important to have voices from the Global South because all too often research is produced in the absence of these voices. Beyond being involved in the writing itself, young people were consulted to determine the priority themes or domains of a BMJ collection. All in all, young researchers had the opportunity to share their expertise about issues that matter to them.
Climate change is already affecting our lives, putting at risk our physical and mental health and well-being, and exactly how it does so is covered throughout the series. We also focus on how health communities are in a unique position to tackle climate change, such as through evidence generation, net zero healthcare efforts, but also crucially by collaborating with adolescents on advocacy on how climate change is impacting their well-being.
Thank you, fellow researchers. This series has been 18 months in the making, and we are so delighted to be launching it now, especially because we know there's a force for change right here with us. So whether you're speaking with your head teacher, member of parliament, or president, we hope you can use this evidence to campaign for adolescent well-being. We can't wait to hear how this is being used, so let us know. There's so much more information on the campaign platform at one.8.org. Thank you.
Unite! Rise! Lead! Young people, this is our time.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our event on violence against adolescents. My name is Sirich from Deserve.org in Cameroon, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Today, we have an incredible number of speakers who will be sharing their amazing experiences, insights, recommendations on how we can prevent violence against adolescents. We will be hearing from experts around the world who will be sharing their country-specific examples of how they are tackling this issue. We hope that by the end of this session, you will have gained valuable experiences and insights into how we can work together to prevent violence against adolescents. But first, we will start with the introduction of our incredible speakers. We have on the board Daniel Engel, who is the team lead, adolescents and youth at UNFPA. Daniel Engel is a technical expert with over 20 years of experience in the field of population development, gender, and public health, with a background in sociology, educational science, and her work has focused on strategy planning, program development, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and policy advocacy. Throughout her career, Danielle has had the privilege of working with diverse teams and contributing to program guidance aimed at supporting adolescent health and development, youth empowerment, gender equity, and human rights. Second on the board, we have Desmond G, who is the founder of Deserve in Cameroon. Desmond G has more than 18 years of community engagement to promote sexual and reproductive health services and the fight against HIV among adolescents, youth, and women in Cameroon and more widely. He researches health services issues. He holds an MSc in health economics from the Norwich in economics from the University of Chang, Cameroon. As Queen's Young Leader, he took the Leading Change course from the Institute of Continuing Education, University of Cambridge. He's the founder of Deserve equally and spearheaded the 1.8 billion move in Cameroon. We equally have Yasmin Sami, who is the gender team lead at OSRM at Pathfinder International. Yasmin Sami holds the position of team lead for gender and inclusion within the OSRA program, the program founded by USAID and led by Pathfinder. Spans 5 years and aims to enhance family health outcomes by strengthening national family planning and reproductive health efforts. We equally have Shamima Parveen, who is gender management at Pathfinder International, Bangladesh. As a public health specialist, she's responsible for initiating, implementing, supervising, and evaluating various programs, sub-grantee management, national standards, and guideline development, working jointly with USAID, UNFPA, WHO, and other stakeholders and partner organizations. She is also recognized as a capacity development specialist in the field of gender, non-communicable diseases, family planning, RSDI, etc., and has 23 years of experience in the reproductive health space. After this amazing session, we will start with Danielle Engel, who will be telling us about setting the scene, present the outcomes of the technical paper, and violence against adolescents. Over to you, Danielle. You have 6 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here representing UNFPA. Welcome everyone to the Global Forum of Adolescents. It's really exciting that we are finally there. So it's my task today to give you an overview of what we are dealing with when we are talking about violence against adolescents. In this presentation, I will explore the lifelong impact which violence has on adolescents and the urgent need for us to take preventive action. Slide. So my presentation will be structured in 4 main areas. First of all, we look at the data of what we know about adolescents in violence against adolescents. Then I would like to deep dive a little bit on adolescent girls, which are at a double disadvantage when it comes to violence of being young and female. Then I'd like to look at some risk factors and also some opportunities which we have working with this cohort, and then conclude. Next slide. Next slide. Adolescence, violence in childhood and adolescence. Violence is a pervasive issue that affects individuals at all stages of life. But children face exposure to violence at alarmingly young ages. UNICEF estimates that around 300 million children aged 2 to 4 experience psychological aggression and physical punishment by their caregivers at home. 1 billion children face multiple forms of violence annually globally. One third of school children experience bullying and physical fighting, and over 730 million children of school-going ages live in countries where corporal punishment is not yet ruled out. As children transition to adolescence, their social network expands, becomes more complex, and that also puts them at a higher risk for violence. The nature of violence they're exposed to also changes as they grow older. The consequences of violence in adolescence is as severe, with deaths due to violence being more than double in adolescence than in the first decade of life. Next slide. Can we move to the next slide? There we go. So what are the consequences? The consequences of violence in adolescence are far-reaching. Violence negatively impacts adolescent brain development, health, and social growth. It increases the likelihood of poor educational outcomes, early unwanted pregnancy, STIs, mental health disorder. It increases social and emotional difficulties for adolescents. It increases their risk-taking behavior and substance misuse and obesity. At the same time, violence or the threat of violence reduces adolescents' access to support services, it decreases their social participation, their access to education and economic opportunities, which is compromising their present and future choices. Next slide. Looking to adolescent girls now more particularly, adolescent girls experience various forms of violence, including violent discipline, dating relationship violence, and intimate partner violence. In 36 out of 54 countries, at least 20% of adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 have experienced physical or sexual violence since the age of 15. Sexual initiation in low and middle income countries is often marked by violence and coercion. Child marriage is affecting 12 million girls annually, and this is a risk factor for physical and sexual violence by intimate partners. We're also increasingly concerned about technology on online spaces, which have seen an increase of technology facilitated gender-based violence, affecting over half of girls and women with internet access. And this is based on a study which was made in 31 countries. Let me also say, as adolescent girls transition into adulthood, the prevalence of violence increases, with an estimate of 736 million women which are experiencing intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence, or both. Next slide. Next slide. The underlying causes and risk factors which contribute to violence against adolescents are multifaceted. Factors include childhood exposure to violence, low education and gender inequitable social norms. Gender disparities also play a role. Gender-based discrimination and stereotypes are significant. And then, as I said, gender plays a specific role in also the type of violence which adolescents are exposed to. Boys, for instance, face higher risk of homicide, while girls are particularly vulnerable to sexual violence and intimate partner violence. Adolescents also have distinct care-seeking behavior. Stigma and social norms often discourage them to seek professional help. And on the other side, healthcare providers may not identify intimate partner violence as among adolescents. Adolescents also internalize more easily harmful gender norms and attitudes due to their experiences which we live in their country, in their families and their communities. All this has long-term impacts for adolescent health and well-being. Adolescent experiences of gender-based violence can shape their identities and also their behaviors and affect their prospects for healthy relationships throughout their lives. Next slide. Despite this time of increased vulnerability, adolescence and early adulthood offers us a time a critical time for opportunities of a window for intervention. It's a time where the foundations for healthy behaviors and relationships are laid. The early adolescent years are particularly sensitive for social and emotional learning. A positive sense of self paired with emotional and physical safety is key to healthy development in that stage. Late adolescence sees an improvement in self-regulating skills, which are critical for mental and physical health and well-being. As such, as I said, adolescents offer us an important age group to preemptively tackle key drivers for violence in their present and future. Next slide. And that leads me already to the conclusion, which just saying that physical and sexual violence poses a significant long-term threat to adolescent health and well-being. We do have opportunity for preventive action. Adolescence offers, as I said before, a window of opportunities for prevention efforts. There's a need to focus on the early adolescence. Emphasizing early adolescence is essential to break the intergenerational cycles of violence and provide lifelong health. What we need is an intersectoral approach. A violence prevention intervention must consider the intersecting drivers of violence. We need to employ a gender-sensitive and a life course approach in this effort. We need to collaborate between sectors. For instance, the violence against children and violence against women sectors are critical, and these two sectors need to work together so that we can come to comprehensive prevention and response policies. And finally, global efforts should prioritize and center the needs of adolescents to create a safer and a healthier world for the next generation. And I think I'll leave it there and hand it over back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Danielle, for that amazing and insightful explanation and presentation. Right now, we will be moving on to Desmond G, who is the manager at Deserve and 1.8 billion campaign focal point, and he will be presenting about violence in schools, and he will provide an example from his work about violence in schools. Without further ado, thank you so much, and up to you, Mr. Desmond, to present.
Thank you very much, Ulrich, and thanks to Daniel Engel for setting the scene. I have decided to title this presentation as Everyone Seems to Be Involved in School Violence, Causes and Solutions, which is actually placing emphasis on the multi-stakeholder approach, intersectoral approach, which Daniel Engel has talked about lately. And I have also started my presentation with this two news briefs, which happened, or which were released the 13th of January, or following an incident of the 13th of January 2020, in which a 15-year-old student stabbed his math teacher at government bilingual high school in Colbison in Yaoundé, Cameroon, and that's just one of the episodes of school violence reported and unreported in Cameroon schools and in other places in the world. The government and the school stakeholders are actually worried, and they are asking why and how can this be put to a halt. Next slide, please. So there are records of violence pitting students against teachers and school administrators, and vice versa, students against students as well. Bullying, gender-based violence, sexual misconduct, and torture are just a few examples of these anti-school activities. Among the top antisocial outcomes of these activities is mental health disorders, depression, anger, and inferiority complex. The Cameroon Ministry of Secondary Education held a conference in December 2022 to find solutions to this crisis and to discuss the way out. Next slide, please. So we understand that school is a community on its own, and that's the beginning of understanding school violence. That in an average of 5,475 hours that students spend being awake, they actually spend 14 to 19% of that time in schools. So school has a mixture of good, bad, and ugly outcomes. And so we've got to be aware of that. So curbing school violence is a fundamental part of every school sound establishment in order to promote the preserve the intended good of school. Next slide, please. So why are there violent behaviors among students and staff in schools? I have postulated four points. The first is that school nurtures its own values, positive and negative, among school as a community. And in every community, we have the good, the bad, and the ugly. The second is that there are intrinsic factors among students and staff, like the person's age, sex, temperament, state of mental and physical health, and personality that interact to determine their behavior in school. The third is the upsurge of digital technology facilitated by the internet. The fourth, and very significant, is that most students, particularly in secondary schools, are at that critical stage of the natural growth and development called adolescence. And many stakeholders have not fully understand adolescence and how to deal with it. Next slide. So what can we do about this school violence? I built on research and evidence to propose momentary and sustainable measures to curb school violence with case study in Cameroon schools. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to present to you two examples of momentary measures. Momentary measures target each of the causes of violence, each of the four causes mentioned. If we take an example of school nurturing negative outcomes of values, that would be curbed through the school discipline, keeping close watch on student and staff activities, rules and regulations being set on a meaningful engagement basis, including student and staff, so that they can understand a good behavior and perhaps consequences for bad behavior. And then taking a course like the critical stage of adolescence, which causes or which might be a trigger to psychosocial and emotional spurts and imbalance, growth in economic, nutritional, social, and safety needs. I propose that students and teachers be trained on adolescent health and well-being, and life skills training and seminars for students and staff are equally important. Next slide, please. Now, for the sustainable measures, I talk about two proposals. The first is to develop and implement a policy on the whole school approach. This kind of approach will deliver mental health support in schools, life skills education and support programs, and the much needed sexual and reproductive health services in schools. And then on a holistic implementation of health and well-being curricula, that is one of the sustainable measures. There are 10 subject areas which we brought out in a research. I'll just mention one of them, which is comprehensive sexuality education, which offers a holistic approach to the adolescents' well-being. It's age appropriate. Other content like physical education and nutrition education are equally important subject areas that could be included in the curriculum. And since everyone is involved, next slide, please. Since everyone is involved in the process of curbing school violence, I have made this table as an example of multi-sectoral interventions to promote the 5 domains of adolescent well-being. If you take an example of good health and nutrition, that will involve in Cameroon the ministries of health, agriculture and rural development and commerce. So at the end, we realized that every stakeholder is involved in perhaps a cause or being a trigger to school violence and the solution. And so a multi-sectoral, a multi-stakeholder approach is of the essence here. That is one of the things which I think we should drive home from this particular session. Next slide, please. So the last thing I would like to say is thank you very much, and I'm very open to further questions. Thank you, Ulrich, and over.
Oh, thank you so much, Desmond, for that amazing presentation. Just in case, we have a little instruction to give our listeners out there. There is at the top, the top right of the screen, the second icon at the top right of the screen is the portal for you to ask questions. So, in case anyone has any doubts on what exactly any of the speakers are talking about, you can go to the second icon downwards at the top right, and click in order to be able to access the panel where you can ask questions. So we move on now to the third speaker. We're talking here about Shamima Paveen, Pathfinder Bangladesh, and a service provider. She will be talking about country example from Bangladesh, the role of integrating GIFPS and its utility in combating GBV, that is gender-based violence at community level, experience providing services to victims of GBV. So over to you, Parveen.
I am Dr. Shamima Parveen, Gender Manager at Pathfinder International Bangladesh. Today, I will discuss integrating gender into family planning, including addressing gender-based violence in reproductive health services to improve family planning access in Bangladesh. Yet, we can see that the inequality persists.
You can't hear it clearly, Parveen.
Dependence on family planning for basic choices limits autonomy, impacting health service use and family planning. Many women face gender-based violence during their reproductive years. Spousal power dynamics drives gender-based violence. Unmarried females hold progressive views, while married women often uphold traditional roles. Unmarried males prioritize sons' education and resist girls' outdoor activities and women working outside. We have taken a strategic approach and incorporate gender awareness into all our efforts through a multi-pronged strategy that considers gender, including improving staff training and facility readiness, while ensuring privacy and confidentiality. At the national level, we are empowering groups to advocate for change. Locally, we are increasing community involvement. While service providers may struggle to connect gender issue with services, and community norms can hinder recognizing related concerns, we consistently perform gender analysis, create strategic plans, devise activities, and implement them, followed by ongoing monitoring and evaluation. This forms a continuous and iterative at the facility level. To incorporate gender into family planning, we have formulated a facility readiness checklist that aligns with WHO standards. Out of 15,692 service providers trained, 4,833 were male and 11,840 were female, and males dominate managerial positions. We have created a checklist for service providers to improve monitoring. Unfortunately, SRH-related GBV can often overlooked because it was seen as common. To address this, we started on-the-job training. In conclusion, we saw that there is a strong connection between gender-based violence and SRH in family planning services. Gender-based violence can hinder women's SRH access, while comprehensive SRH services can empower women to prevent and address GBV. Thank you all for your patience hearing.
মিসেস শাম্পা, তার বয়স 18 বছর, তার বিয়ের বয়স 11 বছর, তার 8 বছরের একটি মেয়ে ও 5 বছরের একটি ছেলে আছে। তার হাজবেন্ড বহিরাগত, বর্তমানে তিনি আবার 3 মাসের গর্ভবতী। আমি রত্না আহমেদ, পরিবার কল্যাণ পরিদর্শিকা, নাসিরাবাদ স্বাস্থ্য ও পরিবার কল্যাণ কেন্দ্র, ভাঙায় কাজ করি। প্রজনন স্বাস্থ্য সেবা দেওয়া আমার দায়িত্ব ও কর্তব্য। মিসেস শান্তা আমার কাছে প্রথম আসে তিনি যখন 3 মাসের গর্ভবতী। প্রচন্ড তলপেটে ব্যথা ও প্রস্রাবে জ্বালা পোড়া নেই। আমি তাকে পরীক্ষা করি, কয়েকটা টেস্ট করার মাধ্যমে জানতে পারি তার ইউরিন ইনফেকশন। যাই হোক আমি তাকে ওষুধ দিই, তিনি ভালো হয়ে বাসায় চলে যান। 8 মাসের সময় তিনি আবার আমার কাছে আসেন, হালকা ব্লিডিং ও তলপেটে ব্যথা নিয়ে। তিনি একা আসার কারণে আমি তাকে বলি তার মাকে একটু সাথে করে নিয়ে আসতে, আল্ট্রাসোনোগ্রাম করে নিয়ে আসতে বললাম একটা। তার মা খুব রেগে গেল, বললো আল্ট্রাসোনোগ্রাম করা যাবে না, করলে নাকি বাচ্চা নর্মাল হয় না। আমি তাকে অনেক বোঝালাম, অনেক বোঝানোর পরে তিনি একটা আলট্রা করে নিয়ে আসলেন। আলট্রা করে নিয়ে আসার পরে আমি তাতে দেখলাম গর্ভবোধ জ্বরের ঠিক মুখে ঠিক সাইডে অবস্থান করতেছে, তার কারণে হয়তো বা হালকা ব্লিডিং হতেছে। আমি তাদের বোঝাই দিলাম, তাদেরকে বললাম আপনি বাড়িতে গিয়ে বিশ্রাম নেবেন, পর্যাপ্ত বিশ্রাম নেবেন এবং সাবধানে থাকবেন। তার মা আমার কথা শুনে আবার রেগে গেলেন, বললেন যে বিশ্রাম যদি বেশি নেয় তাহলে নাকি বাচ্চা বড় হয়ে যাবে, বাচ্চা নর্মাল হবে না কিছু। আমি তাকে অনেকভাবে বোঝানোর চেষ্টা করলাম, তিনি বুঝতে চাইলেন না। আমি বললাম তাকে চেক আপের জন্য প্রতি মাসে আমার কাছে নিয়ে আসতে, আর এখন তো 8 মাস, প্রতি 15 দিন অন্তর নিয়ে আসতে। উনি তাতে রাজি হলেন না, খুব রাগারাগি করে এখান থেকে চলে গেলেন। আমি যেহেতু জেন্ডার ভিত্তিক সহিষ্ণুতার উপরে একটি ট্রেনিং করেছি, তার জন্য বুঝতে পারলাম এটা জেন্ডার ভিত্তিক সহিষ্ণুতার মধ্যে পড়ে। তাই আমি তাকে আবার ফোন করলাম, সাথে ফোন করে বললাম তার বাবার সাথে যেন আমাকে কথা বলে। সে তার বাবার সাথে আমাকে কথা বলা দিল। তার বাবাকে অনেকভাবে বুঝালাম, হাসপাতালের ডেলিভারির সুবিধা এবং অসুবিধা সম্বন্ধে বললাম, বাড়িতে অসুবিধাগুলোও বললাম এবং বললাম তার মেয়ের যে পরিস্থিতি, গর্ভপাত ঠিক জ্বরের মুখের সাইডে যে কোনো সময় ব্লিডিং হতে পারে, হাসপাতালে ডেলিভারি করা তার জন্য খুব জরুরি। তাকে বোঝানোর পরে সে বলল যে ঠিক আছে, সে তার ওয়াইফকে বুঝাই বলবে। তো সে চলে গেল।
Very young adolescence is a time when young people start experiencing unequal gender norms that negatively affect their health and well-being. While interventions with very young adolescents have great potential to improve young people's lives, there has been less investment in this age group compared to older adolescents and insufficient focus on boys. Further, while interventions such as the Setara Comprehensive Sexuality Education Program address individual level factors among very young adolescents, real change cannot happen without key adults, communities, and institutions that significantly influence their health and well-being. Research from the Global Early Adolescent Study conducted in Denpasar, Semarang, and Lampung found that just 55% of very young adolescents feel comfortable talking to their parents or main caregivers. Many very young adolescents feel threatened in schools both by peers and adults and do not feel comfortable asking for help. As many as 57.5% of adolescents also admitted that they had received verbal abuse and ridicule from adults. Many adolescents have unequal beliefs about gender. Half of boys and 1/3 of girls have unequal beliefs in the traits boys and girls should have. 1/3 of all adolescents believe in stereotypical roles for girls and boys in their household and communities. Both boys and girls think about or engage in self-harm, but the proportions of boys that think about hurting themselves is double that of girls. From 2021 to 2022, Breakthrough Action, Johns Hopkins University, and PKBI Bali used human-centered design to develop a package of interventions that will create a more gender-equitable environment for very young adolescents, improve their mental health, and reduce bullying in schools. Human-centered design is a creative approach to problem solving that places users at the center of the design process. It is a methodology used to improve systems, services, and products in a way that truly benefits the people, using them by taking a human perspective and involving users at every step of the problem-solving process. More than 1,000 people were involved in co-designing, prototyping, and testing the solutions in Denpasar, Bali, and Semarang, Central Java, including very young adolescents, their parents, their teachers, and school administrators, community leaders, and representatives of the Indonesian government. The final package of interventions aims to create an environment where very young adolescents of all genders feel safe and heard. Parents and caregivers have strong relationships with their children, and hold equal aspirations for them regardless of their gender. Teachers and school staff or administrators respond to bullying in a gender equitable way and create an environment where all students, regardless of gender, feel comfortable. Communities exhibit gender equitable social values. Institutions create or invest in gender equitable policies, processes, and programs to better support caring adolescents of all genders.
Om Swastiastu. Perkenalkan, nama saya Imade Ambara Putra Nirwana Syatmaja dari SMP Negeri 4 Denpasar dan saya berumur 14 tahun.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Farani Syasin dari Subianto. Saya adalah alumni dari SMP Wisata Sanur.
Menurut saya, kekerasan atau pembulian berbasis gender yang mempengaruhi remaja Indonesia itu sangat berpengaruh sih. Apalagi dari kekerasan-kekerasan atau pembulian yang sudah terjadi itu sangat marak terjadi di kalangan remaja. Dan hal itu dapat mempengaruhi dari mental mereka dan juga kesadaran mereka nanti di pergaulan mereka. Dan dari Bara sendiri masih sering banget melihat kekerasan ataupun pembulian yang terjadi di sekolah Bara yang itu masih berbasis gender. Pembulian ke temannya Bara yang mereka tuh bersikap seperti lembut dan gemulai, itu mereka ejek seperti cewek dan lain sebagainya.
Menurut saya, kasus perundungan dan juga kekerasan pada remaja sangat-sangat berdampak pada perkembangan anak-anak serta remaja di Indonesia. Karena dengan adanya perundungan serta kekerasan pada remaja, mental health pada remaja juga dapat menurun atau down, bahkan trauma. Contohnya, laki-laki yang bersikap seolah seperti perempuan, bahkan ada yang mengejek kalau dikata-katain seperti mereka tuh kayak cewek, harusnya kamu kayak gini loh. Gitu.
Bara sempat ikut diskusi juga di gedung Kisara, itu bersama orang tua Bara, dan di sana kalau nggak salah itu lagi diskusi tentang pameran. Dan di sana sih malam lebaran itu setelah ikutin diskusi itu sih sangat puas ya, karena di diskusi itu juga Bara sangat bebas untuk berekspresi dan juga di sana Bara bebas untuk menyampaikan pendapatnya. Bara ada ikut yang namanya foto story. Nah, di foto story itu Bara sama guru-guru di sekolah Bara. Nah, di foto-foto itu kita membuat skenario sedemikian mungkin yang menyerupai tentang pembulian. Nah, dari sana dari foto-foto yang sudah kami rangkum bertiga itu akan dipamerkan di pameran manusia namanya.
Sebelumnya aku juga mengikuti kegiatan Sex Multitude di mana saya sebagai remaja mendapatkan kesempatan untuk mengungkapkan saran dan juga pendapat untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan-permasalahan yang ada di sekolah saya, serta untuk memberikan saran program terkait sekolah yang bebas dari kekerasan berbasis gender, bebas dari bullying dan juga sekolah yang ramah anak. Selain itu, aku juga mengikuti kegiatan pameran di DNA, yang dimana di sana menampilkan banyak sekali karya-karya yang sangat-sangat luar biasa. Contohnya adalah patung yang diwarnai sesuai dengan warna yang dirasakan hari ini.
Sangat berpengaruh sih, karena Bara waktu itu kan tuh ada pelatihan safe school. Jadi pelatihan itu diikutin sama bapak ibu guru di sekolahnya Bara. Jadi sebelum kegiatan pelatihan itu di sekolah Bara tuh ada tuh namanya media penyampaian pesan mengenai perundungan ataupun kekerasan yang terjadi di kelas-kelas mereka. Nah, setelah ada pelatihan itu, jadi guru-gurunya Bara ini bisa share nih ke melalui report apa aja sih keluhan yang terdapat di kelas-kelas mengenai perundungan ataupun kekerasan. Setelah ada pengaduan itu, guru-guru di sekolahnya Bara jadi bisa ambil tindakan nih untuk mengatasi terjadinya kekerasan ataupun pembulian berbasis gender, dan dapat dibuktikan juga kekerasan dan perundungan di sekolah Bara sudah mulai berkurang sampai sekarang.
Tentu saja sangat bermanfaat bagi sekolah dan juga saya. Dalam kegiatan di sekolah, sekolah jadi bisa menganalisis ada atau tidak adanya kasus bullying yang ada di sekolah saya. Bagi saya, Sex Multitude merupakan wadah untuk saya menyampaikan pendapat dan juga saran saya.
Okay, thank you so much for that amazing session. We head straight to now our next speaker, who is Jasmine Sami, Gender and Inclusion Team Lead, Pathfinder Egypt OSRA program. And she'll be talking to us about counterexample from Egypt, cyberbullying between the youth in Egypt, and examples on how to prevent cyberbullying and referral systems. Over to you, Jasmine.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all the speakers for these great videos. I want to say that this could be a presentation, but honestly, it's more of a call for action for everyone listening to us today all of you, youth, parents, guardians, everyone, that we need to come together to really end this awful cyberbullying trend that has been going on all over the world. I'm speaking from experience as a gender and child protection expert over 20 years, but also as a parent of a teenager and a preteen. And I do see what's been going around. Also, this is a call for all the activities that we do, that we include some sort of ending cyberbullying in our activities. So to the next slide, just so we're all on the same page, cyberbullying is using digital communication tools to intimidate, harass, or humiliate others. It involves repeated and deliberate online behavior that causes harm, distress, or fear to the victim. And we can see that this has been increasing all over the world, and especially for those, as we know, with women and girls in a lot of countries. While I'm speaking today and now, if you have your chat on, if you or someone you know has experienced bullying, just write yes in the chat. I understand that so many out there have experienced it or have seen it and are unaware of what to do. So the next slide, please. Cyberbullying in Egypt, it has been notably increasing, especially with all the apps, with all these internet being faster and quicker, and everybody's on their phone. It has really been increasing, sometimes reaching to criminal procedures. A lot of times, also the adolescents and youth are the most affected people, as we know, in the Egyptian society and in the communities. And it's not just in certain places or governorates in Egypt, it's all over the country, as we can see. Also, within schools, we've seen an uptake. Unfortunately, the schools, even if they do have cases, they're not really sharing them. We're trying to do that. And we do want to kind of ask, I don't want to say have a law, but ask schools to compile the number of cyberbullying cases and the cases that they have, so we can learn from them and see what we can do, and to share with parents at conferences or at seminars, so the parents and guardians and the youth themselves know what to expect and what to do about it. And that is known that most common medium for cyber violence in Egypt has been through the social media platform. That is something I am sure a lot of people have seen before, and that is something that has been used a lot over the social media, and especially with women and girls. Next slide. What happened was, in a few years back in 2018, there was the anti-cyber law, anti-cyber and information technology crimes law, which is an excellent law and it's being used. But two things. First of all, several articles of the cybercrime law protect the user's personal information and accounts, so they're not allowed to be used. And it also criminalizes hacking private accounts or creating fake accounts, which we've seen also increasing in the years in the years that we've had all these cyberbullying cases come to us. Now, again, the law is great. Everybody can have a law. It's actually, how do we use the law? And do people know, an awareness, do they know that there is this law? And this is where all the activities that we do with the communities and on the ground and with our project, the OSRA project, come in place, so we can actually end cyberbullying. So with the next slide, how does cyberbullying impact our youth and adolescents? As you can see, it impacted in all the ways. I don't want to go through every single one, but physically, mentally, academically. We've had suicide cases a lot in Egypt. We've had running away from homes, dropping out of schools. So cyberbullying has a huge impact on our adolescents and on our youth. Next slide, please. So back to the OSRA program and how we try to have some intervention. So again, we included a lot of the discussions in our sessions and training sessions. It doesn't have to be specifically for cyberbullying, but if we're speaking with parents or doctors or nurses, we included some sort of discussion about what is cyberbullying, because some people are not aware of it. And we also included, and we collaborated with other entities such as the National Council for Women, Ministry of Health and Population, in including these messages, because it is very important. They already do that. But as a project and as we work within over 625 communities within the next 4.5 years, it's very important that we emphasize the importance of ending cyberbullying and what to do and how they can actually detect that their child or youth in the household is being cyberbullied. We also work a lot with adolescents and youth, and that's again with the communities and with all the everyone around us. And we also support women and girls in the referral system and in supporting them to end cyberbullying and to go to their parents and to talk to them if anything happens. With the last slide to conclude, we just want to say that we're all in this together. As a conclusion, please go to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. So it's a collective responsibility for governments, for international and national organizations, the private sectors, families, caregivers. It's all of us to eliminate these risks and to increase children and youth's access to a safe and quality online content. Again, thank you so much. Please, we're all together on this, and let's end cyberbullying together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Yasmin, for that very empathetic session. Now we are moving on to a question and answer session that is going to go very quickly because we're running out of time already. And the very first question that we're having on our list here is how do we build secure spaces in low and middle income countries, knowing the data, but having a population that is almost uneducated and unawareness for sexual protection and security? Please. That's the first question.
I think the question goes perhaps to Danielle Engel.
Yes, question goes to Danielle.
Yes. Well, I would say one thing, and that is that we have to make sure that young people know their rights and are educated about their rights to live in a protective environment, be that in their family, in their community, or in their schools. For that reason, we need to really invest in comprehensive sexuality education in and out of school, and UNFPA is doing that, supporting countries to expand access to comprehensive sexuality education, which has been shown as being an important ingredient to prevention of violence. Not the only one, but definitely one.
Okay, thank you so much for that amazing answer, Danielle. We have a second question here for which goes to Desmond, and the question goes to us. One key area of violence in schools that must be eliminated is violence by staff against students. Not only is it wrong, it sends a message to learners that violence, and specifically beating a weaker person, is okay. It is not. Are there any countries that will still allow teachers to beat learners in school, and what organizations are campaigning to stop this practice? Question goes to Desmond, please.
Thank you, Ulrich, and thanks to the participant who asked that question. And that is very much in line with the second cause of school violence, which is the intrinsic factors of students and staff, like the person's age, sex, temperament, state of mental and physical health, and the personality, which all interact to determine their behavior. So actually, someone can feel that he's older than another person, and for that reason is able to carry out violence. It's not the right way. And let's not forget that the school as a community equally has various episodes of frustrations, both on the side of teachers and administrative staff, and also on the side of students. Each of these stakeholders have got to sit in one room for them to understand, temperaments, to build a convivial atmosphere. It's not something to be done in silos. It's supposed to involve students and staff, understanding adolescent well-being, understanding those triggers of violence, because I tell you what, no one is immune to violent episodes. We just have to control. And if we understand each other, and create that enabling environment, I think this can be curbed. So in a school system, I don't think necessarily teachers have to beat students to study. Educational psychology is a good cause that helps teachers to understand that the students when they are able to learn and when they are not, and some of the techniques that they can use to curb their frustrations and avoid violence. Thank you.
Okay. The next question that is still in line with you, Desmond, is also explain more on holistic implementation of health and well-being curricula.
Well, thanks, Ulrich, and thanks to the person who asked the question. The health and well-being curricula is supposed to be holistic. I take an example of comprehensive sexuality education, which Daniel has talked about, and Jasmine as well. That curriculum is age appropriate and culturally relevant, which means it's not only targeting the sexual and reproductive health and well-being of the adolescent, but equally nurturing them about gender equality, equity, human rights, and how boys are called upon to be respectful to girls and vice versa. It's a holistic curriculum. And I think comprehensive sexuality education offers that holistic nature, which when taught can touch on many aspects of the adolescent. That is an example. And other content like physical education, nutrition courses, or equally act, together to provide a wholesome learning and to nurture the adolescent in a wholesome way. So that's just an example, and this can be specified in the school curriculum. And let's not forget, it's supposed to be multi-sectoral and have multi-stakeholders on board.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Desmond, for that amazing answer. So we have a series of questions that goes to Jasmine about cyberbullying. How could we implement technological devices in schools while protecting students from it? And equally, the next question from one of the followers to Jasmine is, anyways, just go ahead and answer the first question, Jasmine. How could we implement technological devices in schools while protecting students from it?
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, now you can hear me. Okay, if I understand correctly, you're asking how we can have them include devices inside the schools and at the same time protect them. I think this comes from awareness in the home, awareness in the school. What is cyberbullying? What are the applications that they are downloading to make sure that there is a talk, there's communication. Please, parents, guardians, teachers, let the youth and children come to you and be able to feel safe when they're talking to you if something happens. So it's all about awareness and feeling the safety and feeling comfortable as a child or as youth to come and talk if something happens. And of course, that there must be very strong discussions with all of the families, with all of the guardians within the schools about how to use appropriately how to use these devices.
Okay. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we couldn't be able to answer all the questions. And but the chat is still open for you to place your questions or for to be answered in further sessions, or you can meet one of the speakers personally, and he's going to answer your questions. So thank you all for joining us today for this important and timely discussion on violence. We have heard from some of the leading experts and practitioners in the field. And we have heard their insights, experiences, and recommendations to prevent, address, and respond to violence. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the organizers, sponsors, and partners who have made this event possible and who have committed to advancing the cause of peace and justice. I hope you all found this session informative, inspiring, and useful to your work. And please stay tuned for more events and opportunities. Stay safe out there.
Well, it's been quite a day. We've covered some challenging issues like violence, like adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights. Now, these things are so important, but not always easy to talk about. And I think for me personally, what I found quite remarkable actually is hearing the different adolescents from all around the world talking about issues that are so close to their hearts, and it's been incredible to watch.
No, definitely. And I think it was such a great space to hear from young people, and not only hear from them, but also to see them directly engage with leaders from across the world. And for me, what really stood out was a session on mental health. We also had a session on NCDs, which is very important to me coming from the Caribbean. That's a huge cause of death going forward. I really think that this has been a great space for us to hear and amplify that youth voice.
Completely agree with you both. And as day one comes to an end, many of you are probably wondering what's next for the 1.8 billion campaign. What happens after this global forum? We'll be definitely talking about this in more detail as we delve into the multiple and exciting commitments and accountability tools tomorrow. But meanwhile, if you're an organization passionate about adolescent well-being, I'd encourage you to join PMNCH. My organization, the SRHR Africa Trust in South Africa, is a member, one of 1,400 members. This is the largest partnership of its kind anywhere in the world. And as you've heard throughout the day, we can do more when we all work together. This is also how we can continue to unite, to rise and lead. It's important to remember that beyond this moment, we are growing a movement for positive adolescent health, well-being and development.
Well said, Levi. Well, we'll say goodbye for now, but we look forward to seeing you again in the morning, and it's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, all right.
Bright and early.
See you later, everyone. Bye.
This is our time. We are 1.8 billion young people in the world today, standing as one to reach equality. In the world today, where dreams ignite, we stand as one, younger shining bright, united in spirit, we make a change. For 1.8 billion strong, our voices rearrange. With hope in our eyes, we'll break these walls together. We'll rise, we'll answer the call. Bound by our purpose, a love beyond compare. Justice, our right, we'll surely get there. We are 1.8 billion young people strong. Symphonies of voices singing in the song. Let's rise above, let's compassionately write our future. We will seize the day. We are uniting, we are rising, we are leading. For better feel alive, for better kind of world. It's time to listen, it's time for action. We'll break the chains of inequality and strive in solidarity, igniting love. We'll champion justice, better days and nights. Ours is the power as we claim our rights. We are 1.8 billion young people strong. Symphonies of voices singing in the song. Let's rise above, let's compassionately write our future. We will seize the day. We are uniting, we are rising, we are leading. For better feel alive, for better kind of world. It's time to listen, it's time for action. As we come together hand in hand, the world will witness the change we have planned. With unity and love, we will overcome. For 1.8 billion young hearts, we are one.